Hey guys, welcome back to channel. So today we going to see what if Naruto Rebirth and Awakens the most POWERFULL Viltrumites and Harem with all girls. Let's start. I am so lonely. All the other Viltrumites are scared of me. No one talks to me. No one wants to be my friend. They think I am unstable. Perhaps they are right. They send me from planet to planet, committing atrocities as in their name, and as I get better at it, they fear me more and more. I am a victim of my own success. Conquest, they call me. I don't even get a real name, only a purpose. I am capable of so much more, and no one sees it. Some days I feel so alone, I could cry, but I don't. I never do. What would be the point? Not a single person in the entire universe would care. Take it to your grave. Conquest, Vanguard, they didn't understand. None of them did. Not a one. Sometimes, Conquest found himself hating his own people nearly as much as he hated himself. He was so lonely. All the other Viltrumites were scared of him. No one talked to him. No one wanted to be my friend. They thought he was unstable. Perhaps he was sent from planet to planet, committing atrocities as in their name, and as he grew older, as he got better at it, they feared him more and more. He'd become a victim of his own success. A soldier who not only knew how to fight but reveled in it because from the moment of his birth, that was all he'd ever been taught to do. Crush. Destroy. Kill. Conquest. He didn't even get a real name, only a purpose. The fools. He was capable of so much more, and no one saw. Not Craig, not Anissa, nor Lucan, not even Grand Regent Frag himself. He was the very apotheosis of the Viltrum way. Utterly ruthless, efficient, and powerful. A warrior second only to one. But such did not come without cost. As a result of his conquests, he'd become lonely, miserable, and depressed. To speak such aloud would be deemed weakness, and to be weak was to die. He'd already lost his right arm in a moment of weakness ages ago. He dared not lose anything else. Some days he felt so alone, he could cry, but he didn't. He never allowed himself that weakness. What would be the point? Not a single person in the entire universe would care. It was almost a pity, really, such a strong warrior, broken by himself. That, at least, he was allowed to feel. On and on it went, a self-fulfilling cycle without end, until he couldn't bear anymore. If this continued, he'd truly become unstable, go tar raving mad. So he acted, he broke protocol, he found a planet. Defied orders for the first time in his life, and from that simple act of defiance, something wonderful happened. 0.0.0.0, rise and shine. It was his one and only warning, he would not receive another. His instincts yowled a warning anyway. He awoke with a start, burst out of his cot and twisted to the side. Well, that he did too, because a metal fist plowed through the space his sleeping skull occupied only moments before. It kept going, annihilating the makeshift bed he'd created to rupture the floor beneath. Dirt and dust sprayed outward in every direction, threatening to blind him, and they would have. If he didn't know exactly where his attacker was. Pivoting viciously, he whirled and drove his right fist forth in a rising uppercut. A meaty crunch was his reward, followed by daylight as his assailant hurtled through the roof of his hut. He leapt out after them, caught them by the ankle and whipped them into the ground. Unwilling to stop there, he dove down and planted a boot in their gut for good measure. Blood sprayed across his face. Funny thing about plants with 10 times gravity, you have to plan ahead for every move, make constant calculations in your head, prepare every action in advance. He should know, he had spent most of his life here. It also made for a fantastic training regiment. He didn't know the name of his planet, and to be honest, he didn't really care. It was home. Home was where he lived, ate, slept, trained and played. All he knew, all he needed to know was, it was a jungle plant with frightfully high gravity, filled with monstrous beings. The results spoke for themselves. But even those paled in comparison to the towering titan trapped under his heel. Said godly being, seemingly old man wearing a white uniform not unlike his own, laughed up at him wearing a snaggle-toothed grin. Okay. That's a start. Start? He laughed again, still high on his victory. More like an end, if you ask me. He hefted a fist. Whiskered cheeks dimpling in a rare grin of true triumph. You're done. Telling me to give up? The muscle man grunted, but it wasn't capitulation. Don't go getting soft on me now, son. Who said anything about going soft? He twisted his heel, grinding it down onto his adversary's neck instead. I'd simply rather not get blood all over my feet. It's a pain cleaning between the toes, ya know. Bah. If it weren't for this infernal gravity, slowing me down. He stomped down harder, threatening to crush the man's throat underfoot entirely. That's a poor excuse, and you know it. You're more used to it than most. This is my victory. The man grunted in pain. Good eye gone, narrow. Is that what you think, Vanguard? Vanguard. His title as well as his name. Not a real name, not like other Viltrumites, but one he took pride in nevertheless. Pay attention. Conquest grabbed him by the ankle while he was distracted, whipped him into a tree, then threw both. Another, and another, tearing down an entire grove in a single swipe. Breath burst through lungs. When he came to, the older warrior had him by the throat. Checkmate. Vanguard smiled and raised both arms. Fair enough, you got me. Now who's giving up? Not me. Swinging them down, he clapped both his ears at once, forcing a flinch from the man who had raised him. A knee smashed into his chin, tearing a gasp from him. He grunted in annoyance and backhanded his adversary, only to receive a crushing kick to the ribs. One he caught and used to fling his foe away. A fist caught the back of his skull, flooring him, smashing his face into the mud. Not enough. Not nearly enough make him stop. He thrashed upright, nearly breaking his attack to bite his attacker's wrist, tearing a bloody chunk free to earn a truncated cry of surprise. Yes. The praise that followed warmed his blood. That's it, fight harder, boy. Whirling, he launched him up into the air, then ousted, forcing him to right himself in the upper atmosphere, trailing blood as he went. He hung there for a moment, catching his breath in the thin air. A streak of white and gold was his only warning as his death raced up to meet him. This time, he was ready for it. Up here, freed from the hellish gravity of his home, he braced himself. Gritting his teeth, he reared back, clenched his fist, and delivered a brutal haymaker. Gotcha. Conquest ran right into it. In his haste to reach him, he barreled headlong into his punch like the maniac he was. Fist plus jaw equals absolute boom. Up instantly became down. Down burst into flame. His foe became a fiery meteor as he rocketed down to the planet, smashing into the ground at Mach 9. The explosion that followed was amazing. The ground combusted from the very force of the impact, creating a fiery plume of napalm and a rising mushroom cloud to flatten every living thing from miles around. He could see it from orbit. He didn't believe for a second that was enough to put him down. Drifting down once more, he crossed both arms before his bloodied chest and waited. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared and the fires burned out, he found the old bastard getting right back up again. Burnt, bloodied, battered, but still very much alive. This was more than he'd ever hurt him before. That settled it. This was going to be the day. He knew it. Victory for Vanguard. With a grin, he rocketed down at him, fist first. This is going to be amazing. They went mad. Conquest caught his fist. He headbutted him instead and smashed a knee into his stomach, blasting the breath from his lungs. A bruising backhand caught him by the face, opening him up to another punch. He rode the momentum of it and decked him in return. Like wild beasts they tore into each other, swinging for the fences, all semblance of control, gone and replaced by maddened berserk fury. All sense of discipline vanished. Controlled blows became savage hooks, right crosses, then left, right again as they wailed on one another. All the while, he targeted the geezer's right side ruthlessly, aiming for his metal arm with cruel precision, knowing it was his one vulnerability. Metal was weaker than Viltrumite flesh. Metal could be battered. Metal could be bent. Metal could be, crunch, broken. Again. Conquest reared back, glaring balefully at the ruined stump of his metal arm. Damn it, boy. You're a vicious little. He was still speaking when a fist smashed into his face, driving him to the ground, creating a crater miles deep. Vanguard landed on his chest and started swinging before he recovered. Blood flew through the air. Teeth danced in the sky. It was so beautiful, it made him want to cry. Is this still fun, old man? He slammed his fist down, pulping his foe's face with every punch, bright eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Are you enjoying yourself? Another punch. Scarlet streaks spewed across the ground. Having fun? A nose caved under his punches. Well? Answer me? Yes. He paused, fist halting just shy of his skull, an inch from pummeling him into oblivion. Father and son glared at each other, chests heaving, eyes wild, until one of them finally fell slack. Congratulations, boy. Conquest grabbed his bloody nose with his good hand and said it with an audible pop. He grinned through broken teeth. You pass. Triumph. Acknowledgement. Pride. It burned through. Vanguard. In a heady rush. He tumbled off him and flopped onto the ground, completely and utterly spent. His arms were aching. He was sure his limbs were on the verge of breaking. He had broken ribs and countless fractures besides, but it didn't matter. Victory was his. A canteen of water landed on his chest. He fumbled for it and drank greedily, eager to wash the taste of blood out his mouth. A shadow fell over him as his battered old man sat beside him. Neither spoke for the longest time. There was no need. What use were words, anyway? He knew the rules. Dad was, well, Dad. Conquest, really, but he didn't like being called that. He knew he wasn't quite right in the head. Anyone named Conquest couldn't be, for crying out loud, but it didn't change who he was to him. He came by every few months, visited, brought gifts. And once, every birthday, Dad tried to kill him. Today was the first time he'd won. And he just couldn't stop smiling. Conquest saw it and scoffed. Feisty little shit, aren't you? Just like your mother. Naruto growled and punched his leg. The older Viltrumite. So getting mad does make you stronger. Interesting. Must be your mother's genes. What little you got from her. She always was a wild one. Gotta be that DNA of yours, boy. Always getting stronger. Stronger than you. Huh? His old man barked to laugh, then sobered. Not as strong as me. Not yet. Not like her. Dad didn't talk about Mom a lot. He'd never met her. Apparently she died soon after he was born. This was a decent enough life, he supposed. He had food to eat, water to drink, and prey to hunt. Plenty of time to improve himself. This will be our last bout for a while. Patrols are getting awful close to this sector, and, well. Dad didn't want him to be found. He understood. Unsanctioned breeding was punishable by death. He knew that. He was an aberration. He shouldn't exist. Conquest wasn't finished. Kushina. She was a feisty one. The sudden admission had him looking up, somewhat startled. Your mother, she was good to me. More than I deserved. She showed me things I didn't think were possible. He closed both eyes, good and bad alike, to sigh. But Thrag found her, and I was punished. I know, no, you don't. Conquest touched a finger to the scar at his face, his blinded eye. He hurt me that day, more than anyone ever has. I nearly lost you when she died. Would have, too, if she hadn't hid you away. He doesn't know about you, but he will, soon. A pause followed, longer than the last, and then came another surprise. I've got another gift for you. Vanguard perked up, both intrigued and alarmed by the remark. What is it? Your mother had a name for you. The admission sent a shockwave surging through him. I didn't give it to you for the longest time, because I was afraid you wouldn't survive. Conquest fell silent for the longest time, a long time indeed, perhaps not yet willing to give it up. But you've done more than that. You've thrived. Sue. Naruto. Conquest curled his good hand into a fist and released the word with a sigh. Your real name is Naruto. She named you that. The word trembled in the air, filling him with hope. Naruto. That was his name. It felt good. More than that, it felt right. Like he'd found a missing piece of himself he'd never known was lost. He was a Viltrumite through and through. Not completely pure-blooded like some of them given his unique heritage. But close. Very close. Having a name made him feel like he truly belonged. Even if he sometimes wondered why he wasn't being told enough. Look, son. Conquest continued, claiming his attention. You're special. There's no denying that. But Thrag'll kill ya, as soon as look at ya. Naruto grimaced. He'd never met this Thrag guy and prayed that he never would. Anyone who would strike fear into the heart of his father with someone he didn't want to mess with. Well, not yet, not until he was much stronger. Technically speaking, you shouldn't exist. Unauthorized breeding is frowned upon in the Viltrum Empire. But you're strong. They'll see that. You'll prove it. How? He asked. I'm sending you to Earth. Conquer it, by any means necessary. Naruto's brow shot into his hair, mildly alarmed by the task. By any means? His father grimaced and reluctantly amended his words. Well, I shouldn't say that, you might want to be careful, don't want to draw too much attention to yourself. Afraid I'll die. Brat. He cuffed him on the back of the head, but the blow lacked weight. You're sturdy. He'd seen Conquest flatten buildings with a single punch, this was nothing. An idea dawned. Should I breed with the locals? Ifanya like. The old man shrugged a burly shoulder. There aren't many of us left. A secret he would be slain for should he ever speak it. Not that he would. Might take a while to raise a few brats. Maybe you'll get lucky and their powers will pop up early. They won't be real Viltrumites, but they'll be worth something. There's something you're not telling me. He relented with a grunt. Nolan's charge of that planet. Doubt he'll take kindly to you stepping on his toes. You'll have to deal with him eventually, one way or another. Did Dad's hatred for his own kind run that deep now? Realization broke with the dawn. You want me to pretend to be someone I'm not. Idiot. He cuffed his ear this time, but gently. I want you to be you. Make your old man proud, and don't tell anyone about this. They were both dead. It went without saying. Best be careful. You want me to go incognito, then? You should be fine, Conquest muttered. Haven't been able to grow a mustache anyway, so it won't give you away. Hey, not for lack of trying. His father continued unabated. You'll have to lose the uniform after you land, too. He'll recognize it. Naruto sulked a little. But I like this thing. I know you do, boy, but Nolan isn't a team player. He's fierce. He'll try to kill you the moment he lays eye on you. He's ferocious. If you can't beat me in a real fight, you probably can't beat him. He bridled at that, mildly insulted by the remark. I can almost beat you 8 times out of 10, I won today. Father flicked his forehead. What do we say about almost? He recited the words on Rhoda. Almost doesn't count. That's right. We take the good with the bad. He elbowed him. Damn straight we do. Conquest leaned back, and the look of almost parental fondness passed through his good eye. It was gone in an instant, and he almost thought he imagined it, but no, a small surge of pride flushed through him regardless. And then his sire stood. Come on, then, one last battle for the road. Naruto hopped to his feet, delighted. You mean it? There it was again, that flicker of fondness, flashing across his father's face. Don't make repeat myself. I'm old, not deaf. Come on, show me your game face. A savage smile split his visage. There he is. Conquest paused, with a grunt, just short of rushing him. HRRRM. Not sure when I'll get another chance to do this again. Might as well say it now. Naruto tilted his head. Dad? Hearing him say that aloud seemed to please the old man. A hand settled on his head. I want to thank you, son. Really, it's not often I get to cut loose like this. Usually there are so many mission parameters, so many things to not destroy. People not to kill. Everything breaks so easily. But for whatever reason, and I don't really care why, you won't die. Chuckling, he tousled his hair. I have been ordered to raise planets, to take control of civilizations by any means necessary, have lived for thousands of years, yet in these last 19, he shook his head ruefully, a mere fraction of a fraction in my lifespan, you did something to change me and I thank you for it. This has been an immense joy. Sentient. How very unlike him, but he didn't mind. He wasn't blind to the message hidden in those words. You telling me everything will all be alright? I'll tell you no such thing, boy. If you screw this up, you'll have to fight Nolan. He granted him another grin. To be honest, there's a part of me that wants you to face him. Show him who you are, and kill him. Just like I want to kill Thrag for what he did to your mother. He stood and beckoned. But enough about imminent murder. I want you to hit me. As hard as you can. No holding back. Conquest was still speaking when he decked him, denting his cheek. His head snapped back as he staggered. Stumbled. Fell to knee. Blood dribbled down onto the floor. He spat out a tooth. 1. Followed by 2. 3 soon came after, tumbling to the dirt. That's much better. He granted him a bloody grin. Show me more. Naruto grinned and batted his hand down. Still gonna kick your ass, old man. Conquest boomed a belly laugh, rich and raucous. After all I've done, after all this, you still grin at me, threaten me, without fear. I dare say, son, you are starting to impress me. Drifting back, he spread his arms wide, ready to embrace his wrath. Do your worst. Naruto decked him, ducked the follow-up and hammered his ribs. Conquest retaliated in kind. Father and son collided one last time, and the planet trembled in their wake. To Naruto's great delight, he won the fight that followed as well. He would be the vanguard of Earth's destruction. It was just a little mudball of a planet, nothing special. He wouldn't get attached. He refused to get attached. Dad was the only thing that mattered. He was fast, he was strong, he could think on his feet. He had all the powers of a Viltrumite. And that unbeknownst to anyone else. How hard could it be to seduce some females and raise an army? It wasn't as though he would get attached. No, surely not. He was stronger than that. In hindsight, he would come to regret that belief. A.N. On scene. Hope you enjoyed this. Pairing is going to be wild. Though I will say this, my team and I are hesitant to take Eve from Mark. Unless that's what folks want to see. Do you want this to remain a story? Yes? No? Maybe so? Make yourselves heard? Once more, we're sticking with the Embers rule for this particular story, and others. I'm working 2 jobs, might need a third soon. So I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up, your voice matters. Make yourself heard, as ever. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. On there we go. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them, I cannot write. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would you kindly have some previews? Previews. It was a surprisingly smooth landing. What followed was not. He acted without thinking and yanked her out of harm's way. The mace shattered against his forehead. What was that meant to accomplish, exactly? Who's the new guy? Don't be a dick, Rex. Who are you supposed to be, exactly? The colorfully clad youth, nearly of an age with him, placed both fists on his hips and preened. I'm. Insert title card. Naruto decked him, sending him tumbling through the air. No, he shook his head slowly. You are not invincible, at all. No one is. Dad wasn't. Mom hadn't been. No one was truly invincible. Dude. Not cool. You broke my nose. You punched me first. I'll do a lot more than break your nose if you get in my way again. Whoa, hey. The younger man raised both hands to ward him off. Just calm down. Enough. He drew himself up and stepped over the fallen fighters, regarding his attackers and the man behind the desk with keen intent. I don't want to hear any more speeches from you chumps. He shucked his ruined shirt, baring his chest. Not one word. You can breathe, you can blink, you can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that in a second, but no more words. Lightning crackled across his skin as one struck. His fist snapped up, backhanding the zapper clear out the building. Battle Beast licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Naruto felt something shift in his eyes then, blue snapping into feral red. What did I just say? Machine Head swore. All hell broke loose. Give me a reason. Naruto floated above the planet's atmosphere, Earth a quiet blue jewel against the stars. Even from this height, his keen eyes could make out the glimmer of city lights on the night side of the world. So this is father's cherished target, he thought, heart thumping with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The third planet from this yellow sun looked so peaceful from here, nothing like the battle-scarred, intense gravity worlds he and Conquest had left in ruins during training. Naruto inhaled sharply, savoring the unfamiliar tang of the air as he began his descent. The atmosphere tasted of salt and smoke as he breached the cloud layer and fell toward the surface, gravity tugging at him in welcome. Everything felt so light here, compared to the last world. Mustn't move too fast, Lear. He break something, someone. Conquest's final instructions echoed in his mind as he streaked downwards like a silent comet. Ditch the uniform, boy. Blend in. This is recon, not an all-out assault. At least not yet. Observe, learn, and don't draw too much attention. Sound advice, Naruto mused, though his father had smirked while warning him, as if not drawing attention was ever his strong suit. A tiny grin tugged at his lips. Vanguard he was called now, the tip of the spear. He had a job to do here as the first of his kind to engage Earth ahead of the inevitable Viltrumite conquest. But that didn't mean he couldn't have a little fun along the way. The young warrior angled his body, slowing from hypersonic speed to a gentler glide as he neared a cluster of lights along a lonely stretch of highway. It was night over this part of the world, somewhere in the American Midwest, if he recalled correctly. The neon sign of a roadside bar sputtered below, casting a garish red glow onto a gravel parking lot crowded with motorcycles and pickup trucks. Loud country rock music and raucous laughter drifted up to Naruto's ears, far keener than any human's. He touched down lightly behind the establishment, boots crunching on gravel. Immediately, he slipped out of his white and gray Viltrumite uniform, folding the iconic garment and stashing it under a tarp behind a dumpster. The night air was cool against his bare skin, but a Viltrumite's hardy physiology hardly noticed. This world was certainly livelier than the last one, if nothing else. Naruto rolled his shoulders and stood tall, now wearing only form-fitting black briefs from under his uniform. Anyone who saw him might think him a lost daredevil or an odd streaker. He suppressed a chuckle at the thought. Now, to acquire some local attire. He could have broken into a store, but this rowdy watering hole offered a more interesting opportunity, and a chance to blow off a bit of steam after the long journey. Despite his father's advice to keep things low-key, he felt restless energy thrumming in his muscles. He needed to move, to act. A heavy stench of tobacco and spilled beer wafted from the bar's side door. Voices, boisterous and unguarded, spilled into the night. Naruto peeked around the corner, seeking their source. A cluster of rough-looking men in leather vests and jackets stood near the door, laughing over a crude joke. Burly, tattooed, and a little drunk, they looked like what Earthlings called bikers, and they wore just the sort of rugged clothes he needed. His bright blue eyes, marked by 3 faint whisker-like birthmarks on each cheek, lit up with mirth. This would be perfect. Stepping out of the shadows, Naruto approached the group with a confident stride. Gravel crunched under his bare feet, drawing the bikers' attention. One of them, a bald giant with a bushy beard and arms thick as oak branches, turned and squinted at the unexpected sight of a near-naked young man. His companions straightened up, puzzled grins spreading. Well, the big man drawled, cigar clamped between stained teeth. What do we have here? Lose your clothes in a poker game, kid. His buddies snickered alongside him, eyeing Naruto's athletic, scar-splashed body. Naruto stopped a few paces away, meeting the man's gaze calmly. He noted the biker's stance shift, feet planted, shoulders squared. Ready for trouble despite the joking tone. These men were used to brawls. That was fine. So was he. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a steady, almost polite voice, imitating a line from one of his father's favorite old movies. I need your clothes, he said, enunciating each word with a faint smile. Then, after a beat, he added another word, just in case the locals were slow-witted. Now. For a moment, silence. The bikers stared, as if unsure they'd heard correctly. Without warning, one burst into laughter, and soon the whole group was guffawing. The bearded leader wasn't amused for long. He stepped forward with an incredulous scowl, towering over him by a good head. You serious, boy? He growled, prodding Naruto's bare chest with one thick finger. The sour reek of whiskey wafted from his breath. You walk into our place and think you can just. Naruto moved in a blur. He caught the man's finger before the biker could finish his threat, gripping it in an iron vise. That wasn't a request, he said quietly, blue eyes locking onto the biker's bloodshot ones. He applied a tiny bit of pressure. There was a sickening crack as the finger snapped. The biker's howl of pain shattered the night's calm. In an instant, chaos erupted. 2 of the big man's friends lunged at Naruto from both sides. They were impressively fast for humans, but to his reflexes, honed by decades of combat training with one of the deadliest beings in the universe, they might as well have been moving through molasses. He sidestepped the first attacker, letting the burly man stumble past, and casually blocked the second swinging beer bottle with his forearm. Glass shattered against his skin, the broken bottle falling away in shards. Not a scratch marked his tan flesh. Was this all they could do? How incredibly disappointing. More heavy footsteps thundered behind as patrons from inside rushed out to join the fray. Shouts of anger rang out as a half-dozen bikers swarmed into the gravel lot, encircling Naruto with makeshift weapons and beefy fists. Naruto planted his feet and raised his hands in the ready stance his father taught him, reminding himself to hold back. Well, in so much as he could. They rushed him all at once. To them, what followed was a blur. To him, it was a controlled dance. He weaved through wild swings with effortless grace. Each strike he made was measured, enough to incapacitate without killing. A sharp jab to one man's gut, a sweeping kick to another's legs, a casual backhand that sent a burly attacker crashing into two others. In mere seconds, the entire group lay scattered on the gravel, groaning or unconscious. Naruto exhaled, rolling his neck until it cracked. Tension bled from his muscles. That had been fun, he admitted to himself. Not much of a workout, but it felt good to let loose, even a little. He surveyed the damage. A half-dozen bikers sprawled about. A couple of motorcycles knocked over, one pickup truck with a dented hood and a shattered windshield. Sirens wailed in the distance, local authorities alerted by the ruckus. He winced. Oops, so much for staying under the radar. Striding over to the bearded leader, who was currently cradling his broken finger and cursing in pain, he reached down and dragged him upright by the scruff of his neck. I did warn you. The biker only groaned in response. Without further ceremony, Naruto bent down and unceremoniously divested the moaning man of his leather jacket and boots. The biker was in no shape to resist. He also plucked a pair of aviator sunglasses from another fallen thug's vest pocket. He tugged on the scuffed black jacket and pulled the heavy boots onto his feet. They were almost size too large, but serviceable. He even slid on the sunglasses for effect. The clothes fit well enough and would help him blend in. Catching his reflection in a cracked side mirror of a toppled motorcycle, Naruto smirked at the sight of a spiky-haired blonde youth in biker gear staring back. Not bad, he mused. Not at all. A few feet away, the big biker's motorcycle still stood upright, keys glinting in the ignition. Naruto couldn't resist. He picked up the fallen motorcycle's keys and swung a leg over the chrome-plated bike. He turned the ignition, and the machine snarled awake beneath him. He had no idea how to drive such a vehicle, naturally. Didn't mean he wasn't about to try. Just as he revved the engine, a sharp whoosh cut through the night, followed by the crunch of gravel behind him. Naruto's instincts screamed a warning. Abandoning the bike, he darted aside in a blur. A split second later, something slammed into the ground where he'd been, spraying dust and pebbles. He skidded to a halt and rose from a low crouch, eyes narrowing at the figure now straightening from the small crater in the parking lot. It was a woman, tall and broad-shouldered, clad in gleaming red and gold armor that hugged a powerfully built form. In her hand she gripped a massive silver war mace, its spiked head catching the bar's neon glow. A scarlet cape fluttered behind her, settling as she stepped forward. Her face was striking. Bronze skin, strong jaw, and determined dark eyes fixed upon with authoritative fury. A golden tiara rested over her long black hair. Naruto recognized her from Conquest's briefings. Warwoman, one of Earth's greatest champions, leader of the Guardians of the Globe. Dust swirled around the heroine's feet as she planted herself between Naruto and the now battered bar. She took in the scene at a glance. The groaning bikers, the scattered debris, then focused on Naruto. That's enough, she said in a deep, commanding voice that brooked no argument. She lifted the heavy mace and leveled it at him. I don't know who you are. You're coming with me, now. Oh ho. Naruto slowly raised his hands in a placating gesture, though his muscles remained coiled. He could sense raw power radiating from this woman. It wasn't Viltrumite strength, but something else. Perhaps mystical, or simply the honed skill of a champion. Either way, he knew a seasoned fighter when he saw one. I didn't start this, he said calmly, inclining his head toward the bikers sprawled around. They attacked me. I was just about to leave. Warwoman's eyes flicked over the unconscious men and the still idling motorcycle, then back to Naruto's borrowed biker attire. Her frown remained. You expect me to buy that? People don't just fall out of the sky and start brawls for no reason. Her grip on the mace tightened, knuckles white against the metal shaft. I won't ask again. Naruto sighed inwardly. This wasn't going to be solved with words alone. He remembered his father's warning. Earth's heroes would not be pushovers. Still, he had no desire to seriously hurt this woman. And besides, she looked strong. He liked strength. Best end this fast, without making things worse, then. He wasn't about to let himself be taken prisoner on day one, but he would try not to escalate needlessly. Warwoman clearly decided talking was over. With a yell, she lunged forward in a blur of motion, swinging her glowing mace at his head. He darted aside at the last instant. The mace whooshed past his ear, the force of its swing whipping at his spiky blonde hair. She was fast, faster than any ordinary human. But to his Viltrumite reflexes, her movements were almost predictable. He countered with a sharp maneuver of his own, stepping in and driving his elbow toward her midsection. Warwoman twisted, bringing the haft of her mace around to block. Naruto's elbow struck the metal handle with a clang that reverberated through the night. The heroine skidded back a couple of yards, boots gouging the gravel. Eyes narrowing, she charged again without hesitation. A feint to the left, then she brought the mace down in a crushing overhead blow aimed at his shoulder. This time he caught the weapon's handle with both hands, halting it an inch from his collarbone. The ground beneath his feet cracked from the force Warwoman exerted. For a heartbeat, they strained in deadlock. Warwoman pouring her strength down through the mace, him holding firm. She was strong. His arms almost shook with the effort of containing her power. Almost. With a grunt, Naruto twisted the mace aside and shoved hard, throwing Warwoman off balance. She stumbled back a step. He longed to press the advantage and finish her, but he didn't. "I don't want to fight you," he said instead, feigning heavy breathing, "but I will defend myself." Warwoman's answer was a wordless glare. His stance remained ready. Wise choice. In a burst of speed, she closed the gap and lashed out with her free hand. Naruto wasn't expecting the move. Her metal-plated fist cracked across his jaw like a gunshot. Pain blossomed along his face as the hit actually staggered him. He tasted blood on his tongue and hissed in surprise. The woman's strength and skill were no joke. If he'd been a lesser Viltrumite, that blow might have shattered his jaw. Once again, might. Naruto recovered quickly, leaping back to gain distance, hovered a foot above the ground, unconsciously revealing his ability to fly. Warwoman's eyes widened ever so slightly as she realized he was truly airborne, but she masked her surprise behind a determined scowl. The two of them faced each other warily now. She with her mace at the ready, he with fists raised and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Both had felt the other out, and neither emerged unscathed from the exchange. That could easily change once he let loose. Don't kill her. He wanted to stop holding back. Don't do it. He wanted to kill her. Don't. He wanted to try. Grinning, he burst forward, surprising Warwoman with his speed. He knew he had her, because rather than advance, she backpedaled, trying to gain distance. He'd been taught better than that. Conquest lesson number 1. Never retreat when you're on the back foot. Naruto launched himself at her and hammered a kidney punch into her torso. She buckled with a startled gasp. Conquest lesson number 2. Never take your eyes off your opponent. Even as she doubled over, he seized her by the face and drove his skull into hers, delivering a debilitating headbutt. Once. Then twice. Finally thrice, now. Conquest lesson number 3. Seize every opportunity. Rather than reel like some rank amateur, Warwoman proved her mettle and took the chance to attack. Her mace swung in at his face in a devastating arc, but this time he was ready for it. He stood his ground and braced himself, intent on taking her greatest attack head-on. Literally. Her treasured weapon struck his skull and shattered against it like brittle glass, creating a small shockwave with its demise. Warwoman was left stumbling back, balking at the haft of her ruined weapon in utter disbelief. If it was any consolation to her, the impact hurt like hell. She'd rung his skull like a bell and left him seeing stars for a moment, but it wasn't enough to stop him. Not nearly enough. Had this been any other planet, he would have used her moment of dismay to punch out her heart. But she'd managed to impress him with her tenacity. For that, she lived a little while longer. So he told himself. Instead he paused, brushed the ruined fragments from his hair, and let her get her second wind. What was that supposed to accomplish? To his great delight, she stowed her ruined tool and adopted a fighting stance, fists raised. I'm not finished. His blood sang at the sight. Good. Before their battle could escalate further, the distant wail of sirens grew loud, blue and red lights flashing through the trees. Police were almost on scene. Warwoman's gaze flickered toward the approaching authorities, then back to Naruto. Frustration warred on her face. He could see it plain as day. She hadn't subdued this stranger yet, but if they kept trading blows with officers incoming, bystanders could get caught in the crossfire. Weakness. Though his instincts howled at him to continue, Naruto lowered his fists slightly, seizing the chance to reason with her. "Please," he called out over the din of the sirens, "I don't want anyone to get hurt. Not you, not them. My name is Vanguard. I'm new here. This really is a misunderstanding." He kept his tone calm and earnest in the hopes that she would believe him despite his own raging bloodlust. "I have no desire to kill you." Yes, he did. All the desire, every damn bit of it. But Dad would be disappointed if he outed himself on his first day. In the end, that gave him the strength to resist, if only just. Mustn't disappoint Dad. Warwoman held her fighting stance a moment longer, mace still glowing faintly. Finally, with clear reluctance, she eased her arms down. "Vanguard, huh?" she said, breathing heavily. "Fine. I'll give you one chance. Walk away, now. But if I ever see you harming people again," she let the threat hang, unmistakable in her tone, "we won't be having words." Naruto nodded, relief flooding through him. "Thank you," he said sincerely. He slowly touched back down on the ground. His jaw still ached, but he allowed himself a small smile. "I promise, I'll do my best to stay out of trouble." Warwoman stepped aside, still watching him like a hawk. "Go," she warned, "and keep your nose clean, mister." Not needing to be told twice, Naruto began backing off toward the darkness beyond the lot. He paused once, catching Warwoman's gaze. "For what it's worth," he offered, "you're incredibly strong. I respect that. I truly hope we don't have to fight again. Because if we do, I might kill you, or seduce you." The latter did not sound unappealing, not at all. Something in Warwoman's stern expression softened, just a touch. She gave a curt nod, accepting what she no doubt saw as an olive branch. "Move along," she said firmly, though not unkindly. Naruto turned and, with a powerful leap, launched himself into the sky. Within seconds he had accelerated into the cloud cover, the parking lot and its flashing police lights shrinking beneath him. He left behind a very perplexed Warwoman and a crowd of astonished officers. Whatever rumors would spread about this brawl, Naruto knew the heroes of Earth had taken notice of him. So much for laying low, he mused wryly as he flew higher, disappearing into the night. And to think, he didn't even have to use that. Seemed Dad had been right after all. This was gonna be fun. 0.0.0.0. High in the clouds above Earth, Conquest hovered in low orbit like a silent sentinel, watching his son's first encounter on this planet with a mix of apprehension and pride. Through his lone good eye he observed Vanguard. "No, Naruto. Dispatch the bar full of thugs with efficient ease." When the heroine Warwoman made her dramatic entrance, Conquest felt a rare stab of worry. Actual concern. How far he had fallen. He'd nearly leapt into the fray. But Naruto handled the challenge brilliantly, matching the Amazonian champion's blows and, more importantly, choosing to end the fight without killing. Good. Dead bodies were all well and good, but they wouldn't serve him as well here. Conquest's mustache twitched into a satisfied grin. The boy had shown not just strength, but restraint and creativity, exactly what Conquest had hoped for. It warmed the old warrior's battle-scarred heart to see his son temper brutality with mercy. So he was a bit sentimental. Sue him. He'd wanted to make sure the boy didn't mess up his first day on the job. Not even a day in and he'd already met someone who wasn't afraid to smack him over the head. By the look of it, she'd make for a good mate. Strong children. Reminded him of the good old days, it did. Just like your mother. Kushina hadn't been afraid to take him to task either. A shadow fell over him. "What are you doing here, Conquest?" Damn. He really was getting sloppy, wasn't he? Conquest craned his neck back. "Nolan. Can't I check in on an old friend?" The younger Viltrumite crossed both arms before his chest, concealing the crimson emblem there, red cape drifting behind him as he fixed him with a hard glare. "You don't have any friends." And didn't he know it? The Viltrum Empire had certainly seen to that. Everyone still thought he was their mad dog. They were all scared of him, like some mad Ragnar on a leash. Only one person besides the brat had ever seen past that, and she was dead. Was gonna be a lonely few years without the boy, it just wouldn't be the same. Until then he would play his part a little while longer. Conquest met Nolan's fury with a calm, cold smile. Relax, Nolan. I'm just checking on things. He gestured vaguely toward Earth below. 20 years on this rock and it's still not under Viltrumite rule. The Empire grows impatient. I have my mission under control, Nolan snapped. Leave, now, that's an order. Conquest's single eye narrowed. He uncrossed his arms slowly. Careful, I don't take orders from you. His tone was dangerously soft. Besides, I didn't come alone. Omni-Man's brow furrowed. He had noticed the commotion below, of course. That wasn't you fighting Warwoman. Someone was with you. It wasn't really a question. Damn it. He'd screwed up, so now the plan would have to change. It was tempting to lie. To say this was all his doing. To protect his boy. But Nolan was already suspicious, and besides, Naruto wouldn't grow stronger with someone constantly holding his hand. Let Nolan think he was here for his own reasons. Let him believe he was here to conquer this planet. Let him make his assumptions. Besides, he didn't know what Vanguard looked like, yet. Conquest bared his teeth in a proud grin. That'd be my son, he said simply. I brow him along. Thought he could learn something from this planet. Omni-Man's eyes widened in surprise. Your son? He clearly hadn't known Conquest even had offspring. The revelation rattled him for an instant, but his expression quickly hardened again. I don't care who he is. I won't let either of you jeopardize my work here. Earth is my domain. These people worship me. I'm their guardian. Their savior. Their protector. Not talking like a Viltrumite there at all. Course, he didn't say that aloud. So it seems. Anyone worth killing? Nolan bridled. Conquest, no, wait, was that sentiment? He knew that look in his eye. It was the same one that stared back at him every day. In the Empire it would have been called weakness, punishable by death. Once upon a time, he would have killed him for it. Now? The lad didn't look quite as burly as he remembered. He had a good memory. He'd been slacking. Wasn't hard to guess why. Nolan had found himself a woman. Probably had a little spawn of his own. Nolan might not be so loyal to the Viltrumite cause as he believed. Nolan could be turned. Well. Color him interested, very interested. Why are you really here, Conquest? Boredom, really? He shrugged a shoulder, reveling in the white lie. Haven't had a decent planet to conquer in a while. Our illustrious Grand Regent hasn't given me anything better to do. So you sought me out. You? Conquest scoffed. You're not a challenge, Nolan. Not yet, at least. He would put up a fight, better than most, might even land a few solid hits, but a challenge? A proper fight? Him? Naruto was a challenge, if only because the boy had been training since he could walk. His powers and durability had manifested early, and he'd moved him around from one high-gravity planet to the next, always just a few steps ahead of the Empire. Always doing his best to challenge him, push him, test him. He had his mother's spirit, her legacy, and damn good genes besides. Fighting him had become a genuine challenge. Nolan, for all his bluster, was not. Conquest knew it. Did he? All technically true. The galaxy was quiet for the time being. No orders had come through, which meant something big was coming. That, or new orders were on the way. Might take a while to reach him, though. Still, were Nolan to ask anyone connected to the Empire, he'd get the same answer. Conquest was on task. Conquest was just being a bully. Conquest wasn't defying orders. Besides, only Thrag could bring him to heel, and right now? Thrag wasn't here, and until then. Well. Nolan glanced to his right side, noting the metal stump there. What happened to your arm? Damn, he'd forgotten about that. He'd been in such a hurry to follow the boy that he hadn't bothered to return to headquarters and get it replaced. A true Viltrumite would have done so. Instead he'd allowed sentimentality, his own parental affection, to lead him around by the nose. Gave it to someone strong. The lie came easily to him. Nolan quirked a brow. Are they dead? Naruto might well wish he was once Earth's women got through with him. But that was neither here nor there. For now, he needed to keep Nolan distracted by any means necessary. Tell you what, he rumbled a laugh. You want me gone? He spread his arms wide. Make me move. I'll even give you one free shot. But if you waste it, you're gonna regret it. Nolan didn't budge. Not going to resist. Conquest's grin grew. The truth is, I want you to resist. I'm not here to help you, Nolan. I'm not here to spread the greatness of the Viltrum Empire. I'm here because I enjoy this. Raising his flesh arm, he clenched his fingers into a fist. See, to me, there is no greater pleasure than feeling the warmth of my fist. Drenched in blood. Yours or another's, it makes no difference in the end. Drawing himself upright, he loomed over Nolan, teeth bared. Please, resist. Credit where it was due, Nolan didn't flinch. His hands clenched into fists at his side. He heard the man's knuckles pop. No doubt he was imagining driving a fist through his face. Just as well, he was imagining smashing a fist through Nolan's torso and skewering him like a fish. Things would be so much easier if he were removed, wouldn't they? It was a heady thought, only that gleam in Nolan's eyes stopped him. If he killed him here and now, he'd be no better than Thrag. But he wanted to. A memory snagged him, drawing him back. You're better than this, Connor. Conquest trembled. Connor. Kushina had called him that. Started doing it when he admitted to hating his given title. He'd never told anyone about that. Not Thrag when he'd tortured him, not any of his victims, Mo even the brat. Probably never would. It was something he'd take to his grave. She would be so disappointed if he fell back into his old ways. With a supreme effort of will, Conquest forced himself to exhale. Never mind. Killing you would be boring. Nolan looked surprised. Confused even, but rallied quickly. Then get off my planet and stop jeopardizing my mission. Conquest's smile twisted wryly. Jeopardize? We're here to ensure the job gets done, Nolan. You're the one who's been dragging his feet. He cast a pointed glance at the blue world turning below them. Don't tell me this backwater planet has made you soft. Nolan bristled, a flash of anger crossing his face. Watch it, he warned, voice low. You have no idea what I've done here, what I'm prepared to do. Conquest drifted a hair closer, bringing them almost face to face. Then consider this a friendly reminder, he rumbled. If you won't finish the task, I will. And trust me, his voice dropped to a gravelly whisper, you won't like my methods. They hovered in tense silence, the stars themselves seeming to hold their breath. Two seasoned conquerors, coiled with power, each judging the other. After a long moment, Nolan Man broke the standoff. Stay out of my way, he bit out. This is my planet to subdue. I won't warn you again. Conquest slowly recrossed his arms, chin tilting up in defiance. Do your job, then, and we won't have a problem. Nolan locked eyes with him, and for a heartbeat it looked as though they might come to blows right then and there. The monster in him longed for it, chomping at the bit for violence. The man he'd become and was still trying to be begged him not to. At last, Nolan granted a curt, albeit reluctant nod. With a final glare, he turned and streaked back down toward Earth in a blur of red and white, leaving Conquest alone in the darkness. Conquest watched him go, a smirk tugging at his scarred lip. His blood sang at the promise of a future battle. That's more like it, he muttered to himself, voice tinged with savage satisfaction. The game was on, and they would be ready. Conquest waited a moment. Followed by 2. 3, now. Only by the count of 5 did he dare chance a glimpse over his shoulder and check for any signs of his progeny and his potential paramour. To his great relief, Naruto and Warwoman were nowhere to be seen. Long gone, and none the wiser of the death they'd dodged. He smirked, broken teeth gleaming. All right, then. Mission accomplished. Still, he couldn't help but worry for the fate of his boy. Maybe he ought to stick around a while. Surely a few days couldn't hurt. 0.0.0.0. Naruto rocketed into the clouds, laughing all the while. This was great. He'd never felt so alive, and yet. Breaking past the cloud cover, he paused, hovered behind a cloud bank, placed his hands together and closed his eyes. All right. No one can see me up here, can they? Let's see if I can still use that. Anger came easily. It was just a matter of maintaining control. Rein it in. Don't let it master you, no losing yourself. Scarlet light began to bleed forth from his stomach. His eyes snapped open, blazing wild red. A grin split his face. Well, all right. That settled it, once and for all. Earth was his oyster. A.N. He's still our Naruto. This proves it. I'm sure you're all wondering how he just did that. Be assured all will be explained in the fullness of time. As for Nolan, you know what they say. No plan survives contact with the enemy. But instead of Naruto lousing things up, we've Conquest to blame this time around. Hope you enjoyed this. Pairing is going to be bonkers. Though I will say this, my team and I remain hesitant to take Eve from Mark. Unless that's what folks want to see. Do you want this to remain a story? Yes? No? Maybe so? Make yourselves heard. Once more, we're sticking with the Embers rule for this particular story, and others. I'm working 2 jobs, might need a third soon. So I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up, your voice matters. Make yourself heard, as ever. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. On there we go. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them, I cannot write. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would you kindly? Previews are most the same, wouldn't do to spoil anything. Previews. Who's the new guy? Don't be a dick, Rex. Cecil swore softly. Shit. That's another one. Anissa tilted her head and blinked twice. Smiled ever softly, now. Interesting. Who are you supposed to be, exactly? The colorfully clad youth, nearly of an age with him, placed both fists on his hips and preened. I'm. Insert title card. Naruto decked him, sending him tumbling through the air. No, he shook his head slowly. You are not invincible, at all. No one is. Dad wasn't. Mom hadn't been. No one was truly invincible. Dude. Not cool. You broke my nose. You punched me first. I'll do a lot more than break your nose if you get in my way again. Whoa, hey. The younger man raised both hands to ward him off. Just calm down. I spent my entire life training. Where did you train, Mark? On a farm. Enough. He drew himself up and stepped over the fallen fighters, regarding his attackers and the man behind the desk with keen intent. I don't want to hear any more speeches from you chumps. He shucked his ruined shirt, baring his chest. Not one word. You can breathe, you can blink, you can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that in a second, but no more words. Lightning crackled across his skin as one struck. His fist snapped up, backhanding the zapper clear out the building. Battle Beast licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Naruto felt something shift in his eyes then, blue snapping into feral red. What did I just say? Machine Head swore. All hell broke loose. Get your hands dirty. Naruto hovered. High above the skyline, where the air thinned and the clouds drifted like lazy titans, he hung suspended. The city stretched beneath him. Chicago, they called it. A sprawl of metal veins and glass organs, pulsing with life. From this altitude, it looked serene. Deceptively so. Cities always lied from a distance. Peace was the illusion of height. Everything looked peaceful enough when you were this high up. This was meant to be reconnaissance. Nothing more. He'd planned to fly a few circuits around the city, memorize the grid, stop the occasional crime to show that he could be trusted, maybe mark a few landmarks in that ridiculous American naming system. Chicago. Bah. It sounded like a sneeze someone tried to spell. No one looked up as he soared past. Not a soul. Curious, that, in the wild, a hawk drew attention. Here, he could have been a meteor and no one would blink until he came crashing down into their cozy little lives. Either they were used to flying men, or they were blind in the ways that mattered. Honestly, he pitied them. In the days that had passed since his encounter with Warwoman, he'd done his best to keep his head down, as it were, while he continued his mission. When he did interfere with humanity, it was with quick, surgical strikes, and only against those he felt worthy of his time. Well, most of the time. Unlike that kidnapping ring he dealt with the other day. Messy bit of business that. He'd been angry and it had shown. None of them survived. You didn't mess with kids. There were some lines you didn't cross. Some things you just didn't do. Even Dad didn't kill kids if he could help it. Still, he'd gotten said brats back to their families, so all was well that ends well. His stomach growled, reminding him of his hunger. He needed food. Then came the explosion. Even from this distance he felt it ripple through the sky like a slap. A tremor of heat, sound, and smoke, followed immediately by another stomach growl that felt, somehow, louder. Naruto grimaced. Alien jerky didn't cut it out there. Not anymore. He'd need to stop somewhere for a proper meal, assuming he could afford to pay. Taking food from the weak was beneath him. Still, hunger didn't bother him over much. The explosion did. It wasn't clean. Not like a surgical strike, not like one of those neat, flashy villain displays he'd read about. This was messy. Chaotic. Desperate. Bank. Of course it was a bank. To be fair, he hadn't meant to get involved. Not this time. But it wasn't as though he dropped from the sky in silence. No aura of intent. No flare. Just a blur of golden hair and quiet resolve, descending through the clouds like a falling promise. Wind shrieked around him, tried to pull at his coat, but he ignored it. Then, impact. He landed with the whisper of a thunderclap, boots cracking pavement like glass under pressure. Dust lifted in a halo. Water from a shattered fountain sprayed behind him, misting the air with a fine, bloody drizzle of concrete. The lobby had been gutted. Half its facade was gone, blown open like a peeled can. The scent of smoke and scorched metal hung thick. Screams echoed off the marble. Gunfire answered them, staccato and frantic. In the center stood a man encased in garish red on black armor, chunky, overdesigned, the kind of suit that screamed insecurity. A plasma cannon hummed on one arm, while a red visor gleamed where his eyes should be, bright and synthetic. Did he even have eyes behind that thing? No way of telling. It was a passing curiosity, nothing more. What was this one called? Bo, you fools. Then the man started monologuing. In broad daylight no less, fear the might of Kill Cannon. Naruto snorted. His lips almost twitched into a smile. Almost. Kill Cannon, he laughed. Not even a question, just a tired acknowledgement, subtle. The villain turned, cannon spinning up, visor gleaming. Who the hell are you supposed to? He never finished the sentence. Naruto moved. Not with flair, not with fire, just intent. Precision guided his body the way instinct guided predators. His footwork didn't blur. No theatrics, no wasted motion. But to everyone else, it must have looked like teleportation. 1 second Kill Cannon stood tall, posturing. The next, Naruto was in front of him, hand extended. Then came the sound. A crunch of metal. The hiss of plasma overheating. The soft, stunned gasp of a man who had just realized the world didn't revolve around his gun. Naruto's fingers clenched. The cannon buckled, its power core crushed like an egg between fingers. Then he was through, driving his fist forward into the man's armored chest. Just one punch. That was all it took. He didn't deign to look at the man as he moved past him, just walked forward, letting the armor-clad fool crumple behind him. He paused only once. Next time, Naruto said, not bothering to turn, try robbing a hot dog stand, fewer casualties. The mangled mess of a man gurgled wetly, and at that, he finally glanced over his shoulder. A puddle of blood bloomed from the bastard's broken body, and belatedly he realized he'd done more damage than he intended. Much more. Judging by the twit's increasingly weak breathing, he'd broken most of his ribs, one of which must have done devastating damage to his insides. Had he accidentally killed him? Oops. He grimaced. And here I thought I'd learned to hold back properly. Something kicked at his chest. He wondered if he should feel pity. Dad wouldn't have. Sorry, he muttered, stomping back to the slowly dying villain. I thought you were stronger. He raised his boot and stomped down on his skull. Blood blossomed across his heel. Make no mistake, this was mercy. Better a quick death than one spent in slow agony. Smoke curled like lazy fingers around the fractured lobby. Silence reigned, deep, complete. The kind of silence that only followed violence. He heard a whimper, doubtless from a terrified onlooker. Then nothing. Naruto exhaled through his nose and brushed the dust from his sleeves, fingers trailing ash and bits of powdered marble. His hand lingered a moment too long on his jacket, an old habit, born of places where appearance still mattered. Still a damn dumb name, he muttered. A low hum answered him. Not mechanical, dimensional. A ripple through reality itself. The air to his left folded inward, blue light twisting as if space had suddenly forgotten how to behave. With a flicker, a tear opened in the world, spilling blue light across scorched concrete. From the rift stepped a man. Not tall, but composed. His hair grayed at the temples. His face, mapped with old scars, didn't flinch at the smell of charred flesh. His eyes were tired, but not dull. Cecil Stedman. Guess I should thank you, the man said, adjusting the collar of a high-cut suit that somehow remained spotless. Kill Cannon's been a thorn in our side for weeks. He glanced to the ruined mass of flesh that was the man's corpse. Shame you left so little to interrogate. Naruto didn't answer. He turned away, step quiet, posture easy. Not tense. Just done. Hold up, Cecil called, stepping forward. Not even gonna let me introduce myself? You already did, he said, not stopping. Fair. Cecil's boots clicked as he stepped over the corpse. Just a smoldering husk now, half embedded in the tile. He didn't even glance down. You move like a Viltrumite. That made Naruto pause. His shoulders didn't twitch, he just stood still, still as the grave. How much did he know? Had Nolan truly been so lax? That a problem? He asked. Depends, Cecil replied, his tone casual, but edged. You planning to burn the planet? Not today. Cecil chuckled. A dry, surgical sound. Good answer. He surveyed the room, tilted head, narrowed eyes, fingers tapping a rhythm against the flask now appearing in his hand. The silence stretched between them like a drawn wire. You're new, Cecil said finally. Strong, dumb enough to charge a guy named Kill Cannon without flinching. Naruto's stomach growled, loud and undignified. I was hungry, he said. So, what, you planned on robbing a bank but this guy beat you to it? A blonde brow rose, wholly unamused. Do I look like I need to rob a bank? So why stop this guy at all? He was noisy. Cecil raised an eyebrow, drew a flask from his belt and unscrewed it. The scent of something sharp and metallic drifted from within. Naruto wrinkled his nose against it. What manner of foul concoction was that? Ah, the human retorted, taking a sip. That explains it. Still, pride won't feed you, kid. The timing was perfect. Naruto's stomach let out another protest, louder this time. A traitor in his gut. He winced, just a little. Cecil heard it and smirked like a man who'd won a bet with himself. How about it? He asked. Want a job? 0.0.0.0. The GDA headquarters sat hidden beneath the Pentagon. To most, it was a myth. A whispered acronym on conspiracy forums, tucked between tales of lizard people and hollow moons. To Naruto, it was cold, not in temperature, in spirit. Everything about the place was sterile. Polished floors. Glass walls. Lighting that buzzed just slightly too loud. The scent of disinfectant never quite faded. It wasn't just a base, it was a machine pretending to be a home. Too human, he thought. And yet, not enough. Cecil walked ahead, hands clasped behind his back, his coat flaring just slightly with each step. His boots echoed with a rhythm that matched the hum of generators buried deep beneath the facility. They passed labs full of blinking lights and faceless scientists. Bunkers lined with prototype weapons. Teleportation rings that hummed with latent energy. Cryopods. Rows of them, encased in frost. Naruto didn't ask what was inside. Some things you didn't need to know to understand. Cecil finally stopped in front of a reinforced door. Titanium weave. Sensor locks. Enough shielding to survive a small apocalypse, or contain one. He could have broken through that with one hand tied behind his back. Of course, saying or doing so would be in poor taste, so he didn't. They'll be here in a minute, Cecil said, tapping a finger against his earpiece. Play nice. Naruto raised a brow. I'm always nice, in so much as he could be. Right. Cecil didn't smile. He never smiled. Tell them we're ready. The door hissed open with the finality of a judge's gavel. And they walked in. The guardians of the globe. They didn't strut. They didn't need to. Their presence filled the room, a kind of quiet gravity that made the air sit heavier in Naruto's lungs. Not Viltrumite level pressure, but close enough to be noticed. The kind of presence that said, "You're not the only one with power." Each step was measured. Each glance, deliberate. Each. "You?" The voice cracked the tension like lightning through storm clouds. Naruto blinked, not surprised to find a familiar face amongst Earth's greatest heroes. Warwoman stood at the forefront of the group, arm outstretched, finger trembling with a mixture of disbelief and fury. Her jaw was tight. Her stance aggressive. Her cape fluttered behind her like a flag mid-battle. She also looked completely, utterly flummoxed to see him. "Hey. Worth it." He scratched the back of his head, sheepish grin sliding onto his face like it had been waiting backstage for its cue. "Yup," he said. "Me." Cecil quirked a brow. "You know each other." "He's the one I told you about, sir." Warwoman hadn't lowered her hand for one moment. More recently, he wiped out a kidnapping ring in Detroit. Naruto preened a little despite his best efforts to maintain a dour expression. Had he done that? Ordinarily it was so hard to remember ants he'd crushed underfoot, but he recalled that little foray all too well. In the end, he settled for a shrug. "They shot at me first." "Only because you flew through their roof. It was a shortcut." She flung up her arms. "You killed them with a door." Right, he remembered that. That had been a bit of inspired brutality. "Wasn't using it anymore," he retorted. "Sides, they had hostages. Bad guys died, good guys lived. No civilians got hurt." Darkwing grunted his approval. "I like him." Warwoman rounded on him. "Of course you would." Cecil raised his hands. Okay, enough. He's green, but he's effective. I think he's a good fit." Naruto crossed both arms before his jacket and stood his ground. While he was vaguely aware of each of their identities thanks to the reports, none of them save Warwoman seemed overly eager to introduce themselves to him just yet. And why should they? He was an unknown to them, green, in Cecil's words. How little they knew. Warwoman snorted. "A good fit for what? Punching everything until it dies." Naruto huffed. "You'd be surprised how well that works." Immortal finally stepped forward, surprising him. "Let's give the kid a chance. We all had to start somewhere. I say we put it to a vote." Wait, what? When Cecil mentioned a job, he'd assumed it was something small, a role within the GDA he could use for his own purposes. Not joining the Guardians of the Globe, were they that naive? No, they couldn't possibly be. They had no way of knowing his true intentions. Any good deeds he did were due to his own bleeding heart, not his duty. He was here to help prepare this planet for the Viltrum Empire, to find and breed with as many women as possible and in doing so, rebuild their ranks. Granted, he'd gotten something of a slow start on the ladder, but only because he was busy with recon. That would soon change. They couldn't possibly think he was suited to join their ranks, could they? The room fell quiet. Darkwing gave the nod. Red Rush flicked him a thumbs up. Green Ghost offered her own assent. "I look forward to working with you." Martian Man shrugged a shoulder. "If he is as capable as you claim, there should be no problems." Aquarius offered a wet rasp that Naruto only belatedly realized was a laugh. "Fine, let the guppy in. What's one more reservist?" Guppy. Naruto nearly pulped the fishman on the spot for that. It took all his strength to keep smiling. Warwoman huffed. "I see I'm outvoted, then. There you have it." Immortal clapped him on the back, he barely felt it, and granted him a careworn smile. "Welcome to the team." "Yeah. Thanks. Infiltration successful." He hadn't planned this, though. These people might have to die someday. The thought churned unpleasantly in his stomach. Plastering a smile to his face that he didn't entirely feel, he sketched the Earth equivalent of a bow. "I'm honored." Cecil didn't smile, the man never did, but he did grant him a nod. "All right, then. We'll get you kitted out in a bit. But before that, you wanted a meal, didn't you?" His stomach agreed loudly. Naruto sputtered, the act of which drew a laugh from his foe comrades. Even Warwoman smiled a little. And after that, Red Rush gave him a quick once-over, grinning all the while. "If he's gonna be working with us, he'll need a proper costume." Not that cobbled-together outfit. Hey. This was all he had. Nevertheless, the baffled blonde perked up, finding himself warming to the idea. Can it be black and orange? Warwoman rolled his eyes. I'm surprised you didn't choose black and blue. What? No way. He crossed both arms before his chest. Those colors, together, they're cursed. Everything was proceeding according to plan, he was literally failing upwards. So why did he have the feeling he was forgetting something? 0.0.0.0. The world was dull. Conquest walked it anyway. He moved like a whisper through alleyways and vacant industrial zones, each step too soft for the power behind it. A black hoodie hung loose around his frame, the hood pulled low. Tinted glasses sat awkwardly on a face far too proud to hide. The disguise was absurd, laughable, even, but no one questioned it. That was the problem with Earth. No one questioned anything, they liked to ignore things. He wandered the city like a ghost with nowhere better to haunt. Empty streets. Cracked sidewalks. Billboards peeling at the edges. The planet pulsed with life, yes. But it was an unimpressive life. Soft people. Squishy bones. Weapons designed more for spectacle than survival. Even their explosions felt like celebration, brief flashes, loud and hollow. Like birthday candles. This was Earth? He scoffed beneath his breath. The sound barely disturbed the air. His son would have no trouble conquering these soft, senseless, squishy people. A tremor rippled through the ground, mild, but rhythmic. A beacon, almost. Conquest turned, tracking it like a man hearing something out of place in a familiar room. Manic laughter, accompanied by screams. On a whim, he deigned to follow it to the Sourfche. And there he was, hovering midair above a city park, shouting at pigeons and pensioners. Doc Seismic. Conquest remembered the name from Nolan's reports. A small-time villain, eccentric in the most grating of ways. Short. Smug. Stupid. Armed with gauntlets he'd likely stolen from some underfunded university lab. He spoke in monologues and moved like he believed them. I shall bring the surface world to its knees. The man declared, arms raised high. Hear me, fools. Your time is over, my time is now. A trembling mountain of molten rock rose behind him, more show than substance. Conquest smashed through it and landed behind him without so much as a sound. Doc Seismic faltered in his shadow. Who the hell? Conquest didn't respond. He didn't need to, he was already moving. There was no flash. No sound. Just the sudden absence of Doc's right gauntlet, torn free with such precision the man didn't register the pain at first. Then the left. The old fool was left balking at the mangled bloody stumps of his wrists, but nor for long. Conquest didn't give him the time. His recently restored right arm always helped to have a spare prosthetic handy struck straight and true. A second pop followed the first, shoulders dislocating with a crunch, leaving what remained of his arms hanging limp. Doc howled, a shrill, childish sound, eyes wild with panic. Killing him wouldn't even be any fun. Stop, he said. The word wasn't angry. Just bored. Tired. You're annoying me. The wannabe villain bobbed his head up and down in a frantic nod. He couldn't even speak, such was the pain. You RK? Good. A flick of Conquest's hand followed. Snap. Doc Seismic's spindly legs folded inward like broken toys. This so-called Doc collapsed in a heap of lab coat and regret, whimpering through clenched teeth as he curled inward on himself. Gone were his grand speeches and self-aggrandizing ways. He was so much meat now, quivering before him, begging for mercy. He didn't even try to put up a fight. Boring. Useless. Weak. Conquest gazed down at him and resisted the urge to squash him like the bug he was. Was this all that the warriors of this world had to offer? How incredibly disappointing. A shadow of what he had faced across countless planets before. He turned and walked away. No flourish, no threat, no need. The world was dull, but he would fix that, eventually. And if not him, then Vanguard certainly would. Someone yanked on his sleeve suddenly, drawing him back with a start. Who dared? Hey, pal. A young voice grated against his ears. You can't just go breaking people's everything like that. Conquest paused, mildly bemused. Pivoting in place, he looked down in search of the one who had slowed him, only to frown when he found the responsible party. A child? Or near enough, he supposed. She was a mere slip of a girl, clad in a deep blue shirt and black jeans. She was a brunette, her brown hair bound back in a loose ponytail. Piercing blue gaze searing into him like he considered crushing her, but then thought better of it. She was the first human on this planet who dared stand up to him. Nolan didn't count. Nolan wasn't of this world. This whelp was. For that in Kushina's memory he'd let her live to see another sunrise. Bemused, he tilted his head. And who are you, child? I prefer to know the name of those who intrigue me. Also those he dismembered, but he was seriously considering sparing her if only because she reminded him so much of his wife. Name's Amanda. The waif tossed her head indignantly, then ruined it by stomping her foot. And I'm not a child. And yet she acted like one. Conquest squinted and amended his initial statement. She was a bit tall. Adolescent, then. The girl grit her teeth. You tryin' to piss me off, pal? Not at all. She had spirit, but only that. Her flesh was weak. A simple backhand would break her neck. And he was so very tired. This bit of banter had been amusing, but she'd reminded him of Kushina. He always felt so very weary when he thought of her. Like he could just close his eyes and never open them again. But what did it matter? This tiny slip of a girl was not her. She would never be here. Any coincidental comparison made between was just that, mere happenstance. Besides, he had no interest in children. Tutting once, he pulled his arm from her grip and walked away. Imagine his surprise when she immediately circled round him to block his path with outstretched arms. Conquest paused, both bemused and befuddled. Did this girl have a death wish? What's wrong with you, anyway? She spared a glance for the weeping, broken form of Doc Seismic. You nearly killed that guy. Heroes don't kill. Hero? Him? He'd been called many things. Monster, butcher, husband, father, but hero? Never that one. Was that her hang-up, here? Semantics, he supposed. Few were strong as he. That said, she has spirit. Perhaps Vanguard can mate with her when she's of age. Not now, of course. You listenin' to me, bub? A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as loomed over this mouthy mongrel. The oaf is still breathing, isn't he? Barely. Despite the danger, this Amanda stared him down undaunted and even had the gall to poke him in the chest, digging a finger into the hardened muscle beneath without care for her life. Listen here, Buster. You've got two choices. Either you help me get this guy to a hospital before he bleeds out, or you're joining him on the floor. Now she had the courage to threaten him. He was beginning to like her. Conquest quirked a pale brow. Child, you have no idea. That does it. He was still speaking when that harmless little girl abruptly became something else. He'd only just begun to frown when a massive green fist plowed into his face. His visage held up quite nicely, his head barely budged beneath the blow. Alas, his sunglasses weren't quite so fortunate. The opaque shades shattered like the brittle glass and plastic they were, peppering the floor at his feet. Brushing the lingering shards from his face, he found himself face to face with a towering green monster as large as he was tall. This creature looked strong. Moreover, the girl had transformed into this muscle-bound brute. Well. There was just one problem. His good eye swiveled to the broken shades at his feet with mournfully mounting annoyance. I liked those sunglasses. Then you're gonna love this. With a deep roar, the green monster threw another punch. Conquest caught it. Twisted his wrist aside, wrenched the arm down, forcing the creature to a knee. A grunt of pain was his reward. No pleas for mercy, no begging, no broken bones. Yet, perhaps the latter would come in time, but for now, indeed, for the first time in a long while without another Viltrumite around. He smiled. Finally. Amanda decked him. It was a good punch, he mused. Well thrown despite the poor footing. She nailed him in the chin and snapped his head to the side. But that was all. Slowly, almost lazily, he reached up and caught her wrist, entrapping that arm as well. Here at last, a glimmer of concern passed through the green creature's pale gaze. Conquest reveled in that fierce flicker of fear and leaned over her, looming large. Child, if that's all you can muster, this is going to go very poorly for you. He punched her into a building. Monster girl, no, you do not want that fight, run away. Edit. Someone actually thought I was pairing her up with Conquest? That's an angle I hadn't considered at all. Her sassiness simply reminds him of Kushina. Besides, she's stuck at the physical age of a kid at the moment, and that is a big no-no. In regards to Naruto, Vanguard, there will still be more to the pairing. Dark, and I simply don't want to pile it all on at once. Pairing is going to be bonkers. Though I will say this, my team and I remain hesitant to take Eve from Mark. Unless that's what folks want to see. Do you want this to remain a story? Yes? No? Maybe so? Make yourselves heard. Once more, we're sticking with the Embers rule for this particular story, and others. I'm working 2 jobs, might need a third soon. So I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up, your voice matters. Make yourself heard, as ever, reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. On there we go. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them, I cannot write. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would you kindly? Previews are most the same, wouldn't do to spoil anything. Previews. Anissa tilted her head and blinked twice. Smiled ever so softly. Now. Interesting. Who are you supposed to be, exactly? The colorfully clad youth, nearly of an age with him, placed both fists on his hips and preened. I'm. Insert title card invincible. Naruto immediately decked him in the schnoz, sending the younger boy tumbling backward through the air with a strangled cry of pain. No, he shook his head slowly. You are not invincible, at all. No one is. Dad wasn't. Mom hadn't been. No one was truly invincible. Dude. Mark rasped, lisping his words, not cool, you bewoke my dose. The blonde lowered his bloody fist. You punched me first. I'll do a lot more than break your nose if you get in my way again. Whoa, hey. The younger man raised both hands to ward him off. Just calm down. I spent my entire life training from the moment I could walk. Where did you train, Mark? On a farm. Enough. He drew himself up and stepped over the fallen fighters, regarding his attackers and the man behind the desk with keen intent. I don't want to hear any more speeches from you chumps. He shucked his ruined shirt, baring his chest. Not one word. You can breathe, you can blink, you can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that in a second, but no more words. Lightning crackled across his skin as one struck. His fist snapped up, backhanding the zapper clear out the building without a second glance. Battle Beast licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Naruto felt something shift in his eyes then, blue snapping into feral red. What did I just say? Machine Head swore. Battle Beast lunged forward. Naruto met him halfway. All hell broke loose. Do you trust him, sir? I trust him not to trust us, Donald, meaning. Trust is a fickle thing where Viltrumites are concerned. You can't buy that, it has to be earned. Then how do we earn his? In his case, with Warwoman, Green Ghost, anyone who can keep him distracted. Give him a damn harem if that's what it takes. Sir, with all due respect, the chances of this working are higher than you might think, Donald. Trust me. I'll take your word for it, sir. Cecil, trust. Monster Girl hit the ground hard enough to make it weep. Not concrete. Not reinforced steel. The lawn. Dirt cratered beneath her mass, blades of grass torn up like casualties, the impact rippling outward in a silent scream of pulverized earth. For a heartbeat, nothing moved, just dust, suspended like judgment in the air. Conquest stood over her. Unimpressed. His arms were crossed, chin tilted slightly. Calculating. Not angry. That would imply emotion. This was colder. Sharper. You're not dead, he said, voice flat. That's progress. She groaned, twisting as her beastly form shimmered with strain. The transformation had already started to flicker. Knuckles retracting, jaw reshaping, muscles twitching where nerves overloaded. She staggered upright with a snarl, blood sliding from a split lip to drip on the grass like punctuation. You hit like a pissed-off tractor, she spat, dragging her arm back into place with a wet pop. Flatter me later, Conquest replied, then drove his knee into her ribs. The sound wasn't a crack, it was a squelch. Monster Girl flew. Again. She tore through a tree, bounced once, and landed in a heap that left a long furrow through the soil, dragging up roots and worm-soaked dirt. Her growl was guttural, primal, but even that dissolved into a choked gasp. Pain. Real, human pain. Conquest didn't chase. He walked. Each step quiet, measured, not from caution, but from certainty. You think rage makes you strong? He asked, voice carrying across the broken green. I've watched titans die screaming and planets rip apart under fists stronger than yours. You know what they all had in common. He didn't wait for an answer. They were angry. Monster Girl roared and lunged. Pure instinct. No form. No strategy. Just fury trying to outrun fear. He led her close, then grabbed her by the face, and slammed her into the ground. Once. Twice. A third time. The lawn cratered again. This time deeper. The air vibrated with the weight of it. Windows cracked. Somewhere in the compound, an alarm chirped in confusion, as if even the systems weren't prepared for violence like this on the grass. She didn't get up. Her monstrous form flickered again, then collapsed, leaving bruised skin and swollen limbs. Her face was bloodied, lip torn, one eye too swollen to open. And still, he didn't strike again, he just crouched. Not kind. Not gentle. Just observant. Like a scientist dissecting a specimen to see if it still twitched. Amanda, was it? He drawled, looming before her like a wave, ready to swallow her whole. You know why you're still breathing? She coughed. Moved her head. Somehow managed to glare at him through one blood-rimmed eye and answer his question. Mercy. He shrugged. It's not mercy. Her breath hitched. She waited. It's because I chose not to end you. A pause. Her body trembled, more from pain than rage now. He laughed. Once. It wasn't friendly. They keep calling me unstable, he muttered, standing up again. Truth is, I just hate wasting time these days. And right now, you're a waste of mine. She growled, bristling with fiery fury, but lacked the strength to rise. Wasn't hard to see why. Her arms were shot. Surrender. She needed to surrender, knew she should, and yet. Conquest noticed. Hey, his piece said. Her tormentor reached down, grabbed her by the ponytail, and yanked her upright, forcing her to face him. Don't give up just yet. You can do this. You've still got a chance. Pausing, he looked past her and spotted something she couldn't see. You just need the right motivation, Amanda gulped. 0.0.0.0. The Guardians were noisy. They bickered like crows in a lightning storm. Laughed too loud. Trained too hard. Lectured with the moral authority of war veterans and the rigidity of schoolteachers. Warwoman hit like a wrecking ball wrapped in patriotism. Her sparring sessions felt like political debates delivered through punches, and always ended in finger-wagging monologues that Naruto endured with a smile so practiced it was practically reflex. Black Samson had questions. Too many. Questions that tried to pry, peel, analyze. What are your limits? What's your power origin? Are you faster than the Red Rush equivalent on your world? As if his power could be measured like rainfall. Robot was worse. He didn't ask. He observed. Wasn't even part of the team, but visited more often than not. Every breath Naruto took was catalogued. Every heartbeat timed. Every flicker of movement noted with the detached enthusiasm of someone assembling a murder mystery. Except the mystery was Naruto's blood, and the murder was theoretical. None of it bothered him. Not really. He liked being underestimated. Enjoyed the way they sidestepped around him in strategy meetings, unsure of where he fit. He reveled in the way they danced between caution and curiosity, not realizing the game had already started and he was 10 moves ahead. It had been a week since the incident with Kill Cannon. A week since Naruto had accidentally caved in a man's chest with one punch, too fast, too precise, too conditioned to hold back. Surprisingly, Kill Cannon was still alive, barely. Last Naruto heard, he was in traction, breathing through tubes, his internal organs playing musical chairs. Some called it excessive. Others whispered the words liability. Naruto had apologized. He'd meant it. but part of him had also enjoyed it. Since then, he'd been quiet. Played nice. Smiled more. Helped out on missions. Caught civilians mid-fall. Posed for PR photos. Kept his punches restrained as best he could with only a few accidents and dead monsters to show for it to just a little above mortal durability. All while folks like Red Rush and Aquarius badgered him for not having a proper costume. Just yet. He'd have one when Hugh was good and ready, thank you very much, not before. He wanted something orange and black, preferably with a cape. In any case, he was earning trust. Building rapport. Laying bricks for a house he didn't plan to live in. And it was boring. Unbearably boring. He wasn't a soldier here, not yet, not really. He was a curiosity with a good smile. A foreign name wrapped in mystery and myth. The new guy. The other Viltrumite. The one who smiles like he knows something you don't. And maybe he did, because he was itching. Not for violence, not exactly. For challenge. For purpose. For something real. So when the sky cracked open like a ruptured drum, when the clouds peeled apart like torn skin and the air sang with the hum of raw, unshaped power, Naruto smiled. No words. No flourish. Just that look, half wolf, half child, all hunger. A ripple of power cascaded down from the upper stratosphere, bending clouds and setting birds to scatter like leaves in a hurricane. Something had arrived. Something big. The Guardians scrambled. Red alerts screamed through the compound. Sensors shorted. Systems flickered. Warwoman called for positions. Black Samson cursed and reached for his gear. Robot pinged 17 defensive simulations in less than a second. Naruto stood still. The wind whipped at his jacket. His eyes narrowed, not in fear, but in longing. In that, father and son were alike. Finally. 0.0.0.0. She did not land. Landing implied gentleness. She descended. As if the sky itself parted for her arrival. As if gravity bowed in reverence and light made way. The flames around her weren't fire. They were pressure. Cosmic authority made visible. Violet energy peeling off her form in strands that cracked like solar flares. Her armor, what little she wore, shimmered with the heat of her descent, flexing with each movement as if alive, wisps of plasma still coursing beneath the plating like a pulse made of war. Above her head, a crown floated, not worn, but displayed. A strange winged thing of molten glass orbiting her brow, refracting distorted images of the world she had come to claim. It almost seemed to simmer, glowing with heat that didn't burn, it warmed. And her eyes? They did not blaze. They judged and found the world wanting. She hovered in silence, high above the city, distant but unmistakable. Like an angel drawn from prophecy, but written in the wrong book. One where conquest wasn't sin, it was destiny. Naruto rose to meet her. He didn't leap, he ascended. The wind coiled around him as he gained altitude, the fabric of his jacket fluttering like a war banner yet to be declared. His silhouette framed by the fractured light of her presence, shadow dancing across the curve of his cheek. She stopped 20 feet short of him. Hung there in the stratosphere, arms relaxed, body unreadable as she studied him. He regarded her in return, this gorgeous woman bearing green skin and the curves to match, her armor alien and eccentric, her eyes blazing while as she hoisted her staff. He wasn't one to knock alien culture, but she was barely wearing, well, anything at all. Pale aqua hair hung in a heavy braid behind her head for reasons he didn't understand. She was wearing gauntlets on those green arms over hers, and what the heck were those tights? Really, it looked like she was wearing the upper half of a white corset and violet underwear alongside thigh-high white boots to cover her legs, and gray metal bracers over her forearms and shoulders. Really, if it weren't for that half-skirt which concealed her absolutely fantastic hindquarters and nothing else, he would have thought her an intergalactic model of some sort. Scatter, vermin! She cried out at the sight of him, voice like crystal singing across stone. Cold. Measured. Final. My people hunger. They are in need. Stand aside or be slain. Vermin. Him. That was a new one. The beast within him stirred, itching to lash out, even as he found himself amused. Naruto tilted his head, a sliver of amusement creeping across his lips. Now, is that any way to say hello? She glowered at him, eyes blazing a while and fiery white. Do not presume to tell Universa how to complete her task. His eyes lit up. Universa, eh? Great. He brought his hands together in a merry clap and sketched a sarcastic bow, shallow as his smile. Your parents gave you one doozy of a name, didn't they? Straightening up, he let the light catch his eyes. Mine's a bit simpler. Vanguard, at your service. No way he was trusting a homicidal alien lady with his real name just yet. Irritation rolled off her in waves. I did not ask. No, he allowed, but you did come crashing out of the stars to claim our planet. Sorry about that, this one's taken. She glowered at him, gripping her staff tight. I will let none stand in my way. Itching for a fight, this one. Good, so was he, honestly. Are you sure about that? Enough talk. Her expression didn't shift. I have come for your planet. I have claimed it. Step aside or be slain. He smiled. Not kindly, not politely, it was his father's smile. That of someone who had waited for this, for her, and had finally been given permission to enjoy himself. You don't seem to understand. Naruto let the bow fall, and his smile grow in its absence. This world isn't yours to claim. It's mine. Nailed it. He didn't care how corny that line sounded, he'd been waiting forever to say those words. Universa snarled as she raised her staff, wild light swelling at its tip. Then die with it. Naruto swore and blitzed her in a rush of momentum. The sky collapsed as she opened fire. They clashed mid-air. 0.0.0.0. Conquest paused as he heard an explosion in the distance. A proud smile lit his scarred visage. That's my boy. Bemused, he looked back to the sprawled form of this so-called monster girl. Monster? Bah. He'd fought foes far worse than this whelp of a lass. Yet somehow, someway, somewhere, she was getting up again. His grin grew savage at the sight. That's the spirit. 0.0.0.0. Fist met plasma. Pressure met speed. Kinetic energy turned violent. The impact cracked the air like a god's heartbeat. Thunder followed, not from the sky, but from the sheer volume of power in motion. Below, the city reeled. Windows exploded in a 3-mile radius. Alarms blared. The Guardians mobilized in seconds, scrambling to coordinate containment. Civilians scattered like insects under falling glass. Above them, gods fought. Naruto moved like a blade unbound by friction, the wind cleaving around him in sharp gusts. Universa struck like a solar storm, every blow a radiant burst of focused destruction. Where she passed, the air shimmered. Where she struck, the atmosphere screamed. She wasn't fast. She was inevitable. Energy surged outward with every swing, auroras rippling from her limbs, curved lashes of force-bending light and thought alike. He loved it. You're early, he muttered between strikes, weaving under a lance of purple fire that shot into orbit and clipped a low-flying satellite. It sparked like a dying star before tumbling earthward. Universa narrowed her gaze. You knew I was coming? He shrugged mid-pivot, then caught her under the ribs with an upward strike that bent the air around his fist. Dad said someone would probably show after we softened the place up. He followed up with a spinning kick that sent her through a cloud. Guess you got impatient. She didn't answer with words. She exploded from the mist, wrapped in raw gravitational force, and tackled him downward. They spiraled like comets in freefall, crashing through a skyscraper's upper floors. Steel warped. Glass vaporized. Reinforced walls screamed in protest. By the time they hit the 40th floor, the building was already leaning. She gripped him by the collar and hissed into his face, "You talk too much. And you don't hit nearly hard enough." He grabbed her staff. She reacted poorly to that. Fool. None but I can wield the staff of leadership. Naruto opened his mouth, didn't get a chance to retort. Universa punched him in the teeth. Hard. His head snapped sideways, lip split, a string of blood spinning into the air like ink in water. He turned back, smile crooked and crimson. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, right back at Y. Another punch. This one into the stomach. It bent space. But he didn't fold. He laughed, then slammed his forehead into hers with enough force to create a sonic boom. Their war raged on, midair and rising, both refusing to yield. Above a city still catching its breath, violence ascended like a new sun. 0.0.0.0. Nolan observed them. His eyes were cold. Like so much ice. 0.0.0.0. Even the best battles cannot last forever. They hovered in the upper stratosphere, motionless amid the hush of windless air. Below, the city reeled. Emergency sirens pulsed across fractured silence. Columns of smoke reached toward the heavens like prayers left unanswered. Up here, there was no sound but the whisper of power still crackling faintly off their skin. They didn't speak. Not at first. Not until Naruto broke the silence, voice soft, yet edged like a drawn blade. You're fighting like someone who's already lost. Universa didn't flinch. Her battered armor such as it was hissed as plasma cooled along its ridges. Her lips curled into a sneer. My world is dying. Our core is dying. Our systems are failing. I came for what Earth has. Its energy. Your loss is my survival. He crossed both arms before his chest, content to hover. Did it ever occur to you to just ask? We could always let you drain a power plant or something. My world is 8 times the size of yours. The power I need to prevent a global extinction will drain this world dry. She brandished her staff at him and he noticed the ridges his grip had left in the metal. It pains me to have to end your life, but there is too much at stake. I cannot fail and you will not yield. You leave me no choice. Naruto flexed his neck, the vertebrae popping softly. Bit dramatic, but I get it. You're stalling, she said coldly. No, he floated back a pace, not retreating, granting space. I'm thinking. Universa's aura flared again, that violet shimmer coiling like storm surge, ready to strike. But Naruto didn't raise a guard, didn't charge, he raised a single hand. Not in defense. In promise. You want energy? He asked, voice low, voice dangerous. I'll give it to you. She narrowed her eyes. You what? You want energy? He continued, tone unwavering. Don't fight me for it. I'll give it to you. Not now. Not today. But if I have to, I'll rip it out of this planet with my bare hands. Just to prove I can. Just to prove I'm capable of what you're chasing. The atmosphere trembled. She didn't move, didn't blink. Because that wasn't an offer. That was a warning dressed as a gift. You're bluffing. Naruto didn't smile, though he almost wanted to. I'm promising. And something in his voice shifted, subtle, sharp. The kind of tone that didn't lie. That didn't need to, because power didn't beg. It offered. Unlimited energy, he said. Access. Partnership. But only if this world stays standing. She stared at him. Measured him. You would give that to me, she asked, voice quieter, just like that. No, Naruto retorted flatly before she could get her hopes up. But I'd trade. I'm offering you a deal. She looked past him to the planet below. You're stalling for the Guardians. They won't stop you, he shook his head. I might. Universa floated in silence. The sky turned faintly orange as the sun dipped behind distant clouds, casting long shadows over the two of them. You're not afraid of me, she whispered. No, he floated closer, the pressure of him thickening the air. No glow. No aura. Just presence. Like a blade drawn but not yet swung. I respect you. You're strong. Sharp. Strategic. The kind of threat I don't kill unless I have to. This energy you speak of, how do you plan to procure it without killing your planet? He grinned. That would be telling. You have time, don't you? He prodded her verbally, testing her limits. It's not as though your planet's gonna go nuclear within the next week or anything, right? Her eyes flashed with anger at his blunt assessment, only to dim a little as she looked away. We have a few decades, yes, but it is as you said. I was impatient. The admission seemed to shame her a little. Everything I do for the good of my people. He could understand that much. He felt much the same towards other Viltrumites, even if he intended to murder the ruler of said people someday. Someday, frag. Someday, but for now he would play the peacekeeper. Then you won't mind waiting a little, surely. Universa huffed. I do not wish to wait. Yeah, no kidding. Clearly this woman was used to getting her way. Or perhaps she'd simply grown accustomed to it. Regardless, she had to realize brute force wasn't going to win the day. Not here. Not now. Not with him around. She might be able to fight, but quantity had a quality all its own. She was but one warrior. Earth had many. Even if she did manage by some miracle to get past him, highly unlikely. She would be bogged down by Earth's heroes long before she gained the energy she needed for her planet. And that was assuming Nolan didn't get his hands on her. Omni-Man would have probably popped her skull like a grape right about now. Bastard was probably watching this somewhere. Best wrap things up before he got ideas. Even if he quietly relished the idea of fighting him. So you don't wait. He shrugged instead, surprising Universa, throwing the intergalactic invader off balance once more. Suppose we fight again. You'll probably die, and when you do, I'll take that staff of yours. He didn't miss the flicker of fear that flashed across her green face. That happens, your planet's doomed. Unless your world sends another champion. Universa bridled like the ruler she was. I am the strongest of my people. So no one else to take up the mantle, got it. He thumbed his chin, nodding once. So they're definitely doomed. I do this for the good of my people, damn you. Then prove it. He slashed a hand through the air and snapped back at her, anger creeping into his voice. Do what's best for them, not your precious pride. Last time I checked, throwing your life away in a fool's gambit won't help anyone. Universa grit her teeth. Stay a while. His tongue betrayed him suddenly, surprising him as much as her. This planet might surprise you. A beat passed. Universa stared at him. Tilted her head a fraction of an inch, now. She kept staring at him like that for some time, as though he were some puzzle she were trying to ponder. Naruto wasn't entirely sure he liked it. Her lips pursed, pouted for a moment. Finally, the tension drained from her shoulders, and with it, the willingness to continue their brawl. No one has ever spoken to me in such a manner. Naruto uncrossed his arms with a grunt. I say it as I see it, lady. Without warning, her lips parted in the ghost of a smile. Very well, she said. Vanguard, was it? I will accept your terms, for now. Then let me be the first to say this. Naruto extended a hand. Welcome to Earth. She blinked. Once, twice, thrice for good measure. Why are you holding your hand like that? He did his best not to snort. It's called a handshake. Universa tilted her head. I do not understand. You are not shaking your hand. You've held it perfectly still. A snicker threatened to unman him. It's an Earth custom. Is it? She tilted her head further still. Your planet is most strange. Mustn't laugh at her. Absolutely not. Hold it in. Here, I'll show you. He floated closer, took a hold of her free hand and held it up between them. Her eyes widened in alarm as she straightened up, but made no attempt to escape and let him have his way with her. Even mimicked his motion as he pumped their intertwined hands up and down. On a whim, Naruto dared to thread his fingers through her own. And this, he elaborated, unable to resist teasing her, is called holding hands. Familiar with this concept, are we? Apparently so, because Universa flushed brightly and ripped her fingers from his with an adorable sputter. He grinned, delighted by it. Oh, so they have that on your planet after all? Just like that, the seed was sown. That got a reaction out of her all right. The scantily clad woman garbled a response, choked once, then swallowed stiffly, only stumbling a little over her words. Of course we do. You. Do you think me a barbarian? Only mated pairs are allowed to hold hands for more than 3 seconds, let alone intertwine their fingers. Wait, was she implying? No, never mind. A blonde brow rose regardless. To be fair, you're wearing the skimpiest outfit I've ever seen so. Her own brow furrowed in quiet consternation. This is regal attire on my planet. Then the men of your world are lucky bastards and I envy them. She made a confused noise. Why? How was it possible to be this naive? She balked at hand-holding as though it were an unspeakable act, yet gave no thought whatsoever to her scandalous attire. Do not comment. Don't say that aloud. Do not make any remarks. He very much appreciated the view and was in no hurry to enlighten her, not when it meant unleashing her wrath all over again. Fighting her might be fun, but it wasn't that fun. Still. Decency won out. Look, he began, scratching the back of his head, might want to cover up when you head down there. Why? Your outfit might give people ideas. She pressed the issue, beautifully naive. What manner of ideas? Best be blunt, then. The mating kind. He chuckled at the gasp she gave and barreled on. Just warning y'all. You do you, but that outfit doesn't leave much to the imagination. You're sure to turn heads like that. Universa clutched her staff to her bosom, face gone curiously red. You find me attractive? Naruto twitched. How had she drawn that conclusion? Still, she wasn't wrong per se. Yes, I see. She looked away from him and bit her thumb, briefly worrying it between her teeth before speaking. This earth of yours is truly a treacherous place. I had no idea my chastity would be at risk. Still, it's much too soon. I hardly know you at all. This woman. It was too much. He couldn't hold back anymore. Laughter tumbled past his lips and that was it. He was done, damned, doomed. He doubled over, clutching his stomach with one hand, even as the other valiantly attempted to muffle his mouth and mask his mirth. It did not succeed. He kept laughing, shoulders trembling in near-silent madness. Just what was wrong with this planet? Universa didn't much appreciate his humor. Why do you laugh? She stomped a foot against the air to no avail. Have I said something amusing? Enlighten me at once? In the end, she didn't attempt to shake his hand again. Not yet, she was much too wary for that. But she didn't try to suck the planet dry either, and that, for now, was enough. 0.0.0.0. The city simmered beneath them. Flickers of red and blue lights pulsed through the streets below like veins beneath bruised skin. Smoke curled upward in lazy spirals, painted orange by the dying sun, fading now behind distant towers and broken windows. The hum of repair crews, emergency sirens, and distant drones buzzed faintly in the air. Too far to touch them. Too loud to ignore. Warwoman stepped onto the rooftop without ceremony. She moved like someone who'd carried the weight of cities on her back before, and knew how to balance it without tipping. Naruto didn't turn as she approached. He stood near the edge, hands tucked into his jacket pockets, gaze tilted toward the clouds as his hair stirred in the wind. She's just gone? Warwoman asked, arms folding tight across her chest. For now, he said. She'll be around. His voice was calm, controlled, but not careless. I gave her a reason to leave, he continued, and a reason to come back. Warwoman exhaled through her nose. Her eyes didn't leave him. That sounds less like a solution, she said, and more like an invitation. Naruto finally turned to glance at her, half a smirk pulling at his mouth, just enough to betray thought behind the expression. She came here ready to incinerate half the planet for fuel, he said. I gave her something better than resistance. She narrowed her eyes. Which was? Uncertainty, he retorted. Possibility. I gave her a choice. That's not strategy, Warwoman replied. That's trust. Perhaps it was. He didn't deny it in any case. Instead, he looked back out over the skyline. People like her, he said softly, don't respond to power. They're power. You can't outmuscle that kind of force without breaking something important. But give them a different angle. A reason to hesitate? He turned back to her fully, eyes sharp now, focused. That's the only game worth playing. Warwoman stared at him a moment longer, studying, judging, not unkindly, but with the weight of experience behind every second of silence. You're not Omni-Man, she said finally, but you're not simple, either. He chuckled. Simple's boring. She didn't smile, but something about her stance shifted, less guarded now, still wary, still anchored. You'd better hope she sees value in your promises, Warwoman said, because if she doesn't. Naruto nodded. I know, it would be a shame to kill her. They'd make powerful children together. 0.0.0.0. From her vantage high in the clouds, Anissa eyed her prey like a hawk. Seemed Thrag had been right to send her after Conquest. The old man had been acting irregular as of late. When she'd first been given this task and told to follow him, she'd not thought much of it at first. What did she care for the whims of a mad dog? Conquest was a monster, content only with blood on his teeth. Yet so long as he lived up to his namesake and legendary strength, he would keep his place in the Viltrumite Empire. He was strong, feared, dominant. Hence why so many of their kind avoided him like the scourge in the first place, and why her orders weren't to engage him directly. Conquest might be old, but he wasn't weak. Nolan, perhaps, she could handle, but she didn't fancy her chances against the former. Thrag alone could bring him to heel and no other. But the Grand Regent hadn't the time for such menial tasks as observation, and so such fell to her. Now she finally knew why. She'd seen enough. A son. Conquest had a son, an offspring, which meant one of the strongest Viltrumites to ever exist had somehow managed to find another woman. Everyone knew what had befallen him at Thrag's hands and make her spawn with him. One of these earthlings? Unlikely. She'd tracked him here only recently, but the geezer had gone to ground and hidden himself well. Unless, that woman of his, did she have a son before she died? It was possible, she supposed. The timeline matched. Thrag would want to know. But if Conquest was still present on this planet, he was doing an admirable job of hiding, not that she'd cared enough to search. Earth was very valuable, designated as a breeding planet, its importance paramount above all else. Because of that, the old-timer had hidden himself well. His boy, however, had been easy to find, even if she hadn't been looking for him. He was loud, noisy. He moved without care and fought like his father, yet unlike that mad dog, seemed willing to talk. Negotiate, even. Which implied he wasn't quite so crazy as Conquest, not yet at least. Curious. He seemed strong, too. How strong was he? Anissa wanted to know. She needed to know, had to know. So she continued her vigil. Watched him depart the rooftop with a brutal burst of speed, creating a sonic boom in his wake. The wind lashed at her hair, even way up here. A savage smile split Anissa's face. Strong, smart, and swift. She wanted him. She'd never given any thought to being with another Viltrumite before. So many were lesser than her. She knew the survivors of the Scourge well, and none of them interested her. Noisy. Braggarts. Annoying. Thrag was perhaps the sole exception in that regard. He was the pinnacle of their bloodline after all. Who wouldn't want to lay with him? Yet she knew he would never deign to be with her, never lower himself to such. But this one. It was all right, wasn't it? She could have him. Just a taste. It took every ounce of her ironclad self-control not to give chase then and there, to hunt Vanguard down and test him. The thought of wrestling with him, someone who might be her equal, made her warm. Pinning him down, or better yet, having him pin her down. A stray shiver shook her from head to toe, and unbidden, she found herself clutching her arms close to herself as she rubbed her thighs together. Oh, dear. She was losing herself. Calm down. Deep breaths, inhale and exhale. If she laid a hand on this, Vanguard, and Conquest found out, she wouldn't live to see tomorrow. The thought centered her, somewhat. Calm. Control yourself. Practice your breathing. In, out, out. At length she finally regained control of herself and breathed out ever so softly. Nevertheless, a soft, almost longing question escaped her lips. Where did you come from? Perhaps Thrag needn't know about this anomaly, not just yet. 0.0.0.0. She felt like death. She tasted it in her mouth. Hell, she probably smelled like it too. Monster Girl rose from the dust, limbs trembling beneath her own weight. Her breath came in ragged bursts. Each inhale sharp, edged with blood. Her knees buckled once, then locked. Skin bruised. Lip split. One eye swelling shut, and yet, she stood. Barely. Conquest didn't move from his spot on the scorched lawn. Arms folded. Shoulders still. He watched her not with concern, but with calculation. Like a blacksmith inspecting steel still soft from the forge, deciding how best to forge it into something new. He grunted. Approval, maybe. Or acknowledgement, again, he said. Monster Girl groaned. You're trying to kill me. If I were, he replied flatly, you'd already be dead. He tossed something her way. A water bottle, dented and scuffed, arcing through the air like an afterthought. She caught it clumsily. Took a sip. Spat red onto the ground. Her tongue tasted copper and heat. She took yet another drink regardless. Anything was better than the arid desert of her throat. You've got the hate, Conquest said, pacing slowly now, boots grinding ash and torn earth beneath them. The anger. The claws. You've got the part everyone thinks matters. She tilted her head, cracking her neck until it popped, and he turned to face her fully, the firelight from the shattered training ring flickering in his single visible eye. All you need now is discipline. There was no lecture, no speech. Just truth, offered like a knife, handle first, but sharp all the same. Amanda blinked at that, chest still heaving. It made a twisted sort of sense. All this time he'd been batting her about as a cat might a ball of yarn. No, that wasn't the right analogy. Like a cat with a mouse. That was the one. He could have killed her countless times now, yet he'd always stopped short of doing so, pausing at critical junctures, leaving opening that would have taken an arm or a leg or worse. He'd displayed restraint. Which meant, "You're gonna train me?" He smirked. The expression didn't soften his face. If anything, it made him look more dangerous, like a soldier remembering war fondly. "Someone has to." Then, quietly. So quiet it almost didn't reach her, nearly buried beneath the wind and her heartbeat hammering in her skull. "Sides, you remind me of my kid." Amanda blinked again. Something unspoken caught in her throat, her eyes stung. "Might be able to fix that problem of yours, too." Talk about a double whammy. This was the most attention anyone had ever paid her since she'd first caught her curse. That felt like an eternity ago, now. Probably was. Back when she'd been relatively normal. Before her constant transformations began to take their toll, leaving her younger and younger each time. The notion that someone cared enough to train her, take her under their wing, see a problem, let alone fix it. But before the thought could fully form, again, Conquest snapped. Louder now. Firmer. Command. No mercy this time. Bite if you have to. Her hesitation melted. Monster girl grinned, teeth bared like a feral thing reborn. Her body still ached. Her ribs screamed. But in that grin, there was joy. Not because she wanted to suffer, because she wanted to earn it. She launched forward. This time, she didn't hold back. Didn't see that coming, did you? In regards to Naruto, Vanguard, there will still be more to the pairing. Dark, and I simply don't want to pile it all on at once. Pairing is going to be bonkers. Though I will say this, my team and I remain hesitant to take Eve from Mark. Unless that's what folks want to see. If that is the case, might pull one from the multiverse. Might not. We'll see. It depends on how Mark shapes out in this story. Do you want this to remain a story? Yes? No? Maybe so? Make yourselves heard? Once more, we're sticking with the Embers rule for this particular story, and others. I'm working 2 jobs, might need a third soon. So I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up. Your voice matters. Make yourself heard. As ever, reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. On there we go. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them, I cannot write. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would you kindly? Previews are now expanded, especially the one at the end, so on that note. Warning. 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 Spoilers ahead, beware. Previews. Nolan was at his wit's end. Why on earth was everyone checking on him? What was next? Would Thrag himself fall out the sky? Ex Universa ate her spaghetti clumsily. I do not understand this Earth cuisine. Naruto smiled fondly. You and me both. X. Who are you supposed to be, exactly? The colorfully clad youth, nearly of an age with him, placed both fists on his hips and preened. I'm. Insert title card invincible. Naruto immediately decked him in the schnoz, sending the younger boy tumbling backward through the air with a strangled cry of pain. No, he shook his head slowly. You are not invincible, at all. No one is. Dad wasn't. Mom hadn't been. No one was truly invincible. Dude. Mark rasped, lisping his words, not cool. You bewoke my dose. The blonde lowered his bloody fist. You punched me first. I'll do a lot more than break your nose if you get in my way again. Whoa, hey. The younger man raised both hands to ward him off. Just calm down. Fuck that hurts, you fucking. A hand closed around his face. Swearing doesn't make you cool. He tossed him up into the atmosphere. X. I spent my entire life training from the moment I could walk. Where did you train, Mark? On a farm? X. Fair game. This term pleases me. X. Edit. Several lines here from the now infamous SCP-096 vs. Battle Beast fan animation on YouTube. I own nothing. Pathetic insects. There is no honor in killing them. Enough. He drew himself up and stepped over the fallen fighters, regarding his attackers and the man behind the desk with keen intent. I don't want to hear any more speeches from you chumps. He shucked his ruined shirt, baring his chest. Not one word. You can breathe, you can blink, you can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that in a second, but no more words. Lightning crackled across his skin as one struck. His fist snapped up, backhanding the zapper clear out the building without a second glance. Battle Beast licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Naruto felt something shift in his eyes then, blue snapping into feral red. What did I just say? Machine Head swore. Ah, she Battle Beast lunged forward. Naruto met him halfway. All hell broke loose. What have we here? Impressive. Charging at me without hesitation. That's what I like. He was a talker. Ordinarily he'd have a clever quip. But right now? Rage. It was bleeding into his brain, staining his thoughts red, dyeing everything scarlet. He tossed him into a building. Let go. Just let go. Let go of everything. He refused. He was many things, but a berserker wasn't one of them. A fist found his face through the smoke as his opponent pounced. His head snapped back in a shower of blood. He retaliated with a bruising headbutt, forcing a flinch from his foe. Good. Battle Beast wiped blood from his snout. That's what I like to see. Despite his bloodlust, he was calm. Calculated. His footwork was good, each punch thrown with all of his body. Ordinarily he would have called this fun. Now, it was just so much blood. Battle Beast was certainly enjoying himself. Of all my opponents, you're the only one to last this long. That's it. More. I want more. Give me more. Hope for tomorrow. The Earth looked peaceful from space. Almost deceptively so. An illusion. Observing the planet from the upper outer atmosphere, one might even believe that lie. It was so easy, so very easy indeed to fall for the trap, be lured in by the ruse. To think that this seemingly harmless little blue and green ball was just that. A planet of no particular importance, insignificant on the greater scheme of things. Another blip soon to be absorbed into the Viltrum Empire. That was the trick, you see. Looks can be deceiving, and this planet certainly was. Earth was many things, but it wasn't peaceful. There was a disaster every other day and someone, somewhere, somehow, always needed saving. Always, always, always. Be it from supervillains, natural disasters or their own powerlessness, these Earthlings were flimsy. They were also loud, noisy, messy, complicated, at times, cruel. Honestly, they weren't worth the trouble. Or so Nolan had thought, once upon a time. But he had begun to see their merits. Every species had some. Weak though they were, these humans could be clever, passionate. Although their lives were but a blink compared to his, they burned brightly, fiercely, until they inevitably burned out. They cherished their brief existences and lived life to the fullest. Because they too believed in something. They lived, they dreamed, they hoped. Hope was dangerous, because you see, it was an insidious thing. The slow killer. It sank its claws into you slowly, inch by inch, until it was all you knew, all you wanted, until you'd forgotten what life was ever like without it. Hope not just for a better life, but for a better tomorrow. Hope that you would survive. Hope everything would be all right. Hope that everything would work out, somehow. It was like a drug. Once you allowed yourself to hope, you began to crave more, need more, couldn't live without it. In that way, it was so much worse than fear. Nolan had felt fear. He had fought fear. He had thought himself finished with fear. It could be beaten with time, rage, or overwhelming force. Eventually you grew numb to it. How did you fight hope? You didn't, couldn't. You could try to stamp it out. Sometimes you succeeded. Most of the time you didn't. He had seen doomed civilizations fight on in the vain hope they would triumph against his people. He had personally ground some of them to dust. But even when all hope was lost, most clung onto that nascent chance of victory until death. There was a time, once, not so long ago, when he would have simply purged this planet and been done with it. Before Debbie and Mark and so many things, before he let himself linger here. Before he grew attached. Now his people had come and this planet would pay the price for his reluctance. It was easy to say that didn't bother him. Almost as easy to claim he cared for his wife as one would a pet, not a sentient being. The lie came easily to his lips. He almost believed it. That he hadn't faltered in his duty. That the earth would still be brought to heel. It would just take a little longer, that was all. Who was he fooling? He'd long since lost control. Now he was at his wits' end. Things had been bad enough when Conquest and his unseen son came. That was many months ago, nearly a year, then. Now, Anissa was here. He wasn't entirely certain of her motives either. She'd only revealed herself to him recently, after all. Claimed she was investigating something at Thrag's behest. There was no way to tell if she spoke the truth or not. But he'd seen the gleam in her eye, the smirk on her lips, heard the excited warble in her voice as she delivered her report. There could be no denying the signs. She'd found someone to hunt. Nolan tutted at the memory. Whoever they were, he pitied the poor bastard. Viltrumite women were known to be aggressive when roused to lust, and Anissa more than most. She was incredibly picky when it came to any partners, but when she saw something or someone she liked, nothing short of Thrag himself could make her abandon course. And Thrag was not here. Maybe her poor pet would survive long enough to knock her up. Perhaps a child or two would settle her down. It'd keep her out his hair if nothing else. His mustache twitched at the thought, the barest ghost of a smile tugging at his grim visage. Having a few spawn to look after might well cool Anissa's head, but if not. Bah! Who was he kidding? Anissa? A mother? Looking after children? The earth would sooner spontaneously combust. No, that woman was going to be a problem one way or another. He'd likely have to deal if when she caused any trouble. Maybe he'd get lucky and she'd bump into Conquest. The latter would surely kill her should she interfere with him. If not, he could always blame her inevitable demise on the older Viltrumite. The man was unstable, after all. Averting his thoughts with a shake of his head, he looked back to his planet below. Gods, he was calling it his planet. How far had he fallen? That made, what, 3 different Viltrumites on Earth, now? On his watch no less. Assuming they were, in fact, rogue. They may as well be for him. Each of them threatened the delicate balance of power on this planet and with it, the takeover he'd been so meticulously preparing. He'd made subtle movement in the background until now, nothing overt. If only because he'd thought he would have more time. A reprieve before all hell broke loose. Moreover, why on earth was everyone checking on him? What was next? Would Thrag himself fall out the sky? Please, not that. Anything but that. His head might explode from the sheer stress. Nolan did not cry. He hadn't cried a day in his life. What would be the point? The Viltrum Empire cared not for tears, only success. With a long-suffering sigh, he pinched the bridge of his nose and looked to the stars. Grand Regent Thrag was out there somewhere, waiting. Nolan doubted the man would deign to come here himself. He'd see such an act as beneath him, but it wouldn't preclude him from sending other agents to monitor his progress. Conquest claimed he wasn't one of those, but Anissa very well might be. Or not. Damn it all, there was too much he didn't know. He wasn't blind. Conquest mentioned a son. Almost coincidentally, the Guardians had gained a new member by the name of Vanguard a while back, one that rose rapidly through the ranks. Someone capable of bringing a threat like Universa to her knees, securing a truce, and sending her on her way. Curious, that one. She hadn't left the planet yet, but she'd gone to ground. A shame. It would have been easier to kill her and he intended to, but he couldn't do that while she was on Earth. Cecil had eyes and ears everywhere. Likewise, he couldn't go after Vanguard directly, because the moment he did, Conquest would come down on him like, what was the Earth saying? A ton of bricks. He'd rather face a pack of Rignars than fight Conquest alone. That way lay death. If it came to a clash, he wouldn't lose immediately, might even win, but he'd be badly hurt. Easy pickings for someone to finish off. Likewise, if Vanguard and Invincible fought, Mark would die. There could be no doubt of that outcome. Vanguard had been raised as a Viltrumite. Mark hadn't. The thought made his heart ache. His brave, brilliant boy, having only just gained his powers, so eager and foolish. He wanted to be just like him. And he would be. He'd even asked Art to fashion a costume for him, since he was so keen on the idea. Wasn't that a good thing? Why, then, did that thought bring him immense sadness? Why hadn't he let Mark choose red, Or wear a cape? Why was he hesitating? It felt like he was at war with himself, and the battle within threatened to tear him apart. A droplet of water floated by in the vacuum of space, mere inches from his face. What in the... Nolan paused, momentarily alarmed by the sight. Where had that come from? He reached out with a crimson glove red like the blood that would soon be on his hands and touched it, followed by a finger to his visage. It came away damp. His eyes widened, first in sheer confusion, then realization. It was him. He was crying. He'd only shed a single tear, but it was enough. The realization enraged him, hardened his thoughts into a wall of granite. All this time, he'd been on the defensive. No more. Things needed to change. An idea dawned, the barest beginnings of a scheme. He would need to be patient, but it would work. He would see his duty done. One way or another. 0.0.0.0. The Guardians attacked him. Naruto always known this moment would come. Even so, he had to admit, he didn't think it would be quite this soon. He found himself somewhat saddened by it, only somewhat. Rather than retreat like any sane individual in the face of overwhelming numbers, he stood his ground, rolled up his sleeves, and adopted a stance. One foot drawn forward, the other swept back as he raised two clenched fists before his face. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath to steady himself against the treacherous hidden power lurking within and pushed. When next he opened them, those once blue irises gleamed a lively red, his once round pupils now slitted akin to that of a cat. Or a fox. All right, deep breaths, just move quickly. A low growl reverberated in the back of his mind. You can't control me. He permitted himself the smallest of smiles. Control? Who said anything about control? The immortal, being the strongest of the Guardians, reached him first and paid dearly for his hubris. Honestly, it would have been more effective if he coordinated his attacks. There was strength in numbers and sometimes quantity could overwhelm quantity. Instead he came flying in without a second thought, all too trusting in his durability and experience. He casually sidestepped the older man's flying punch, caught him by the wrist as he shot past, then used that as leverage to slam him into the dirt, left, right and center. 3 times in as many seconds. From there he used the big brute's body as a flail to deck Darkwing before he could jump him from behind and tossed them, sending both heroes hurtling into Warwoman, launching all 3 out of sight and out the fight in an instant. He wasn't foolish enough to believe that would keep them down. He'd bought himself a moment at most. Sure enough, Red Rush lived up to his namesake and blitzed him, hammering a fist into his face. He accepted the punch, turned the other cheek, grunted in annoyance as clenched knuckles jabbed into his gut, thrust a leg out and tripped his senior, sending the scarlet speedster sprawling to the dirt. A boot caught him between the ribs and smashed him into the immortal, knocking the big brute down all over again. Darkwing whipped a pair of smoke bombs his way. He caught them and flung them back in the man's face. Judging by the way he pitched over onto his face, they weren't smoke bombs at all, but knockout gas. Huh, neat. Someone had upgraded their arsenal. Naruto cracked his neck, clicked his teeth together and turned to face the remaining of the Guardians. Drawing one fist behind his back, he straightened up and beckoned with the other. Next. They hesitated, and when they did, a surge of foreign anger swelled inside him, hot and heady, threatening to choke out all rational thought. It was an infectious desire, itching to lash out, to rip and tear. Hate. He frowned and wrestled it down, because this feeling didn't belong to him. He was calm. No, it was the beast within him that bayed for blood, craved control, demanded destruction. Even now he felt the fox's feral influence gnawing at him, eroding his thoughts, trying to take control, render him a beast in body, if not his form. Conquest's training saw to it that he didn't succeed. Dad had taught him the importance of restraint where it mattered. It might be fun to go nuts and smash your enemy, but when you lost control, you made mistakes. Those mistakes had cost his father an arm and an eye. And while he couldn't control himself perfectly, the lessons he'd learned helped stave off the madness. Rather than release the rage, bask in momentary satisfaction, he turned his attention inward and scowled thunderously. Stop that, you! We had an agreement, remember? I won't let you out again if you try to undermine me. This is pointless. You don't need my power for this. I know you can crush them alone. Perhaps. But when would he have a chance to test himself in a melee like this again? Not for a good long while. And this? For him? This was a warm-up? You'll never win. Pressurized water slammed into his chest while he was distracted. Aquarius. About time the fish worked up the nerve to attack him directly. He was well prepared, having already strengthened his stance beforehand. Rather than stumble as a greenhorn might and try to duck out of the hydro pump hay, even he got that reference. He braced his feet, grit his teeth, and stomped down. Hard. The resultant kick absolutely ruptured the earth beneath his boot and sent a seismic shock shooting forward for miles in every direction, not only preventing anyone from jumping him while he was busy, but weakening the water dweller's footing. Aquarius lost focus. Faltered. The moment he did, Naruto surged through the stream and caught the sea dweller by the face, wresting him into the air. He held him there, momentarily reveling in the fishman's startled cry before planting him face first in the dirt like a tree. He did not rise again. His defeat was the spark that lit the powder keg. The survivors blitzed him. Martian Man immediately tried to entangle him when he rose, but he was well prepared for that as well. Rather than struggle and give him time to wrap him up, he thrust out his arm, let him coil halfway around the outstretched limb, then whipped him headlong into Red Rush just as the latter blitzed him again. The result was a harsh crack, flooring them both. Not missing a beat. Caught the latter's leg and launched him at Green Ghost, forcing her to become solid and catch him, abandoning an attempt to entrap him in the ground. Naruto didn't have time to finish the job. Even as the stunned Martian slumped off his arm, the immortal was on him again, roaring his defiance. He's gotten faster. Someone's been training or stopped holding back. Had they all been improving while he wasn't watching? Almost made him proud, it did. Grinning, he swayed away from the first punch, raised both fists and boxed right back, momentarily mimicking the man's stance to deliver a hard jab against the immortal's jaw. It was little more than an imitation, but it threw him off balance, and that, as they say, was that. They traded blows like titans of old for all of 3 seconds more before he got the upper hand, caught a punch, and wrenched him over his shoulder into a boulder. His face held. Stone most assuredly did not. The result, ladies and gentlemen, pain. Even as the leader of the Guardians tumbled to the floor, dazed, Naruto turned to face his fifth foe. That was everyone accounted for. Now where was? An annoyed grunt pervaded his mind. Above. Pay more attention to your surroundings, idiot. A shadow fell over him and he pivoted aside, wind tugging at his hair as Warwoman's mace passed through the space his head occupied a moment before. The smallest smile graced the corner of his mouth as he danced backwards. If she'd been just a little faster, she might have actually hit him. Too slow. Too predictable. Too unwilling to capitalize on an opening. He held no such predilections himself. Parrying her next strike with a shoulder, he stepped in to drive an elbow into her gut, blasting the breath from her lungs with that singular strike. She gasped and gagged, clutching at her stomach as she violently lost her lunch. That moment of weakness would prove her undoing. In that brief bout of perilous pain, her grip on her mighty mace slackened, which he promptly used to wrest said weapon from her grasp. Here at last, he accidentally broke one of his rules: don't taunt someone in a battle. He couldn't help himself. All right? It just felt so good. Now isn't this familiar? She raised a trembling hand. Wait, Naruto did not. Nope. With a laugh, he brought it crashing down over the head. Against all odds, her helmet held against the blow, leaving the metal dented and her dazed, but not unconscious as he planned. Hell, she actually managed to get an armored arm up in time to try and deflect the second blow. Try being the operative word. That one cost her dearly. Her rightmost vambrace shattered, leaving her reeling. Even as she did, he was pivoting, striking forth with his free hand, knuckles clenched into a powerful fist. Warwoman actually attempted to catch it in her palm, the fool of a girl. Never catch a Viltrumite's punch, it won't end well for you. Sure enough, he heard something pop in her arm as she stopped his attack. Dislocated shoulder. That had to hurt. And it did hurt, to be sure. At this distance he could see her bloodshot eyes watering in pain, heard the choke noise she made. Despite all that, she didn't let go. Good for her, and immediately tossed him over her shoulder. Naruto let her, twisted as he went and landed on her shoulders, locking his legs, his thighs actually around her throat in a stranglehold. It was tempting to break her neck then and there. He almost did. Warwoman had all of an instant to balk before he twisted, lifted with his legs and slammed her into the dirt. She went down like a sack of potatoes. He tumbled off her, letting her breathe, but only for a moment. Rolling over, he caught the haft of her weapon in one hand and smacked her upside the head with it in a single surgical motion. This time she wasn't quite so fortunate, she slumped at his feet. Lights out, lady. He tossed his borrowed mace over his shoulder, uncaring as it dented the ground. That just left cold air brushed his neck as someone touched his back. Clever girl, waiting until he was distracted. Not clever enough, though. The nanosecond he felt green ghost grace his skin, he reacted. In a word, violently. He kicked backwards, phased through her in the minuscule moment while her powers still affected him, seized her by the left shoulder, spun her right round and caught her by the throat with his free hand. His muscles tensed, preparing to finish what she'd started. Stop. She raised both hands, panic shining through her opaque mask as she laughed anxiously. Time out. Vanguard, I give up. Naruto blinked the bloodlust from his eyes and exhaled quickly, forcing his tainted power down. His eyes bled back to blue as a thumb stroked her cheek. Wise choice. Sheesh, big guy. Just like that, he felt the tension drain out of her. An anxious giggle was his reward as she leaned into his hand. You always this rough with the ladies? Now that the exercise was over, he couldn't quite hide his smile. Only the ones I like, Alana. She tilted her head. He thought he saw a smile beneath her mask. Is that so? Should I be worried about Warwoman, then? When she wakes up, maybe. This time, her laughter was a bit more genuine. You're a menace. She had no idea. Rather than retort, he relaxed his grasp on her, dropped his hands and let his palms drift down to her hips, holding her in place. Not satisfied with that, she floated forward and lazily looped one arm his waist to lay her head against his chest in return, cuddling closer with a content sigh. You know, she hummed, for a moment back there, I really thought you were going to kill me. He rolled his eyes. If I were going to, you wouldn't even feel it, let alone see it coming. He wondered if she heard the silent plea within. Please don't make me kill you. She laughed anew, thinking it a joke. Small mercies. Thanks for not hitting me. I bruise easy. Naruto returned it and kissed her forehead. I'll be sure to remember that. He wasn't quite sure when they'd grown close exactly, only that they had. After many missions together, a bond began to form. Simple as that. Warwoman was a tough nut to crack. She'd give in sooner or later, but he was content to wait her out. If he ever did choose to kill the Guardians, he'd need to find a way to spare her too, without arousing her suspicions. Such was why he'd agreed to this little exercise in the first place. Last week it had been the immortal versus everyone. Warwoman the week before that. In showcasing his talents, it made him seem harmless, like he had nothing to hide. The Guardians had swallowed that lure, hook, line and sinker. All save Warwoman Holly. Given she didn't quite believe that, incredibly stubborn as always. Alana wasn't. She'd come onto him. He didn't mind a casual fling. Dad had told him to have as many children as possible. Hey, he had to start somewhere. You know, Alana hummed suddenly, tugging up her mask to reveal the lower half of her face. I was thinking we could get dinner this weekend. More Earth cuisine? He'd never understand it. Still, if it kept her happy, I'd like that. With her mask halfway parted, he could see her coy smile. I thought you would, but in the meantime. She leaned up, lips brushing against his, mouth lingering on his own. The kiss stole his breath away. My place or yours? Ahem. Someone gagged behind him. You too. We're literally right here. I will never understand how you landlubbers copulate. Alana yanked down her mask and phased out of his grasp with annoyed noise. Then don't watch, Aquarius. Reluctantly, Naruto craned his neck back to find Warwoman rising with the rest, battered, but still very much alive. The latter rubbed her jaw and fixed him with a gimlet glare. You're a damn menace sometimes, you know that. He couldn't help but smirk a little at that. Hey, it was your turn last week. And I lost, she huffed, crossing both arms before her bosom. You didn't have to try so hard to win. Green Ghost sashayed past, hip brushing hers. Someone's jealous. Alana. She rounded on her with a sputter. I am not. Naruto made to comment to that effect. His wrist communicator chimed. He looked down. Sighed, now. Damn it, Cecil. 0.0.0.0. We've got a problem, kid. And what problem is that? He faced Cecil down in his office drab place as always, arms crossed before his chest. Is it that training? What? The GDA leader blinked for a moment, nonplussed, then rallied. No, that's fine. Frankly, the Guardians could use more chances to test themselves more often. I'm talking about your little green friend. Heat crept up the back of Naruto's neck. He ruthlessly suppressed it and tilted his head instead. Alana? Finally hopped into the sack with Green Ghost. Did you? Good on ya. She's a sweet girl. He laughed before he could comment otherwise. But no, I wasn't talking about her. He touched a finger to his earpiece, listening to something someone only he could hear. Your wayward space devils come back. She made contact with us 5 minutes ago. His brow furrowed. Universa? Already? Cecil shrugged helplessly. Said something about sampling Earth cuisine. Enjoy your date. Date? Hand met forehead. How can you be so absurdly strong, yet so naive? Oh. Well, if this was one of those. I require cash, and a costume. Cecil smirked. You're in luck. The boys just finished working on it. 0.0.0.0. He had arrived. Universa heard him before she saw him. A sonic boom in the distance was her only warning before the clouds next to her ruptured in a rush of motion. And then, quite suddenly, there he was, in all his glory. Vanguard hovered before in an obsidian black suit, where vibrant orange circles and lines adorned his imposing shoulder pads. His arms, encased in fingerless gloves, displayed black metallic plates on the back of his hands, matching the bracers that extended up to his elbows. The suit's tight fabric defined the musculature of his torso, culminating in 2 pieces of fabric at his abdomen, evoking the shape of a coat that reached his calves. Stranger still, prominent black protectors covered his knees, while combat boots with buckles secured his feet. An intense orange cape fell from his shoulders, a perfect echo of the orange details throughout his attire, and a bold orange V cleaved his chest, dividing his pectorals. He looked like a warrior, a far cry from the ramshackle get-up he'd worn at their last meeting. That had been, what, months ago? Nearly a year. How times flies. Why was her heart beating so fast? Naruto held out his hand to hers. Shall we go? Universa sputtered, red in the face, realizing what he was implying. That very day, they would both discover the eternal glory that was ramen. A.N. We needed a slow-down chapter before all hell breaks loose in this story. Because make no mistake, it's about to. In regards to Naruto, Vanguard, there will still be more to the pairing. Dark, and I simply don't want to pile it all on at once. Pairing is going to be bonkers, though I will say this. My team and I remain hesitant to take Eve from Mark. Unless that's what folks want to see. If that is the case, might pull one from the multiverse. Might not. We'll see. It depends on how Mark shapes out in this story. Do you want this to remain a story? Yes? No? Maybe so? Make yourselves heard? Once more, we're sticking with the Embers rule for this particular story, and others. I'm working 2 jobs, might need a third soon. So I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up. Your voice matters. Make yourself heard. As ever, reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. On there we go. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them, I cannot write. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would you kindly? Previews are now expanded, especially the one at the end, so on that note. Warning. 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 Spoilers ahead, beware. Previews. Conquest tutted. That's much better, I can actually feel that. A shadow fell over him. So this is where you've been. I didn't realize you had a pet. Is she house-trained? Anissa. X? You don't seem to understand. This planet isn't yours to conquer. Still, I'm grateful for this intervention. I've been a foul mood these last few weeks. He dusted off his shoulder, wiped some alien blood from his chest and started forward. Try not to die too quickly. X. Anissa drifted past. Interesting. X. Who are you supposed to be, exactly? The colorfully clad youth, nearly of an age with him, placed both fists on his hips and preened. I'm. Insert title card invincible. Naruto immediately decked him in the schnoz, sending the younger boy tumbling backward through the air with a strangled cry of pain. No, he shook his head slowly. You are not invincible, at all. No one is. Dad wasn't. Mom hadn't been. No one was truly invincible. Dude. Mark rasped, lisping his words, not cool. You bewoke my dose. The blonde lowered his bloody fist. You punched me first. I'll do a lot more than break your nose if you get in my way again. Whoa, hey. The younger man raised both hands to ward him off. Just calm down. Fuck that hurts, you fucking. Annoyed, Naruto reared back, raised his arms on either side of himself and brought them together in a singular clap. Just like Dad. The resultant shockwave sent his foe flying. A hand closed around his face. Swearing doesn't make you cool. He tossed him up into the atmosphere. I spent my entire life training from the moment I could walk. Where did you train, Mark? On a farm? He was bleeding. Wasn't much really, just a bloody nose. Still, the fact remained. It had been some time since he saw his blood. Naruto took some grim pleasure in that. It wasn't often he fought someone capable of hurting him. Warwoman was glaring at him. I don't get why you're pissed. You've never trusted me, not completely, not since the beginning. She paused in undoing her braid and winged her helmet at him. He caught it. What's this now? Fair game. This term pleases me. Edit. Several lines here from the now infamous SCP-096 vs. Battle Beast fan animation on YouTube. I own no thing. Pathetic insects. There is no honor in killing them. Enough. He drew himself up and stepped over the fallen fighters, regarding his attackers and the man behind the desk with keen intent. I don't want to hear any more speeches from you chumps. He shucked his ruined shirt, baring his chest. Not one word. You can breathe, you can blink, you can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that in a second, but no more words. Lightning crackled across his skin as one struck. His fist snapped up, backhanding the zapper clear out the building without a second glance. Battle Beast licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Naruto felt something shift in his eyes then, blue snapping into feral red. What did I just say? Machine Head swore. Battle Beast lunged forward. Naruto met him halfway. All hell broke loose. What have we here? Impressive. Charging at me without hesitation. That's what I like. He was a talker. Ordinarily he'd have a clever quip. But right now? Rage. It was bleeding into his brain, staining his thoughts red, dyeing everything scarlet. He tossed him into a building. Let go. Just let go. Let go of everything. He refused. He was many things, but a berserker wasn't one of them. A fist found his face through the smoke as his opponent pounced. His head snapped back in a shower of blood. He retaliated with a bruising headbutt, forcing a flinch from his foe. Good. Battle Beast wiped blood from his snout. That's what I like to see. Despite his bloodlust, he was calm. Calculated. His footwork was good, each punch thrown with all of his body. Ordinarily he would have called this fun. Now, it was just so much blood. Battle Beast was certainly enjoying himself. Of all my opponents, you're the only one to last this long. That's it. More. I want more. Give me more. Right. So I figured out what's wrong with you. It's that transformation of yours. Every time you change, you get younger. No shit, Sherlock. What are you on about? That doesn't change anything. Don't worry about it. I have it handled. What are you up to now, geezer? Like I said, runt, don't worry. That makes me worry more. Conquest and Amanda. A distracting day. Two warriors met in the sky. Do we have an accord, then? One of them smirked. All right, color me intrigued. The second scowled and crossed both arms before their chest. I expect you to keep him suitably distracted. Fail, and we'll both die. Painfully. Don't worry, old man. You do your part, and I'll do mine. Two hands shook, sealing their agreement, and from that sly, singular solidarity? Earth would never be the same. 0.0.0.0. Naruto's boots thudded softly on the pavement as he led Universa down a bustling street. Late afternoon sunlight warmed the city skyline, and the air smelled faintly of ozone and barbecue, the familiar scents of Earth that Universa found endlessly fascinating. They rounded a corner and froze. A modest wooden sign creaked above a narrow doorway, bearing the kanji for ramen. Ramen. Steam curled out from beneath the awning like a beckoning banner. Naruto couldn't suppress a boyish grin. Of all the foods in the universe, you stumble onto ramen? He thought, amused. Universa's violet eyes widened behind her visor. This smells incredible, she breathed. Naruto opened the door for her, the bell above tinkling as they entered the small shop. The inside was decidedly cozy. Light wood panels, the chatter of a few late lunchers, and a pot of broth simmering behind the counter. The cook, a round-cheeked man in a white apron, gave Naruto a curious look. He waved a hand. "We'll have 2 bowls of your best spicy miso, please," he told the cook in Japanese, surprising Universa. Universa sat beside Naruto on the narrow bench, watching him translate to the cook. The warmth of the room and the aroma of garlic and simmering pork seemed almost intoxicating after days of starship corridors. Naruto fumbled a bit with his chopsticks and bowl in the unfamiliar tight space, but he kept his composure. He noticed Universa glancing at the row of condiment bottles. Her brow rose as she pointed at a bottle of chili oil. "Is that it?" she asked. Naruto laughed quietly. "It's chili oil. Feel free to add a bit if you like heat." He had learned to appreciate a good kick of spice during past missions. Universa's eyes gleamed with excitement. Careful precision turned into playful boldness as she drizzled red pepper oil around the rim of her bowl. Naruto raised an eyebrow, arms crossed in mock scolding. "Whoa there, Space Knight, careful you don't destroy your palate." Universa shot him a grin, lips curving into a teasing smile. "I can handle it." She tapped her chest confidently. "My homeworld's sun is thousands of times hotter than this." Naruto rolled his eyes with a grin and served them both. They slurped in near silence for a moment, the only sound the quiet slurp and the occasional murmur of other customers. The first mouthful of ramen made Universa's eyes light up. Broth simmered with rich miso and a hint of sweetness, tender noodles twisting around her chopsticks. "Oh!" she exclaimed, a warm flush creeping into her cheeks at the spiciness. Tears of delight pricked her eyes. This is delicious." Naruto beamed with pride. "Right? Best spicy miso in town." He glanced around, noticing the curious stares. "I kinda brought you here for exactly that reaction," he admitted quietly. "I thought, hey, if we're going on a, date-ish day, let's try something fun." Universa tapped a noodle against her bowl and smirked. "Oh, and what exactly do you call this?" "A guerrilla field study of human cuisine." Naruto chuckled. "Sure, whatever you want to call it. A date," he said, shrugging. "It's a date." He looked up at her. She was laughing now, eyes shining. "So if this is what your kind call a date," she teased, "if so, you're buying." Naruto flashed her a grin. Already on it. Over bowls of ramen, their conversation drifted from small jokes to more personal things. Universa talked about the binary starfish she once rode in the Andromeda quadrants, and Naruto mentioned the old ramen shop in the city he'd happened upon by chance, though he swallowed the rest of that sentence. "My father might not approve of tonight." Universa noticed Naruto's slight hesitation and followed his gaze across the street, a patrol of uniformed guards strolling on alert. She laid a gentle hand on his arm. "We'll be all right," she assured him quietly. Naruto managed a small smile. "Yeah, I know." They finished their meal, and Naruto offered Universa the last sip of broth. It was rich and peppery, and she savored it to the last drop. The cook gave them a thumbs up as they paid. He had gotten them a little discount by complimenting the meal in local language fluently. Another aspect he'd learned during his tenure here. Exiting the shop, they felt warm and content. Naruto looked at Universa appreciatively. This girl was something else. Fearless, curious, and by now the closest thing to a friend or confidant he had on Earth. Universa tossed a piece of noodle at his suit jacket, playfully. "Not bad, Starboy," she quipped as Naruto brushed off the noodle from his chest. "You Americans have surprisingly good food." Naruto snorted. "Hey, I'm not American." Universa's eyebrow cocked. "You're from somewhere between Orion and Vega?" Naruto shrugged, grinning. "Not telling. But the Vanguard name doesn't fit my roots, Dad picked it. He hesitated, then added softly, Conquest picked it. Universa studied him. Conquest, your father? Naruto nodded, running a hand through his unruly hair. The mention of Conquest tensed his jaw for a moment. Yeah. Not sure he really knows how to make ramen. He offered a teasing smile. Or whether he'd approve of this. The alien princess tilted her head. You speak ill of him. Your father. Why is this? He shrugged a shoulder. There's not much to say. He's got some scars to remember me by. Funny thing is, though, despite all our fights, he never gave me any. Not once. He could have killed me, so many times. But he didn't. Instead he raised me, made me strong. This lonely man. This broken warrior, he had no idea how to be a father, but in his own awkwardly bumbling way, he tried his best. Because that's what a parent does. A parent trains you up. A parent raises you. A parent protects. When I become one, I'll be the best damn dad ever. Wait, you said when, not if. Yoop. Anyway, you ready for a little rematch? Need to burn off those calories, and besides, I'm still hungry for some action. Universa raised her chin, excitement shining in her eyes. Oh, there'll be action. She beckoned dramatically toward an empty alley beside the ramen shop. Naruto followed with a smirk. The narrow alley opened into a small plaza behind a low-slung office building, an ideal sparring ground without risking bystanders. Naruto launched himself into the air as soon as they were alone, leaving Universa momentarily blinking. In the next instant he rocketed back down with a dull sonic boom, landing inches in front of her. The force scattered loose gravel. Beginners only? Naruto teased, arms folded before the V across his chest. Universa braced herself, smiling. Amateurs only. With a flash, she lunged. Just as before she was graceful and fluid, like a shimmering comet streaking through the plaza. Energy crackled from her staff as she prepared an attack. Naruto barely raised an arm in time. The energy blast seared the air inches from his face with a sharp FZZZT of sound. He rolled to one side, gravel slicing at his suit, and came up with a right cross aimed at her torso. She twirled backward, lightning-fast reflex, narrowly avoiding the blow. Naruto's heart hammered. He wasn't going all out. He could flatten this plaza with less effort, if he wanted, but the thrill of her powers cracking through the quiet space was intoxicating. He ducked low, feinting forward, and then leapt upward in a high spin kick. Universa gasped and backed up, but the momentum carried her past it. Impressive, she muttered, landing deftly. He grinned, circling around her. Not bad yourself. She narrowed her eyes and did something with her staff, launching an array of golden orbs at him across the plaza. Each small ball of plasma exploding into stars on contact with the brick wall behind him. He sprinted sideways, breaking into flight above the rooflines to avoid the ripples of hot light. Landing with elbows bent, he dashed back toward her, fists clenched. From there he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. Slow enough not to hurt her, but fast enough to push her onto the defensive. She giggled as a cheeky spark of energy pricked her arm. I can do this all night. Naruto couldn't help smiling back, charging a thumb-sized fireball in his palm via Crimson Chakra. Careful, that might make someone concerned. With that, he threw the mini fireblast at her feet. Universa twirled gracefully, and the fireball missed her by inches but not the wall. The impact cracked plaster and rained soot down, causing her to sputter. Naruto dashed past to make another attack, but she was already floating midair, arms spread, generating a translucent dome of force around her. The blast veered into the dome, scattering harmlessly. Bemused by the display, Naruto hovered a few feet from her. They each stared at the aftermath. Blackened stone and dust. Universa's emerald eyes glittered with amusement and exhilaration. Your move, she taunted, panting. Naruto blinked, and in that heartbeat, everything slowed. He noticed the way her hair fell untamed over her shoulders, how specks of ash clung to her outfit. The corners of his mouth turned up because her eyes were so bright, alight with challenge and laughter. He flicked his wrist. Careful, he quipped softly, voice roughened by excitement, you might regret that. Then he suddenly surged forward, too quickly for her to react, and tapped the side of her force barrier with his gloved palm. It flickered. Naruto grinned triumphantly. Universa recognized the feint a split second too late and tumbled out of the floating bubble. A split second before he could shatter it. alighting nimbly on one knee. She looked up at him with an exaggerated pout. "Oh no," she feigned despair. I am defeated." Naruto chuckled and extended a hand to help her up. She took it, and he pulled her to her feet. They stood chest to chest, and she could feel the rapid beat of his heart against hers. Neither of them had real injuries, only a fierce joy burning within. They stayed in that silent moment a few beats longer than necessary, faces only inches apart. This close, he could smell sesame oil and an undercurrent of hot spice on her breath. His mouth quirked. He broke the tension first with a soft laugh. "Truce?" he asked. Universe's lips curled into a victorious grin. "Truce." She nudged him playfully. "You weren't half bad for a big bulky earthling." She kept calling him that, assuming he was from this planet. He let her believe so. Naruto rolled his shoulders, trying to ignore the warmth creeping into his cheeks. They bumped fists, bonding again in their own hero tradition, and finally stepped back. His earpiece chimed, bringing Cecil's voice with it. "Sorry to bother you, kid. We've got a dragon rampaging through Boston." He growled and touched a finger to his ear, mildly irritated. "Kinda in the middle of something here. Can't you take a rain check? You're the closest one to that city. The other guardians are occupied." Sometimes he tired of playing the hero. A dragon? Really? What was next? Would magma monsters spring forth from the street? "I should get going," he said after a moment, wiping sweat from his brow. "Duty calls." She pouted. "Already? But we've only just begun." He shrugged helplessly. "Same time next week." "Next time. Yes, I would like that." Universa put a hand on his arm, sincerity shining in her eyes. "You did great today. My thanks for the ramen and the workout." He smiled. "Anytime. We'll have to do it again. Next time, I'll beat you." She stuck out her tongue. "We'll see about that." In that moment, he couldn't help himself. He took her blushing cheek in his hands and planted a gentle kiss on it. Universa wasn't satisfied with that. Even as his lips brushed her cheekbone, she pivoted into him, threw her arms around his neck, and dragged him into a full-on kiss. It lasted for all of a moment. Barely a brief, blissful sliver of a second, then she was gone, drawing back with a pleased expression. Universa giggled, ducked away shyly. "Until next time," she said softly, voice almost lost. Naruto nodded, head full of stars, entire galaxies, really. They parted with a wave, he to patrol, and Universa to sample yet more delectable earthen cuisine. Naruto sprinted off down the street toward the rendezvous point, feeling lighter than air. He could still taste ramen on his tongue, and maybe something else. Something slammed into his back. Pain burned through his body and he pivoted instantly, alarmed, narrowly catching a red-gloved fist before it could break his nose. Somewhere below him, he heard Universa cry out. Infuriated, he rounded on his attacker. Omni-Man stared back at him. "We need to talk." Naruto exhaled harshly, and shid. A crimson hand closed around his face. "Swearing doesn't make you sound cool." Nolan tossed him into the upper atmosphere. 0.0.0.0. Rudy considered himself a brave soul. Well, brave as one could be, given he'd spent all his life twisted and deformed, trapped inside a tube, unable to breathe natural air. Abandoned by his parents long ago, forced to forge ahead using nothing but his wits and brilliance, he had nevertheless survived through his own genius. Through technological skill and sheer wit, he'd fashioned a small army of robotic drones, by which he could interact with the world at large. A lesser soul would have succumbed to despair long ago. Not him. He had plans, ambitions. The world knew him as the hero robot. A fitting moniker, given how robotic his life felt. Day in, day out, ever unchanging. Sometimes he wondered if he might go mad, lose himself completely. Today was not such a day. Someone came crashing through the ceiling of his complex. How had he found him? Riding one of his drones down to the floor. Oh, that's how crushed it into scrap and used it as a flail to backhand the nearest drone into the wall, all while casually stomping down the skull of another. More drones moved in to stop him, only to be mowed down like so much wheat before a reaper's scythe. He was laughing, and that laughter chilled him to the bone. At a glance, the intruder's disguise seemed decidedly flimsy, little more than some absurdly tight hoodie paired with equally inane dark sunglasses. He looked old, but appearances were deceiving, as Rudy well knew. And he knew who this being was. Oh, yes. He'd watched him from afar, just as he'd observed Vanguard, studying them for any signs of weakness. This was Conquest, progenitor of Vanguard, and if he was here now, tearing through his drones, I'm going to die, aren't I? His malformed heart twitched in his misshapen chest, betraying a foreign emotions. Fear. How long had it been since he'd felt it? Years, at least. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. Not like this, but to be free from this infernal tube, the tethers that bound him so. To truly live. Yet there was nothing he could say, nothing he could do. The Viltrumite was upon him. Even as he contemplated countermeasures and dreaded his imminent end, a metal hand touched his glass tube. The other, natural limb reared back, ready to strike. Rudy panicked, his mind failing him. Instinct took over. Wait, I can help you. Conquest paused, just shy of shattering his tube, and granted him a snaggle-toothed grin. Heard you're pretty smart, brat. Had he planned this? Attacked him, destroyed most of his drones, just to bring him to the bargaining table? Surely not. Right? Conquest didn't take kindly to his silence. Answer me, boy, and don't lie, or I'll split your skull like an egg. Rudy gulped and babbled his best response. I possess substantial intelligence, yes. The monster leered at him through the glass. How much? I have the highest IQ on this planet. It was the truth. Conquest rumbled darkly. Then let's make a deal. As he looked on, the absolutely massive man raised a hand to his mouth and bit his thumb. A bead of blood welled up. He withdrew a vial from the counter and let it drip. Drip, drip until it filled it to the brim. From there he corked it with a wax stopper and held it out to him. Pure Viltrumite DNA. He held up his prize before him. Straight from the source. Exactly what you need to build yourself a better, superior body. He nearly salivated on the spot, would have, too, if the water of his tube allowed such. He's been watching me as well, Rudy realized. Am I that transparent? It's yours if you help me fix my protégé's problem. Rudy feigned ignorance. Who? Conquest rattled his tube, fracturing the glass. Don't play stupid, boy. Last GDA runt I talked to tried that and I spattered his brains all over the floor after he told me where to find you. Rudy blinked once, as best his sluggish eyes would allow. Tell me what ails her, and I shall do my best to find a remedy. Conquest explained it in no uncertain terms, with a warning besides. Just one thing. Don't go getting attached to her. My kid calls dibs. I do not believe Vanguard and Mosner girl have yet met. Conquest raised a fist with intent. But I will maintain my distance, Rudy reassured him quickly. You have my word. Good. She's gonna be a surprise for him. Rest assured, I will not. I'll hold you to that, robot boy. You mess with my plans and I'll turn you inside out. Rudy intended to honor the deal. With his consciousness transferred to a Viltrumite body, even if it wasn't 100% pure, he'd be able to truly live. It wouldn't be that hard to find himself a proper paramour afterwards, if he deigned to do such. This offer was weighted in his favor. Although he confessed himself curious. Why bring this to me? Surely there are others who can help you. Why grant me access to a Viltrumite body at all? In truth, he didn't expect an answer. Conquest grinned and gave him his answer with but a single word. Revolution. Realization dawned. Rudy blinked against it. You intend to betray your people. I'm not betraying them, I'm correcting them. There's a difference. The self-proclaimed traitor waved his metal hand, false fingers curling into a fist. Frag's gotta go. Not only did he kill the one person who gave a damn about me, but he's been leading us down a doomed path for centuries now. I can't take him on my own, and my kid can't yet, either. Insofar as I'm concerned, the more bodies I can throw at him, the better. Someone with Viltrumite blood would go a long way to tipping the scales. Rudy took a moment to contemplate the weight of what he was being offered. Why tell me this? I may betray you. Are you not concerned? Conquest snorted. Any body you put yourself into will be weaker than me, and I can tear through your little tin cans. You're not a threat to me or Vanguard. My boy doesn't even know I'm here. He'll come around to my way of thinking sooner or later. I may outsmart you. Huh? Conquest barked a laugh. You can try. Perhaps trying would not be in his best interest. Working with him, however, would. Rudy blinked. Slowly. Weighed his response. I shall require assistance. Namely that of the Mahler twins. Solving your protégé's problem will take time. The burly brute crossed both arms before his broad chest. I have all the time in the world. Not anymore, traitor. Rudy froze, blood turning to ice in his veins. Although lacked the ability to look up, he didn't have to, because someone drifted through the hole Conquest had created. A shadow fell over them both, as a woman with dark hair floated inside, wearing a pleased sneer. So this is where you've been. I didn't realize you had a pet. Is he house-trained? Conquest craned his neck upward, grinning ear to ear. Anissa. All hell is about to break loose. Courtesy of Conquest, before anyone asks, yes, the old fellow shall eventually find someone to settle down with. I'll not say who just yet, but it's not Monster Girl. No, his future wife's going to be special. Some of you have already guessed at her. In regards to Naruto, Vanguard, there will still be more to the pairing. Dark, and I simply don't want to pile it all on at once. Pairing is going to be bonkers. Though I will say this, my team and I remain hesitant to take Eve from Mark. Unless that's what folks want to see. If that is the case, might pull one from the multiverse. Might not. We'll see. It depends on how Mark shapes out in this story. Do you want this to remain a story? Yes? No? Maybe so? Make yourselves heard. Once more, we're sticking with the Embers rule for this particular story, and others. I'm working 2 jobs, might need a third soon. So I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up. Your voice matters. Make yourself heard. As ever, reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. On there we go. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them, I cannot write. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would you kindly? Previews are now expanded, especially the one at the end, so on that note. Warning. 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 Spoilers ahead, beware. Previews. Anissa sneered. You've gotten soft, old man. Conquest floated upward to meet her. Is that what you believe? She didn't budge. Brave, he'd give her that. Brave, yes, but stupid. If she was smart, she would have flown back to Thrag by now, with proof of his treachery. Instead, here she was. Gotta admit, I didn't think you had the stones to actually fight me. Any last words? Fight you? The female warrior tilted her head just so, an almost petulant look, crossing her visage. Whether we fight or not depends entirely on you. He knew that look all too well, and it wasn't meant for him. What do you want? Who, actually? He was bleeding. Wasn't much really, just a bloody nose. Still, the fact remained. It had been some time since he saw his blood. Naruto took some grim pleasure in that. It wasn't often he fought someone capable of hurting him. Good. Amused, Naruto reared back, raised his arms on either side of himself and brought them together in a singular clap. Just like Dad. The resultant shockwave sent his foe flying. You don't seem to understand. This planet isn't yours to conquer. Still, I'm grateful for this intervention. I've been a foul mood these last few weeks. He dusted off his shoulder, wiped some alien blood from his chest and started forward. Try not to die too quickly. Alana clutched her stomach. It was probably just a stomach flu or something. She was fine. Warwoman was glaring at him. I don't get why you're pissed. You've never trusted me, not completely, not since the beginning. She paused in undoing her braid and winged her helmet at him. He caught it. What's this now? Who are you supposed to be, exactly? The colorfully clad youth, nearly of an age with him, placed both fists on his hips and preened. I'm. Insert title card invincible. Naruto immediately decked him in the schnoz, sending the younger boy tumbling backward through the air with a strangled cry of pain. No, he shook his head slowly. You are not invincible, at all. No one is. Dad wasn't. Mom hadn't been. No one was truly invincible. Dude. Mark rasped, lisping his words, not cool. You bewoke my dose. The blonde lowered his bloody fist. You punched me first. I'll do a lot more than break your nose if you get in my way again. Whoa, hey. The younger man raised both hands to ward him off. Just calm down, fuck that hurts, you fucking. X. I spent my entire life training from the moment I could walk. Where did you train, Mark? On a farm. X edit. Several lines here from the now infamous SCP-096 vs Battle Beast fan animation on YouTube. I own nothing. Pathetic insects. There is no honor in killing them. Enough. He drew himself up and stepped over the fallen fighters, regarding his attackers and the man behind the desk with keen intent. I don't want to hear any more speeches from you chumps. He shucked his ruined shirt, baring his chest. Not one word. You can breathe, you can blink, you can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that in a second, but no more words. Lightning crackled across his skin as one struck. His fist snapped up, backhanding the zapper clear out the building without a second glance. Battle Beast licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Naruto felt something shift in his eyes then, blue snapping into feral red. What did I just say? Machine Head swore. Ah, she Battle Beast lunged forward. Naruto met him halfway. All hell broke loose. What have we here? Impressive. Charging at me without hesitation. That's what I like. He was a talker. Ordinarily he'd have a clever quip. But right now? Rage. It was bleeding into his brain, staining his thoughts red, dyeing everything scarlet. He tossed him into a building. Let go. Just let go. Let go of everything. He refused. He was many things, but a berserker wasn't one of them. A fist found his face through the smoke as his opponent pounced. His head snapped back in a shower of blood. He retaliated with a bruising headbutt, forcing a flinch from his foe. Good. Battle Beast wiped blood from his snout. That's what I like to see. Despite his bloodlust, he was calm. Calculated. His footwork was good, each punch thrown with all of his body. Ordinarily he would have called this fun. Now, it was just so much blood. Battle Beast was certainly enjoying himself. Of all my opponents, you're the only one to last this long. That's it, more, I want more, give me more. Knuckle Sandwich Naruto's world exploded in a burst of pain and light as his face smashed into the asphalt. For an instant, everything rang and blurred. He tasted grit and blood on his tongue. His mind raced even as his vision swam. One moment he'd been standing over that fallen redhead, half a heartbeat from finding and blasting Nolan out of hiding. The next, a powerful hand had seized the back of his head and driven him hard into the ground. The impact left a shallow crater spied our webbing outward beneath his cheek. A hot flare of anger cut through the daze. Whoever had just blindsided him was strong enough to stagger him, which was no small feat. But it wasn't Nolan. Naruto knew Omni-Man's strength, had traded blows with him moments ago. This was different, somehow both rougher and less controlled, and him. That redhead girl had said, "Don't let him," before collapsing. Naruto growled under his breath, more indignant than hurt. Being caught off guard stung his pride far more than the fleeting ache in his skull. He'd been raised better than to let an enemy get the drop on him. The fact that he had allowed it at all spoke to his sorry state of mind. Focus. Gritting his teeth, he planted his palms against the cracked pavement and started to push himself up. A weight like a boulder bore down, shoving his face back into the dirt. Fingers clenched painfully in his hair. Stay down, a harsh voice spat from above, each word dripping with contempt. Naruto felt hot breath on his ear. Whoever this was, he had the audacity to pin him like an insect. Not for long. Naruto's gaze, already smoldering with stored chakra, flared an angry red. Fine. If this coward wanted to fight dirty, his wasn't above returning the favor. A crimson haze of fury threatened to swell behind his eyes, but he forced it into focus, a tight, controlled burn. He wouldn't lose himself to rage. Instead, he would weaponize it. With a snarl, Naruto craned his neck as much as the iron grip allowed and unleashed the heat pent up in his vision. Two searing beams of scarlet erupted from his eyes, slicing upward and backward. The world lit in hellish red for the span of a heartbeat. He felt the pressure on his skull vanish as his unknown assailant yelped in pain, and in doing so their hands disappeared from Naruto's head. Free at last, Naruto surged to his feet in a blur. He whirled, eyes still blazing, ready to incinerate his attacker if need be. Who in the hell? A young man hovered a few yards away, clutching one smoking, scorched arm with the other hand. He looked about Naruto's age, a little younger maybe, clad in a torn black and blue suit that hugged a lean, muscular frame. His face, Naruto blinked, momentarily taken aback. The stranger's face could have been Nolan's from decades past, strong jaw, broad cheekbones, down to the same skin tone. This man's eyes were wild, furious brown, and a ragged dark mohawk crowned his head instead of the short, neat cut any normal Viltrumite would have. A splatter of Naruto's heat vision had grazed his forearm and shoulder, charring the suit's fabric and searing the flesh beneath. The wound steamed, already beginning to heal with Viltrumite swiftness, but the attack had clearly caught him off guard. Naruto's gaze flickered downward for a split second. The girl lay crumpled where she had fallen, just behind him. She was still unconscious, face slack, breathing shallow. Alive, but vulnerable. Without thinking, he shifted subtly to put himself between her and the newcomer. His mind churned. A pink portal, a desperate plea, and now this. It didn't take a genius to put the pieces together. So, he began, straightening to his full height. He rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck with a slow, menacing tilt. Dust and bits of asphalt tumbled from his hair. "You're the him she was talking about." His voice was low and cold, the anger beneath it tightly leashed. "The one who hurt her." The hovering Viltrumite's lip curled. He lowered his arm from his scorched shoulder, flexing his fingers experimentally. Burnt flesh flaked away, already regenerating. A thin tendril of smoke wafted from the blackened patch on his suit. Despite the injury, the man looked to the girl and bared his teeth in a grin that held no humor. "The little bitch Eve should have known better than to run," he snarled. His eyes flicked over Naruto with open disdain. "And you should have known better than to stick your nose in other people's business." Naruto felt a flash of hot blood thrum through his veins at the sheer gall radiating off this guy. That voice, that face, it really was uncanny how much he resembled Nolan, yet twisted by an arrogance and malice Naruto hadn't seen before. A son? He'd heard of this Mark, but never met the boy. Some multiversal mishap had dropped an alternate Eve on his doorstep, and this monster must be her Mark. One clearly willing to cross every line. Naruto thought of the shackles scoring the girl's wrists and ankles, the agony and fear in her eyes as she begged for help. His stomach churned. Alternate or not, this man was a monster. The mohawked Mark cracked his neck from side to side, much as Naruto just had, mocking the gesture. Then he pointed at Naruto, jabbing a finger through the air. "I won't say it again. Step away from her," he ordered, voice rumbling with barely restrained rage. "That's my wife you're protecting, and I'm taking her back, one way or another." "Wife?" Naruto's eyes narrowed, a spike of disgust slicing through him. That battered, shackled girl was this man's wife? He had done that to the woman he supposedly loved. The thought nearly made his control slip. A red film threatened at the edge of his vision once more. He clenched his fists so hard the knuckles cracked. "You must treat your wife real well," he said, voice dripping with sarcasm and fury. "She looked absolutely thrilled to see you." Mark's nostrils flared. "You have no idea what you're talking about," he growled. "Now move." He darted forward a few feet as if to emphasize the command, fists clenched. His movements were aggressive, but Naruto noticed the sloppy impatience in them. This Mark was capable, he could vouch for that much, but he lacked discipline. He moved like a sledgehammer, all brute force and raw emotion, no finesse. Naruto had seen such rage in battle many times, in his father's foes, in lesser creatures who relied on their power alone, in monsters. Took one to know one after all. Naruto held his ground, planting his feet between Mark and Eve's unconscious form. His gaze, still tinged with a dangerous crimson glow, locked with Mark's brown eyes. "You want her?" he said quietly. "Come and take her." There was steel beneath the calm in his tone, a promise of violence barely restrained, "unless you're afraid." The younger Viltrumite bridled. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Vanguard's head tilted a fraction of an inch. "Should I? I'm invincible, you bastard." For a heartbeat, the two stood facing each other amid the dust and settling debris of the ruined street, one poised in guarded readiness, the other practically quivering with wrath. Nearby, a toppled traffic light sparked fitfully. The evening air was thick with the scent of scorched pavement and ozone from Naruto's heat vision. In the distance, an alarm blared, perhaps triggered by the earlier chaos of his fight with Omni-Man. But here and now, a deep, dreadful silence fell between the two beings. It lasted only an instant. With a snarl, the alternate Mark lunged, shot forward faster than a bullet, cocking back one fist to drive it into Naruto's face, the same maneuver he'd used to sucker punch him into the ground. Naruto was ready this time. He'd spent a lifetime sparring with a being far stronger and more experienced than this upstart. He could read the telegraphed rage in Mark's swing, the raw power without technique. In the split second as Mark closed in, he slid one foot subtly back, bracing. The blow came like a cannon. Mark's fist collided with Naruto's jaw and he barely budged. The impact was thunderous, a crack echoing down the street like distant fireworks. Naruto's head turned with the punch, absorbing the kinetic force, his neck protesting with a twinge, but he remained firmly rooted, boots skidding only an inch across broken asphalt. Pain blossomed along his cheekbone. He tasted blood where the inside of his cheek nicked against his teeth. It was a solid hit, all things considered. A human skull would have shattered from that alone. But to Naruto, it was tolerable. Manageable. He'd felt far worse at the hands of Conquest in training, and unlike then, he wasn't holding back now. Mark's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder. He'd thrown a punch meant to knock the blonde's head clean off, yet Naruto was still standing. More than that, Naruto was smirking. A thin trickle of blood ran from the corner of Naruto's mouth, casually wiped away with the back of his hand and returned the grin with one of his own. Except Naruto's smile held a predator's confidence. My turn. Naruto moved. To the untrained eye, it was as though he hadn't moved at all. One moment he was standing, the next he was a blur of motion and a crack of displaced air. His fist drove into Mark's gut like a piledriver, and this time it was the younger Viltrumite who gasped in shock. Naruto felt muscle and bone give under his knuckles as the air rushed from Mark's lungs in an explosive cough. The force lifted the mohawked Viltrumite clear off his feet. He followed through, swinging upward. The uppercut caught Mark under the chin, snapping his head back and hurtling him skyward from the double blow, his body like some ragdoll flung by the hand of angry God. He smashed through a streetlight in an eruption of sparks and continued onward, only arresting his involuntary flight by the narrowest margins. Mark caught himself in midair a good 50 feet above, hovering unsteadily. He clutched at his midsection with one arm. Even from below, Naruto could see the shock and sudden uncertainty contorting the man's expression. Naruto hovered up off the ground slowly, deliberately, until he was eye level with the alternate Mark in the smoky twilight sky. They faced each other like duelists above the ruined street. That all you've got? Naruto called out. He rotated his jaw, cracking the joint where Mark had tagged him. One cheap shot and one lucky punch? I expected more from you, child. He spoke the last word in clear mockery. Mark's face twisted in rage at the name. He spat and Naruto saw a tooth, gleaming and red with blood, tumble from his mouth and plink to the street below. Don't you dare call me that, Mark hissed. You don't get to say that shit. That's what you are, isn't it? A child throwing a tantrum. It's pathetic, hardly invincible at all. Shut your trap. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Interesting. So this Mark had discarded his heroic moniker. Perhaps it reminded him of things he'd lost, his honor, his wife's love, who knew? He kept his own voice level, goading. Why not? That's what you are, isn't it? Invincible, the great hero of Earth. He tilted his head slightly, eyes never leaving Mark's. Or maybe you don't feel so invincible anymore. You know nothing about me, Mark roared. The air trembled as he shot forward again, this time a furious blitz of motion. He lashed out with a furious combo, fists flying at Naruto's face, a knee driving toward his ribs, elbows aimed at his neck. Naruto met him blow for blow. The two collided in midair with a shockwave that rattled nearby windows. For a few breathless moments, they traded strikes at supersonic speed. Blurs of blue, black, and orange clashing and separating faster than a normal eye could track. Mark fought like a man possessed. Wild haymakers, hammer blows aimed with intent to kill. Naruto glided around the attacks with practiced grace, every movement efficient and deadly. He parried a punch aimed for his throat, deflecting Mark's arm wide, and countered with a savage knee to Mark's side. Ribs crunched under the blow and Mark howled in pain. The alternate Viltrumite retaliated by swinging both hands down, clasped together in a double axe handle. Naruto didn't dodge. He crossed his forearms and caught the blow head on. The impact drove him down a few feet, his muscles straining, but he held firm. Before Mark could pull back, Naruto snapped his head forward in a brutal headbutt that connected squarely with Mark's nose. Cartilage cracked audibly. Mark reeled back, blood spurting from his nostrils in twin streams. Naruto blinked away. A bit of dizziness from the headbutt. Viltrumite skulls were dense, and colliding with one, even as the aggressor, rattled the brain. That said, Mark got the worst of it. He swayed in midair, momentarily stunned, nose gushing red. Naruto pressed the advantage. With a burst of speed, he looped behind Mark and drove an elbow into the base of his spine. There was a wet pop as something in Mark's lower back gave. Mark cried out, a raw, agonized sound, and dropped from the air, one leg suddenly limp. He caught himself on a floating hover just a few yards above the asphalt, but his posture sagged. Pain was etched across his features. Naruto descended after him like an avenging comet, boots thudding onto the cracked street. You should have stayed down the first time, he said, voice hard. Now look at you. He spread his arms wide in an almost magnanimous gesture and slowly walked toward Mark, who had also landed now on unsteady feet. I don't know what kind of man you were supposed to be in your world, but I can tell what you are now. His eyes bored into Mark's with open disgust. You're a disgrace. You call yourself a Viltrumite? Attacking from behind, hunting down your own wounded wife. He shook his head slowly, anger simmering under every word. Pathetic. Mark's chest heaved, each ragged breath wheezing through clenched teeth. He stood hunched, one hand pressed to his side where Naruto had broken ribs, blood splattering down from his ruined nose and split lips. The fierce, childish, cocky veneer he'd worn on arrival was cracking in real time, replaced with desperation and hatred. Shut up, he spat, voice shaking. Shut your damn mouth. You don't know a thing about me or what I've been through. Naruto kept advancing, relentless. I know you nearly killed an innocent woman, your wife at that. I know you came here unprovoked and struck me from behind while I was trying to help her. I know you're losing. He punctuated that last statement by slamming his fist into his palm with a meaty smack. Stand down. You've already lost this fight. Don't make it worse for yourself. He half hoped the man would listen, if only for the briefest instant. Because despite his words, Naruto could feel the battle lust coursing in his veins, urging him to finish this without mercy. Part of him, a deep, instinctual part he generally kept caged, was enjoying this, the primal thrill of dominating an opponent so completely. It frightened and excited him all at once. It would be so easy to let go, to give in to the crimson rage humming beneath his skin. To do what his father would do. To kill without hesitation. His hands trembled, just a little, as he flexed his fingers. He could still taste the tang of his own blood in his mouth, the reminder that this man had hurt him, however slightly. And more importantly, he'd hurt someone who had begged Naruto for protection. There was no universe in which HS would let that stand. Still, killing this whelp felt a bit excessive. Moreover, death was a release. An escape. Mercy, some might say. He wasn't feeling merciful right now. As such, he wasn't surprised when alternate Mark didn't yield. He staggered, but instead of collapsing or surrendering, he lifted his head and laughed, a broken, rasping sound laced with bitterness. Losing? You think I'm losing? His voice rose in a strained cackle. You have no idea what I'm capable of, do you? He spat a wad of blood and saliva at the ground. His split lip trembled as he bared his teeth. I survived everything my world threw at me. Viltrumites, monsters, wars. I endured it all. And now I rule. I won't be beaten by some brat with a superiority complex. Naruto's eyes narrowed. There it was. The pride before the fall. Broken or not, this Mark's ego refused to accept defeat. Naruto recognized it well. He'd seen that same stubborn pride in countless foes and occasionally in himself. It was the Viltrumite way to fight until one physically couldn't. But this wasn't determination he admired. It was delusion. And it was going to get the fool killed. Mark wiped his arm across his bloody nose and sneered. You talk a big game, whoever you are. Think you're some kind of hero for stepping in. You know nothing. That woman." He jabbed a finger in Eve's direction, though his gaze never left Naruto. "She betrayed me. I did everything for her, and she abandoned me when I needed her most. I took what was mine. She was mine." His voice cracked with warped passion. "No one takes away what's mine. Not anymore, not ever." Ah, and now they came to the crux of the matter. Naruto felt a cold disgust twist in his gut. Hearing the alternate Mark justify abuse with self-pity and possessiveness was the last straw. "You're delusional," he said, voice flat with contempt. "Whatever happened to you, it doesn't justify this." He swept an arm toward Eve's unconscious form, anger seeping into his words. "You think love gives you the right to chain and hurt someone? You think you can claim a person like property?" He practically spat the last word. "That's not strength. It's weakness. I can't even call it pathetic anymore. It's just pitiful. Like you." "Shut up." Mark lunged again, his temper fraying completely. He moved with less coordination now, pain and fury driving him heedlessly forward. He swung a wild hook at Naruto's head. He sidestepped with ease. The punch whooshed past his ear, stirring blonde locks but finding no purchase. Mark followed up with a straight jab aimed at Naruto's sternum, faster, more focused this time. Tutting softly, the blonde caught the fist in his palm, halting it inches from his chest. The shockwave of force rippled outwards, shattering the remaining windows of a nearby parked car. Glass rained onto the street. Mark struggled, pouring his strength into pushing that fist forward, trying to break Vanguard's hold. His arm trembled, muscles cording with effort, veins bulging on his neck. For all that effort, he might as well have been trying to punch a mountain. Naruto's hand clamped around Mark's fist like a vice, unyielding. They locked eyes. Naruto's calm and cold, Mark's wide with mounting panic. Naruto tutted softly. "I warned you." Naruto squeezed with all his strength. He heard the subtle crack of bones in Mark's hand before the man jerked and wrenched back with a scream. The younger Viltrumite staggered away, cradling his crushed fist to his chest. His breath was ragged, anguished. Naruto advanced once more, relentless as death. "Still think you're not losing this fight?" With a blur of motion, he closed the distance and drove a heavy punch into Mark's knee. The joint buckled with a sickening snap. Mark howled and collapsed on one leg, the other folding unnaturally beneath him. "Still think you're a big man?" Mark's scream echoed off the shattered buildings. Any bystanders still in the area, if there were any at all, surely fled at the inhuman sounds of carnage by now. In the flickering streetlight and gloom, the fight had taken on a grim, almost intimate silence, broken only by Mark's ragged breaths and Naruto's measured steps. "Still think you're tough?" Mark knelt on the ruined street, propping himself up with one quivering arm. His broken leg dragged on the ground, blood already soaking through the torn suit at his knee. He bared his teeth like a wounded animal, and his voice came out a rasp. Who are you?" It might have been the first hint of fear in that tone. Naruto paused just out of arm's reach, looming over the fallen variant. For a moment, he considered the question. Who was he, indeed? Vanguard, the vanguard of Viltrum, the destroyer of worlds? Or something else? His father's son? Or his own man? He looked at the pitiful creature before him in quiet disgust. Could any Viltrumite bastard become this, given enough trauma and wrong choices? The thought proved both sobering and sad, but he didn't. He let it dull his resolve. He set his jaw. "My name," Naruto said at last, voice quiet but ringing in the stillness, "is Naruto Uzumaki. Son of Conquest." At that, Mark's eyes widened slightly. Here at last recognition flickered in his gaze. Conquest was a name that any Viltrumite, any Invincible, would know and fear. Naruto leaned down, meeting Mark's gaze levelly. "And I'm the one who's going to end this." Conquest. Mark managed, but whatever thought or horror had dawned on him came too late. Naruto was done talking. In a single fluid motion, he grabbed the front of Mark's suit and hurled him. Mark's body left a trail of debris as it skidded and bounced down the road, plowing a deep furrow through asphalt. He crashed through the husk of an overturned truck at the far end of the intersection, the vehicle exploding into twisted metal shrapnel from the force. Naruto was on him in an instant, not giving the man a second to recover. He dragged Mark up from the wreckage by his throat. The man's head lolled, blood running from his nose, mouth, a dozen gashes. Yet he still fought, his good leg kicked out uselessly, his one good hand scratched at Naruto's forearm. Naruto scarcely felt it. He slammed Mark against the half-ruined hull of the truck, pinning him there. Mark's swollen eyes rolled, finding Naruto's face. Naruto saw defiance there still, mingled with true fear now. Wait. The battered boy wheezed, blood bubbling at his lips. Naruto's face was inches from his. He felt strangely calm, detached even, as if watching someone else move his body. Did you wait when she begged you for mercy? He found himself asking, voice ice. Did you wait when Eve cried? His grip tightened on Mark's throat, drawing a choking sound. No, I won't wait, and you don't deserve mercy. Mark's answer was a gurgle, panic igniting in his eyes. His fingers clawed at Naruto's like a trapped animal. Naruto simply watched him for a moment, watched the realization dawn that there would be no escape. This was the psychological unraveling he'd seen many times in battle. When the prey knew the predator had them. Mark's bravado, his fury, his pride, it was all draining away, replaced by naked terror and disbelief. As if he couldn't comprehend that he might actually die here, now, defeated by someone he had underestimated from the start. Naruto drank in that realization in silence. It was a grim validation of everything he had said. Mark Grayson, this version of him at least, was weak. Not physically he was formidable, yes, but weak of character. Weak of spirit. And now broken in body. Dimly, Naruto became aware of a distant sound. Sirens, maybe, in the night. If the fight continued much longer, human authorities or others might arrive. It needed to end now. He glanced once over his shoulder to ensure the red-haired woman was still out of harm's way. Eve hadn't moved, still crumpled on the sidewalk across the intersection, well out of immediate reach. Good. Mark used the moment of Naruto's slight distraction to act. In a last burst of desperate strength, he lunged forward with his one free hand, managing to latch onto Naruto's face. He drove the thumb of that hand inward, trying to gouge at Naruto's left eye. The sudden stab of pain as a fingernail raked the base of Naruto's throat was insignificant, but it shattered the detached calm that had settled over him. In a flash, hot anger flooded Naruto's veins anew. Anger at this man's sheer audacity, at his refusal to just stop. That, Naruto snarled, golden brows drawing low over burning eyes, is enough. He released Mark's throat, only to immediately seize him again, this time grabbing a fistful of the man's short mohawk and the back of his tattered suit. With brutal efficiency, Naruto spun and drove Mark headfirst into the ground. Mark's skull cratered the asphalt with a heavy crunch. The pavement split beneath them from the force of the blow. Naruto didn't let go. In one continuous motion, he yanked Mark up again by the hair. The man was barely conscious now, a ragged gasp the only sound from him. Naruto's blood pounded in his ears. There was a roaring in his head that sounded suspiciously like his father's voice, urging him on, urging him to finish it. Finish him. He hoisted Mark aloft. The battered Viltrumite hung limply from Naruto's grip, boots dangling inches off the ground. Mark's eyes were unfocused slits through swollen lids, his mouth opening and closing in soundless pain. A bubble of snot and blood popped at his nostril. A sudden memory flashed across Naruto's mind, an image from his father's war stories, from a half-whispered recounting of one battle in particular. The way Conquest had nearly torn a combatant in two. Naruto remembered the look in the old man's eye as he'd told that tale, a mix of pride and regret. The almost in that story had always hung in his mind. Conquest had almost split any enemy before something stopped him. There would be no one to stop Naruto now. Mark Grayson's alternate stared at him through one swollen eye, and perhaps he saw what was coming in Naruto's implacable expression. Because at the last, he found his voice. Don't, he whimpered thickly. It was a pitiful, broken plea, barely more than a breath. Naruto's face hardened to carved stone. Why not? He asked, and there was no mercy in his tone, only a cold bitterness. Give me one good reason. Mark opened his mouth, maybe to try some last word, another threat, or beg for mercy, but Naruto had waited long enough. This thing had done nothing but prove he deserved exactly what he was about to get. With a sharp growl, he shifted his grip lightning fast. One hand seized Mark by the nape of his neck, the other grabbed the waistband of his torn suit. From there, he braced a foot against a cracked slab of pavement and pulled with all his might. A wet, tearing rip filled the night, followed by an unearthly scream. It rose high and ululating, a sound no person should ever have to make, and then cut off just as suddenly with a gruesome, gurgling choke. Hot blood splashed across the street in a broad arc. It sprayed Naruto's arms, his chest, flecked his face. He staggered back a step, the sudden lack of resistance throwing him momentarily off balance. In each of his hands, he held a roughly half portion of a body. What remained of Mark Grayson's alternate hung in two ragged pieces from Naruto's fists, severed at the torso, as if an invisible blade had cloven him from shoulder to hip. Shredded organs and splintered ribs glistened wetly in the flickering streetlights. Blood dripped in thick patters onto the pavement, pooling around Naruto's boots. For a long moment, Naruto just stood there, chest heaving, holding the gruesome remains at arm's length. Steam rose from the open viscera in the cool night air. His face was a mask of crimson spatter, and his breath came out in uneven rasps. His mind caught up slowly to what his body had done. He half expected to hear a voice, the fox's savage laughter in his head, or Conquest's roaring approval. But there was only silence in his mind, and the distant wail of sirens in his ears. Reality sank in. He had done it. In his anger, he'd executed the alternate Mark with the same monstrous brutality his father was known for. Naruto's stomach churned, but he forced the feeling down. There was no time for doubt or guilt. He reminded himself coldly. He deserved it. This Mark would have done worse to countless others. Hell, he likely had done worse in his world. Naruto had simply prevented further atrocities. This was justice, wasn't it? A small part of him whispered. Naruto shoved that whisper aside. Gradually, became aware of the wet, sticky weight still in his hands and grimaced. With a flick of disgust, Naruto let go, dropping the two halves of Mark's corpse to the ground with a sickening splash. Chunks of gore scattered on impact. What remained of the man was scarcely recognizable, just ruined meat and cloth and the faint vestige of a horrified expression frozen on half a face. Naruto turned away from it, a flare of disgust and something else twisting in his gut. It was over. For a second, he simply closed his eyes and willed his thundering heart to slow. Breathe. In, out. The scent of blood was thick, metallic in his nostrils. The adrenaline coursing through him began to ebb, leaving a leaden fatigue in its wake. His injuries few as they were stung and throbbed in earnest now that the furious haze was lifting. Naruto blinked his eyes, hissing at a sharp ache where Mark had tried to gouge him. There would be bruises, nothing more. Physically, he was fine. But mentally, he didn't want to examine that just yet. He was distantly aware that he'd crossed a line tonight, perhaps one he might never be able to uncross. Instead, he forced himself into motion. Priorities. The girl Eve still needed help, and there was Nolan. At that thought Naruto froze, halfway through turning back toward Eve. Nolan. His father's old comrade, Omni-Man. The man he'd been fighting before this entire multiversal fiasco interrupted. Nolan had disappeared after Naruto's last blow. Naruto had assumed he'd knocked the older Viltrumite unconscious or at least sent him packing for a regroup. Naruto hadn't been sure at the time. He'd been intent on flushing Omni-Man out when Eve's arrival interrupted him. In the chaos, he'd momentarily forgotten about Nolan. But now. A scuff of movement drew Naruto's attention. Across the street, half shielded by a mound of concrete rubble and a bent street sign, a figure was stirring, pushing back a slab of debris. Nolan Grayson, Omni-Man, propped himself up on one elbow, shaking debris from his shoulders. His white Viltrumite uniform was dirty and torn in places, and blood matted the silver hair at his temples, but he was conscious. And he was staring. Naruto met Nolan's eyes across the dimly lit street. The older man's face was ashen beneath the blood and grime, his mouth slightly open in what could only be described as horror. For a moment, neither moved or spoke. Naruto could imagine all too well what Nolan must be seeing. A tall young Viltrumite standing in the middle of a devastated street, panting and blood-drenched, with a mutilated corpse at his feet. A corpse that wore his son's face. Nolan's eyes flickered from Naruto to the two halves of Mark's body and back again. His expression was a storm of conflicting emotions, confusion, revulsion, anguish. Even in the gloom, Naruto could see Nolan's hands trembling where he leaned against the rubble. Omni-Man, trembling. It struck Naruto then that Nolan hadn't seen how the fight started. He'd been unconscious. He likely had no context for the scene before him now, Aside from perhaps glimpsing Eve and recognizing her, and then waking to this. Nolan. Naruto began, stepping forward, raising one hand as if in placation. He wanted to explain, to say something, anything that might cut through that horrified stare. But the words died in his throat. What could he say? This isn't what it looks like. It was exactly what it looked like. He had utterly, savagely destroyed someone bearing Nolan's son's face. No amount of justification, truthful or not, would erase that visceral image. Nolan's gaze dropped again to the remains of the alternate mark. His breath hitched audibly. When he looked up once more, Naruto saw moisture gathering at the edges of Omni-Man's blue eyes. Not quite tears. Nolan seemed too in shock for that, but an unspeakable pain. It was the face of a father witnessing his worst nightmare made flesh. Even if this wasn't his mark, the resemblance was exact enough to wound. The older Viltrumite visibly swallowed, his throat working. Naruto felt an unexpected pang of guilt then, sharp and bitter. He hadn't intended for Nolan to see this, certainly not like this. Hell, he hadn't intended for things to get so out of hand at all. A lance of self-reproach pierced him. Was Conquest's way truly the only way it could have ended? Could he have stopped short of? Naruto's eyes flicked down to the gore pooling at his boots and his stomach churned again. He forced the thought away. What's done is done. The threat is gone. Eve is safe. That's what matters, he told himself. But Nolan's stricken expression made it hard to breathe. Naruto suddenly felt very much like the boy Nolan had accused him of being earlier, uncertain, defensive, guilty. For a long moment, the two stared at each other across the carnage. The silence was heavy with unspoken questions. The distant sirens grew louder. Red and blue lights began to dance on the horizon, reflecting off low-hanging dust clouds. Locals, authorities. Somebody was coming. Naruto's window of explaining anything was closing. Nolan was the first to break the silence. He rose slowly to unsteady feet, one hand pressed to a likely broken rib. Naruto unconsciously tensed, half expecting Omni-Man to attack him in a rage. Part of him almost hoped for it. Anything to break this terrible tableau. But Nolan did not attack. He simply stood there amid the rubble, swaying slightly, his face a mask of loss and uncertainty. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. Why? It was just one word, laden with hurt and confusion. It hung in the air between them, unanswered, and Naruto felt it like an accusation. Why? Why had he done this? Why had he gone so far? Why was he like this? Naruto didn't know which particular why Nolan meant, and maybe Nolan himself didn't know. But it stung all the same, because Naruto didn't have a simple answer. Not one that would make the older man understand, anyway. Not one that would erase the fear and disappointment Naruto saw forming behind Nolan's eyes. He's not your mark. Naruto tore his gaze away, jaw tightening. A flicker of motion by the sidewalk caught his attention. Eve, still unconscious but now stirring faintly, a slight twitch of her hand. That was something concrete he could focus on. He forced his voice to work, though it came out rough. And I don't have time for this. He gestured sharply toward Eve. She needs medical help, and those sirens mean we have company coming. Possibly Cecil's GDA forces, possibly worse. If they arrived to find this mess, Naruto didn't want to think about the misunderstandings that could ensue. He stepped toward Eve's prone form, but Nolan's broken voice rang out behind him, stronger this time. Stay where you are. Naruto halted mid-step. Slowly, he turned his head to look back. Nolan had taken a step forward, one hand half raised as if to ward Naruto off. He looked conflicted, terrified of Naruto, Naruto realized. Omni-Man's eyes darted to Eve, then to the corpse, then back to Naruto. Just stay back, Nolan managed, stealing his tone. Don't touch her. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. He felt a surge of anger at the implication. After all he'd just done to save this woman, Nolan thought he would hurt her? That he was some indiscriminate monster? The anger warred with a cold emptiness swelling in Naruto's chest. Maybe Nolan's reaction shouldn't surprise him. I probably look like a monster right now. Blood-soaked, standing amid entrails. Who wouldn't be wary? Naruto bit down a sharp retort. Calm. He needed to stay calm. Getting into another fight, especially with Nolan, was the last thing any of them needed. Taking a slow breath, Naruto raised both hands slightly, palms out, a gesture of non-aggression. Blood dripped from his fingertips as he did so, pattering on the street. He tried to keep his voice measured and firm, emulating the tone he'd heard Nolan himself use to calm civilians on the news. "I'm not going to hurt her. I'm trying to help." He nodded toward Eve without breaking eye contact. "She asked me to save her, from him." A tilt of his chin indicated the slaughtered mark. "That's what I did. Our fight can wait." Nolan's eyes followed the gesture to the remains and he flinched. His mustache was flecked with his own dried blood, and a bruise was blossoming along his jaw from Naruto's earlier hits. He truly looked his age in that moment, worn and weary, all thoughts of battle forgotten. "Help," he echoed bitterly, gaze sliding back to Naruto. "That's one way of putting it." His eyes squeezed shut for a moment as he visibly tried to master himself. When he opened them again, some of the raw emotion was reined in, replaced with Omni-Man's more familiar stern countenance. Yet the horror lingered underneath. "You could have stopped him without this." Nolan's voice dropped, almost pleading. "He was beaten. You didn't have to kill him like that." This from the man who ambushed me. A hot flash of anger sparked through Nolan's gaze. "You were a threat that needed to be assessed, not like him." Naruto's hands slowly curled into fists at his sides. A hot rebuttal rose to his tongue. "Yes, he was. You think he'd have stopped? You think he'd ever stop?" But he swallowed it down. Maybe he hadn't needed to kill Mark in precisely that manner. But it was far too late now. What was Nolan expecting from him? Regret? An apology? Naruto's heart thundered uncomfortably. He was spared having to answer by a pained groan from the sidewalk? Eve lay shivering, consciousness slowly returning. Even from a distance, Naruto could see how badly she was hurt, her breathing shallow, skin almost as white as her blood-stained costume. They truly didn't have time for this debate. Naruto made a decision. Ignoring Nolan's warning glare, he strode briskly toward Eve. Nolan tensed but didn't intervene as Naruto knelt and carefully gathered the wounded woman into his arms. She was lighter than he expected. Limp and fever-hot, her head lolling against his chest. Eve's eyes fluttered open at the movement, unfocused emeralds blinking up at him. Naruto gave her a small, reassuring nod. "You're safe now," he murmured quietly. "I've got you." She didn't seem to fully register his words, but she didn't resist either. A faint sigh escaped her lips as her eyes slid shut again. Naruto rose to his feet, cradling her carefully. Fresh blood from her back wounds smeared onto his already stained torso. Something about the contrast, the gentleness with which he held her against the backdrop of violence, made Nolan's face contort in confusion anew. The older man limped closer, stopping a few paces away. "What are you doing?" Nolan asked guardedly. His eyes darted warily between Naruto's face and Eve's unconscious form. Naruto met his gaze evenly. "Taking her to get treatment," he answered as if it were obvious. "She's hurt." The approaching wail of sirens was growing louder. Flashes of red-blue lights played off nearby building walls now. "Unless you want to stick around for the locals to show up." Naruto inclined his head toward the distant but fast-approaching convoy of vehicles. He had no idea if it was police, GDA, or something else, but none of those options promised a clean, calm resolution. Nolan grimaced. He too understood that any authorities arriving to find Omni-Man, an unknown Viltrumite, a brutally slain Mark doppelganger, and a critically injured woman would be a disaster. They needed to move, if only to regroup somewhere away from prying eyes. Nolan's jaw worked as he seemed to wrestle internally, torn between his mistrust of Naruto, their own postponed battle, and the pragmatic need to not be caught here. Finally, with a ragged breath, he gave a curt nod. "Fine." He stepped forward. "Give her to me. I know a place. Cecil's people." "Huh? Not a chance. I'll carry her," Naruto cut in sharply, tightening his hold on Eve. He wasn't about to hand her off when she'd specifically begged him for help. Besides, Nolan was in rough shape himself, swaying on his feet. He didn't need another burden. And he didn't trust him. Nolan bristled, but another look at Eve seemed to quell whatever protest he had. "All right," he relented, though his tone remained strained. "Just follow me." "Into what? Another ambush?" "Huh? No, attack me like that again and it'll be the last thing you do." Nolan glared at him. "You're determined to make a nuisance of yourself, aren't you?" "Yup." Nolan shot a final glance back at the carnage in the street. Eyes lingered on the scattered remains of the other Mark, and his expression tightened in pain once more. Then Omni-Man shook himself and lifted off into the air with a whoosh, leaving a swirl of dust in his wake. Naruto followed immediately, hovering a few feet above the ground with Eve held secure in his arms. For a moment, he hovered there, gazing down at the scene of devastation below. The once quiet street was marred by craters and rubble. Flames licked at the shredded husk of the truck. At the center of it all lay the mutilated body, nearly lost in shadow save for the glint of wet blood and viscera. A dark stain spread outward from it, creeping through the cracks in the road. The world's cruelty, given form. The brutality he had unleashed, irreversible. Naruto tore his eyes away and ascended into the night sky after Nolan, leaving behind the shattered street, and the shattered perceptions of what he was. Sirens wailed below, converging on the nightmare he left in his wake. The people down there might never know what had truly happened. Maybe that was for the best. As he caught up to Omni-Man, Naruto cast one last look at the older Viltrumite. Nolan's face was set forward, but Naruto could see the tension in his posture, the way his hands were clenched at his sides as he flew. There was so much left unsaid between them, and Naruto wasn't sure either of them were ready to say it. Not now. Maybe not ever. Wind whipped at them as they gained altitude, carrying with it the metallic tang of blood that clung to Naruto's skin. Eve moaned faintly in his arms, and Naruto refocused on her pallid face. One thing at a time. He would get her help. Then he would deal with the fallout of tonight's events with Nolan, with everything when the time came. For now, all he could do was push forward. Nolan glanced over his shoulder, meeting Naruto's eyes briefly. There was an unspoken question there, or perhaps an accusation, but he voiced neither. Instead, Omni-Man simply nodded once, a terse acknowledgement, and accelerated. Naruto returned the nod silently and flew on after him into the darkness, leaving behind the blood-soaked lesson that no one, not even a man who called himself invincible, was beyond the reach of consequence. For better or worse, a line had been crossed this night, and as they vanished into the clouds, Naruto couldn't shake the memory of Nolan's face, haunted and confused, staring at him through the haze of blood and dust. It was a look that would be etched in his mind for a long time to come. High above the sleeping city, Naruto tightened his hold on Eve and flew onward, saying nothing. In the end, when words failed and horror hung heavy between them, he had only action. Only resolve. Only the cold comfort that he had done what needed to be done. Behind him, trailing in the wind, faint and almost inaudible, he could have sworn he heard Nolan whisper that single unanswered question once more. Why? Naruto shook his head and kept flying. Enough. Alana clutched the toiled bowl and heaved violently into it. She'd gotten sick again, this time without warning. Always in the morning, damn it. Green ghost, huh? A bitter groan escaped her as she finished voiding her stomach. She was feeling rather ghostly herself at the moment, and she hadn't even transformed. Oh gods, not again. Spitefully spurred on by that very thought, a fresh bout of nausea seized her, and what little she had managed to eat came boiling back up her throat, then down into the bowl as she shuddered helplessly. This sucked. She felt wretched. It was probably just a stomach flu or something. Nothing to concern herself with. The timing didn't matter, she was fine. Right? A.N. On scene. Mohawk, Invincible, got straight up murdered. And could Alana aka Green Ghost actually be pregnant? Meanwhile, we didn't exactly show Conquest versus Anissa. There's a reason for that. You'll see it next chapter. Do you want this to remain a story? Yes? No? Maybe so? Make yourselves heard? Once more, we're sticking with the Embers rule for this particular story, and others. I'm working 2 jobs, might need a third soon. So I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up, your voice matters. Make yourself heard, as ever. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. On there we go. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them, I cannot write. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would you kindly? Previews are now expanded, especially the one at the end, so on that note. Warning. 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 Spoilers ahead, beware. Previews. Anissa fought for her life as Conquest cackled. X Universa raised a hand to question him. I do not understand the concept of these. What do you call them? Naruto sighed. This is a hospital. Don't tell me they don't have those where you come from. We have houses of healing, nothing like this. Lucky you. Are you here to visit someone? You might say that. She squinted at him. Hey, don't you go giving me that look. I didn't do anything wrong. X Eve opened her eyes and started screaming. X Warwoman was glaring at him. I don't get why you're pissed. You've never trusted me, not completely, not since the beginning. She paused in undoing her braid and winged her helmet at him. He caught it. What's this now? X edit. Several lines here from the now infamous SCP-096 vs Battle Beast fan animation, on YouTube. Go watch it, I own nothing. Pathetic insects. There is no honor in killing them. Enough. He drew himself up and stepped over the fallen fighters, regarding his attackers and the man behind the desk with keen intent. I don't want to hear any more speeches from you chumps. He shucked his ruined shirt, baring his chest. Not one word. You can breathe, you can blink, you can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that in a second, but no more words. Lightning crackled across his skin as one struck. His fist snapped up, backhanding the zapper clear out the building without a second glance. Battle Beast licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Naruto felt something shift in his eyes then, blue snapping into feral red. What did I just say? Machine Head swore. She Battle Beast lunged forward. Naruto met him halfway. All hell broke loose. What have we here? Impressive. Charging at me without hesitation. That's what I like. He was a talker. Ordinarily he'd have a clever quip. But right now? Rage. It was bleeding into his brain, staining his thoughts red, dyeing everything scarlet. He tossed him into a building. Let go. Just let go. Let go of everything. He refused. He was many things, but a berserker wasn't one of them. A fist found his face through the smoke as his opponent pounced. His head snapped back in a shower of blood. He retaliated with a bruising headbutt, forcing a flinch from his foe. Good. Battle Beast wiped blood from his snout. That's what I like to see. Despite his bloodlust, he was calm. Calculated. His footwork was good, each punch thrown with all of his body. Ordinarily he would have called this fun. Now, it was just so much blood. Battle Beast was certainly enjoying himself. You've gotten soft. Conquest hovered over the fractured street, metal hand clenched, watching Anissa struggle up towards daylight. He always enjoyed this part, the moment when his prey realized they were outmatched. Any second now. Only a moment ago, he'd sent the younger Viltrumite crashing down with a single brutal headbutt, and now the gust of wind carried the sour tang of dust and blood. The city around them was silent under gray skies. Crushed cars and snapping neon lay twisted at odd angles. Conquest took a deep breath, tasting the scarred pavement. For a moment he felt something familiar, longing and triumph mixed together. He remembered the old words. No one wants to be my friend. That loneliness was stubble carved into every fiber of his Viltrumite soul. But here, feet above a fallen opponent, he felt alive as Anissa warrior grinned defiantly up at him. In that dangerous spark Conquest sensed a challenge worthy of his time. For now. Is that it? She spat a thin line of blood up at his feet, voice low and steady. You've gotten soft, old man. The insult cracked the silence like shattered glass. Conquest's eyes narrowed at the barb. A slow, rough laugh escaped his throat. Is that what you believe? He asked calmly, effortlessly descending to hover just above her. His metal arm reflected the dull light as he crossed it against his chest. For her part, Anissa stood her ground, shoulders squared beneath her torn tunic, unwavering. After a beat, she lifted her chin. Whether I fight you or not, that's up to you. A dangerous spark lit her hawkish gaze. Conquest's amusement deepened. He crossed his one-armored arm and studied her broken form like a hawk appraising prey. The street around them was filled with smashed cars and shattered streetlights. A war zone of his making. The bitter wind whipped at Anissa's hair, revealing a blackened eye, yet despite that, still glared at him. A little fight left in you, I see, he said quietly, eyes glinting, voice deceptively calm as he lowered himself closer. Good. Why don't we? Anissa surged and decked him in the face, snapping his head to the side with a powerful shockwave. Almost knocked a tooth loose. Those were a pain to grow back. His good eye lit up. Better, I felt that, let's see you do it again. She hauled off and hit him a second time, then a third, followed by a fourth. Upon the fifth, he caught her fist in an open palm, his real palm, and wrenched her arm down, fracturing her wrist. She kneed him in the groin. He grunted and repaid the favor tenfold, drawing an outraged yowl from her as she doubled over. She took that pain, that anger, and used it to hit him even harder, which was impressive, because he was fairly certain Viltrumites didn't work like that. Or maybe they did. Who knew? He was a fighter, a dog of war, a soldier, not some brilliant scientist. Whipping her over his shoulder, he tossed her to the ground, only for her to carry him off the ground and launch herself at him with a yowl. They collided in midair, trading blows like two titans of old. Frag himself gonna feed that bastard his own heart would have been impressed by the display. Anissa was strong. Stronger than before, stronger than she was a century ago, but not strong enough. For every hit she landed he dealt two more. He had size, speed, strength. Anissa was feisty, however, and she used it admirably, fighting back like a hellcat. She'd more than proven herself by now. What a fine mate she'd make for Vanguard. They'd have strong children together. HRRM. The thought of being a grandfather was not displeasing. Time out, he declared, wrenching her wrist to the side, eliciting a startled yelp from his son's future mate. What do you hope to achieve here? I want to win, Anissa answered on the next breath, her reply simple, unwavering as her body wobbled on her feet. Conquest's brow furrowed with concentration, and I want him. She corrected herself, eyes defiant and unflinching. Your son. Feral glee flickered in Conquest's gaze. Even after all this, the woman below him did not simply thirst for combat. She still held her objective close to her heart, or what passed for it these days. He'd once wondered what a child of Anissa might be like in lonely secrecy. But a child of her in Naruto. That progeny would have potential, not just to surpass their parents, but even him. One final test. Conquest took a slow breath. You still want my boy? He repeated, voice low and dangerous. Even now? Anissa's grin widened with feral pride. No, she said through clenched teeth, I'll have him. Her words were delivered like a blade. The assertion was so brazen it made Conquest's heart beat faster. This woman was fearless. Or perhaps simply mad. Even a breath away from death, she wouldn't be swayed from her goal. He allowed himself a moment's grim satisfaction, and in exchange, he asked calmly, though his tone carried an electric edge as he reminded her what was at stake. Her sneer deepened. I won't tell Thrag of your little revolution, Anissa said, tilting her head. That's fair, no? Conquest snorted softly. He pressed one metal hand into her shoulder, grinding her back into the debris. A faint crack sounded as her spine protested the pressure. He leaned down close to her ear, every word deliberate. One problem, he rumbled quietly, what makes you proven yourself worthy of him? Anissa glared up at him through bloodshot eyes. Are you calling me weak? She snarled, fury igniting in her expression. Even injured, her pride refused to break. Conquest's lips curved into a cold, feral smile. That's the spirit, he said quietly, an ominous satisfaction in his voice. Guess I'll stop holding back, then. The challenge hung between them as the air cooled. Anissa's good eye narrowed as she realized what he meant. Wait a second. Too late. Conquest answered not with words, but violence. He thrust his forehead into hers with brutal speed. Anissa's face snapped back, and a geyser of blood burst from her nose. She gasped, blinded by pain. Staggering, she raked her hands at his chest, trying to dislodge him. Conquest let her flail for a moment, savoring the impact. Fight, he growled, voice a thunderclap, and lunged forward again. Anissa refused to back down. Even blood pouring from her face, she spat curses and choked on the effort. Summoning all her strength, she thrust a knee upward. Conquest easily blocked with his forearm. The blow rattled her teeth as she threw a retaliatory punch. The clang of her attack ringing on his forearm echoed along the deserted street. Without skipping a beat, he spun into a savage counterattack. His right fist connected squarely with her ribs. Anissa cried out as the breath drained from her lungs. Pain exploded through her side. She slumped to the pavement, gasping. Conquest leaned in close, eyes glinting in a sneer as he towered over her. Still got some fight left in you. He stayed poised for a moment, savoring the fight like fine wine. Anissa lay collapsed, barely clinging to consciousness. Every demon in Conquest's heart growled to finish this. Yet he found himself pausing. She had battled fiercely, refusing to yield even as her body gave out. Killing her would be a waste. Yes, such a monumental waste. He straightened and spoke calmly. Enough. Anissa sucked in a ragged breath and coughed, lifting herself painfully on one elbow. I can still fight. I can see that. Conquest bent down to rumble in her ear. Congratulations, he said quietly. You pass. His voice was level, almost respectful. For one final moment he let her see the harsh approval in his eyes. We have a deal. She granted him a bloody grin, however, her grin faltered. Good luck convincing my boy. After all, he'd only agreed to allow her near Naruto. If his boy, his vanguard, decided he didn't want anything to do with her, then. Tough. Here. He reached into his utility belt, useful little tool he'd picked up from a bastard who no longer needed it, withdrew the earth equivalent of a medkit and threw it down at her feet. Clean yourself up. Anissa coughed wetly in what might have been a laugh, but reached out to accept it with trembling fingers all the same. Mercy. From you? How very unexpected. Is that what you think it is? Conquest fixed her with a gimlet glare, forcing a flinch from her. You're an investment. I expect you to pay off. In a silent cloak of cold superiority, he ascended into the sky and vanished into the overcast dusk, leaving Anissa broken but alive. The future was full of promise. The next morning dawned silent in the hospital wing. Pale sunlight filtered through blinds, striping the white walls in gold. The sterile air smelled faintly of antiseptic, and the low hum of distant machines filled the quiet room. It made for constant background noise, a steady beep 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 that droned in one's ears. It could either prove peaceful or maddening. Naruto had never been particularly fond of hospitals. For him, they were a sign of weakness, and he was anything but weak. So you say. Annoying fox. Get out of my head. You act like I have a say in the matter. Shaking his head, Naruto forced himself to refocus on his surroundings. Presently stood beside Adam Eve's bed, gently tucking a blanket around the shaken woman. His golden hair gleamed in the soft light as he moved, eyes warm and tired. He reflected on the events of the night. Eve's rescue from Mohawk Mark, the fierce battle he'd waged, the pain she had suffered. But in the gentle morning light only the immediate moment mattered. He was peripherally aware of who she should be. This woman rather resembled another hero he'd heard of in passing, Adam Eve. Real name, Samantha Eve Wilkins. This one looked a little older than the Eve of this universe, but that wasn't his concern. That there were now essentially two of the same person in one universe should have concerned him, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Multiverse theory was a bitch. Best not to think about it. Ignorance was bliss. Without warning, Eve's emerald eyes fluttered open. Panic instantly seethed in her gaze as she struggled upright, her eyes flitting left and right in wild flight. At length she managed to comprehend her surroundings and the lack of immediate danger. Her wild green gaze settled only slightly as she saw him, but only just. When she finally dared to speak, her voice emerged as little more a tremulous whisper. Where am I? Naruto knelt at her side. Somewhere safe. Safe? She gasped, pressing a hand to her chest as if to ward off a nightmare. Nowhere's safe. Not with him around. About that when he made to stand she lost out and seized his sleeve, as though he were all that held her world together. About what? Naruto's heart clenched and he took a moment to master himself. Like I said, you're safe, he reassured, placing a steady hand on her shoulder. At this distance he could hear Eve's shallow breaths rattling her throat. That Mohawk bastard isn't here, he continued, choosing his words carefully before deciding better of it and choosing to bowl ahead. The words felt like stones in his mouth. He's dead. Eve's eyes widened with equal parts relief and disbelief. Dead. I killed him. He expected this, Eve, to shout at him, scream at the very least. Instead, she shrank inward on herself, doubled over, now. Tears spilled down her cheeks. He was granted a brief glimpse of them before she covered her face with both hands, unable to truly believe her tormentor was dead. She shuddered softly, sobbed, and in a rare moment of concern, Naruto found himself kneeling to pull her into his arms. She clung to him like a lifeline, fingers digging into his shirt. He didn't hesitate. Without a word he wrapped her fully in his arms, allowing Eve to press her face fully into his chest as she trembled. "Shish," he soothed. "It's all right, just breathe." He felt Eve's tears seeping through the fabric of his jacket, warming him as he breathing struggled and failed to even out. He tightened his hold, giving her strength. "I know it's hard to believe," he whispered. "I know." Gently, he rocked her to and fro, doing his best. "He hurt you, and I made him pay for it," he added softly, his words firm but gentle. "I promise you this." He bent down and kissed the top of her head to calm her. "No one can ever hurt you again." Some might say those words were just that, bravado, something said in the heat of the moment, right? Wrong. This was a promise he aimed to keep. Universa stood in the doorway and watched silently. What else could she do? The sight hurt. She stood silently, her heart aching. She was warrior first and foremost, but even she couldn't remain impervious to this scene. In the silence, Naruto's courage and tenderness were laid bare, and it struck her deeply. She realized her own cheeks were flushed. His unwavering kindness had ignited something in her. For all her poise, she'd had never hidden her attraction to him. Now, seeing the gentle way he comforted Eve made her chest tighten with a strange, new longing. She had been concerned when the Nolan attacked Vanguard, but this concerned her more. Strange things, these human hospitals. Stranger still was the sight unfolding before her. Strangest yet was the angry thump 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 of her heart and the unusual surge of anger she felt as she watched him hold the human female. It felt like her heart was racing, but that didn't make any sense, because she wasn't in battle, wasn't moving, wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. On the contrary, she was perfectly still. She was just watching, and watching hurt, immeasurably. Naruto continued to rock this Eve woman like a small child as he spoke. "You're safe now, Eve," he repeated, voice strong. "We're here. We won't let anyone hurt you." We? Had he noticed her, then? Why didn't he say anything? Eve's sobs gradually quieted. A long, trembling sigh escaped her. She began to relax. Naruto pressed a thumb to her forehead and murmured, "Just rest now. Everything's okay. You're not alone." At his gentle prodding, Eve's eyes drifted shut again, her fear faltering. Her body went slack, the exhaustion of her ordeal showing just how drained she truly was. Naruto waited a moment, no doubt feeling her small weight-damaged legs aside. It looked like she hadn't eaten in quite some time go limp against him. Finally he gently withdrew his arms and guided her back down onto the bed. Eve lay back, her breathing slow but still uneven, as she succumbed to exhaustion. At length, Universa cleared her throat softly and wiped a hand on her armor. Naruto brushed a hand across his face, eyes weary. Universa took a small step back, wary of how he might respond. Seeing Eve doze, Naruto rose and stepped out of the curtained bed area. He ran a hand through his blonde hair, appearing distracted. "We'll give her time," he said quietly. "She'll sleep now, best not wake her." She nodded, voice soft, not trusting herself to truly voice the clamor clawing at her chest. Instead, she raised a hand to question him. "I do not understand the concept of these. What do you call them?" Naruto sighed. "This is a hospital. Don't tell me they don't have those where you come from." Universa looked to the sterile white walls, floor, and ceiling with a pensive expression. "We have houses of healing, nothing like this. You bring your injured to rest here, yes? You might say that. And is this a place where you often comfort human females?" Blast. She hadn't meant to say that last part aloud. She knew she had no claim over him, and yet. Naruto Vanguard turned a baffled look on, quietly pensive. "I'm getting the strangest feeling I've upset you." He had. "You haven't." Huffing, she crossed both arms before her bosom far larger than that bedridden wench, and refused to look at him. "I am fine." "Not acting fine." Her gaze zeroed in on him. "Do you intend to add this injured woman to your harem?" "Huh." A rare hint of red, a blush rushed to the Viltrumites' whiskered cheeks. "Harem? What makes you think? Where did you even learn that word?" She lifted her chin, pleased to see a crack in his stoic facade. "I have been reading books." Naruto flung up his arms. "Books, she says. What kind of books? Who even gave you those?" Universa preened. "A very nice man by the name of Cecil." Him? Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose with a forlorn sigh. What's that bastard up to now? Irritated, she squinted at the blonde hero anew. You still haven't answered my question, Vanguard. Naruto groaned. Hey, don't you go giving me that look, I didn't do anything wrong. I never said you did, you're sure actin' like it. If you believe so, she latched onto his arm, not so coincidentally pressing her bountiful bosom into his chest. Then you can repay your debt by regaling me with stories of your world this evening. You want another date, don't you? Her fingers bit into his arm. Fiend. Universa didn't leave Naruto's side for the rest of the evening, until the sun had risen. And if that meant keeping him away from this Eve, well, too bad. She wasn't jealous, she told herself. Nay, surely not. Never. The smoke had mostly cleared, the crater was still warm. Cecil stood at the edge of it, coat fluttering in the rising breeze as tech teams worked like bees behind him. Drones buzzed overhead, cataloging every splintered sidewalk and fractured lamppost. The street was a war zone not from an army, but from a single fight, from one man. From Naruto. What the hell happened here? He crouched beside the shattered torso of what used to be Mark Grayson, not their Mark. That one was just starting out. This one's mohawk was the giveaway, but so too was the look on his frozen face. Horror. Regret. Pain. The bastard looked like he'd been begging by the end. It didn't save him. Naruto hadn't stopped. Cecil didn't flinch. He'd seen worse, but something about this one felt different. Talk to me, he said aloud, voice flat. Donald approached from the side, holding a datapad. His sunglasses gleamed in the low light. We've confirmed it's the variant from the Red Rift breach. Came through the portal 2 nights ago. No allies. No backup. Attacked civilians on arrival. Cecil said nothing, eyes narrowing. Donald continued. Cameras are mostly slag, but we pulled some sensor telemetry from a nearby substation. Matches Viltrumite kinetic patterns. 2, maybe 3 sonic booms. Ground impact measured at 9.8 on the Richter scale. He handed the pad over. Whatever happened here, it wasn't a fight. It was an execution. Cecil stared at the data, then at the ground. His eyes traced the impact zone, the blood smears, the jagged remains of a concrete barrier that had been used like a club. He let out a slow breath through his nose. He lost control, Donald added quietly, no doubt fearing the worst. No, Cecil muttered. He chose not to hold back. That distinction mattered. Someone who lost control was a mad dog, and those got put down. Whereas a warrior who decided to stop holding back, grisly though that might be, was someone to be wary of. Observed perhaps, maybe even contained, but killed? No. Earth needed all the allies it could get. Sighing softly to himself, stood up and walked toward the center of the blast radius. The pavement here was dust. Whatever energy ripped through this point had come from a single impact. Naruto, landing. Hard. Probably right after breaking through the atmosphere. Cecil had seen that kind of entry several times before when the GDA cleaned up after Nolan. Anything unusual about the wounds? He asked. Donald hesitated. You won't like it. Try me. He tore him apart. Not heat vision. Not eye beams, hands. Cecil's jaw tightened. Figures. He looked out over the street, toward the perimeter agents, and the people upstairs? They're panicking. Want a leash on him, some want a kill order. Cecil didn't respond immediately. He stared out at the edge of the crater. In the silence, he remembered the way Naruto had spoken when they last met, not just with confidence, but with direction. He was here to help. He'd stepped in when no one else could, and now this. He was provoked, Cecil said finally. Seems this variant of Mark wasn't here to talk. Multiverse theory really was a bitch, wasn't it? Does it matter? Donald asked. He still stopped him. Cecil turned back to the remains. Stopped him, he repeated. Or made an example out of him. He didn't ask the question lightly. He had some small measure of Naruto. Less than he did with Universa perhaps, but enough to accurately predict what he would and wouldn't do to an extent. He wasn't some madman to revel in the slaughter. But this was a warning. A message to the wrong person or the right one. He'd seen plenty of powerful men and women walk the earth, but the ones with restraint were the ones you could work with. It was when they stopped holding back that you had to worry. Apparently there had been another incident in a different city several states over, but at least that one didn't have a body count. He'd investigate later, but for now. He knelt by the blood again. "Get me everything," he said quietly. "Tissue breakdown. Muscle strain. Print mapping." If our crimson cadaver here was screaming at the end, I want to know what he was saying. Donald dithered, hesitating. "Sir, I'm not looking to bury Naruto," Cecil said coldly. "But I need to understand what the hell happened here. If we're going to keep working with him, we have to know where the line is." A long pause followed. He wondered if his subordinate would listen. At length, he nodded. "Understood." Cecil turned toward the road. Donald's voice dropped to a near whisper. "And if there isn't a line?" That was the question, wasn't it? Cecil sighed, checked his watch, and pulled out his communicator. "Get me a secure channel to Naruto. No threats, no orders. Just tell him I need to talk." He glanced once more at the remains of Mohawk Mark. "And someone make sure the goddamn press doesn't get a look at this." A.N. On scene. "We have different previews this time. We're getting closer and closer to that fight. Do you want this to remain a story? Yes? No? Maybe so? Make yourselves heard. Once more, we're sticking with the Embers rule for this particular story, and others. I'm working 2 jobs, might need a third soon. So I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up. Your voice matters. Make yourself heard. As ever, reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. On there we go. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them, I cannot write. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would you kindly? Previews are now expanded, especially the one at the end, so on that note. Warning. 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 Spoilers ahead, beware. Previews. Warwoman was glaring at him. "I don't get why you're pissed. You've never trusted me, not completely, not since the beginning." She paused in undoing her braid and winged her helmet at him. He caught it. What's this now? Naruto didn't understand why she wanted him here for her physical therapy. Eve wouldn't let go of his arm while they walked. "I'm not going anywhere, ya know." Her grip tightened. Samantha tilted her head. "Right, okay, another me. This is all kinds of weird." Naruto tilted his head, regarding this beauty with dark hair hovering before him. "Who are you?" The woman smiled at him. "Interested is what I am. I'd prefer a name. Anissa." "Oh." Vanguard crossed both arms before his chest and stared him down. "I'll only say this once. Don't end up like the other Mark." Mark found himself blinking. "What are you talking about? Naive child." Edit. Several lines here from the now infamous SCP-096 vs. Battle Beast fan animation on YouTube. Go watch it. I own nothing. Pathetic insects. There is no honor in killing them. Enough. He drew himself up and stepped over the fallen fighters, regarding his attackers and the man behind the desk with keen intent. "I don't want to hear any more speeches from you chumps." He shucked his ruined shirt, baring his chest. "Not one word. You can breathe, you can blink, you can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that in a second, but no more words." Lightning crackled across his skin as one struck. His fist snapped up, backhanding the zapper clear out the building without a second glance. Battle Beast licked his lips. "Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary." Naruto felt something shift in his eyes then, blue snapping into feral red. "What did I just say?" Machine Head swore. "Ah." Battle Beast lunged forward. Naruto met him halfway. All hell broke loose. "What have we here? Impressive. Charging at me without hesitation. That's what I like." He was a talker. Ordinarily he'd have a clever quip. But right now? Rage. It was bleeding into his brain, staining his thoughts red, dyeing everything scarlet. He tossed him into a building. "Let go. Just let go. Let go of everything." He refused. He was many things, but a berserker wasn't one of them. A fist found his face through the smoke as his opponent pounced. His head snapped back in a shower of blood. He retaliated with a bruising headbutt, forcing a flinch from his foe. "Good. Battle Beast wiped blood from his snout. That's what I like to see. Despite his bloodlust, he was calm. Calculated. His footwork was good, each punch thrown with all of his body. Ordinarily he would have called this fun. Now, it was just so much blood. Battle Beast was certainly enjoying himself. Of all my opponents, you're the only one to last this long. That's it, more, I want more, give me more. We all make our choices, choose our own path on the road of life. I've made mine, Mark. Have you? Interested parties? Nearly a week later, life still didn't feel quite right in the Grayson home. Come the evening, Mark slipped quietly through a darkened hallway, drawn by the heavy silence that settled over the living room. Moonlight spilled in through the shutters, catching the hulking figure of his father, Nolan, known to the world as the hero Omni-Man, slumped on the couch. Mark's sharp eyes noted every detail. His father's broad shoulders slumped, one hand clenched on the armrest so tightly the knuckles had gone white. The low glow of the house lights flickered across his father's face. Normally invincible, Earth's greatest hero now seemed anything but. He looked tired. Broken. Mark hesitated at the doorway. He knew something terrible had happened. Felt it in the chilled air. Only hours before, he had seen himself die on television. An alternate Mark from another world, what could have been a cousin by fate. This? Mohawk Mark. And his demise had been violent and sudden, witnessed by Nolan himself. A shattered body, a single, savage attack. Nolan had seen it with his own eyes, and now the grief lay heavy between them. Mark's own body trembled with equal parts anger and fear. My dad saw that. He watched someone just like me torn apart. Nolan stared ahead, unseeing, not reacting, even when Mark finally stepped into the light. Steeling himself, the aspiring hero took a breath, searching for the words. Dad? The giant man finally turned, eyes distant. Blood was crusted on his cheek from the blows he had delivered and his right eye was blackened in an ugly purple bruise, while his left arm was wrapped in some strange mechanical cast. He'd never seen his father this hurt before emotionally or physically in his life, and it haunted him. Nolan glanced at Mark's face. In that moment, Mark felt something akin to terror. When his father finally spoke, his voice, low and rough, was hardly louder than a whisper. Mark, Nolan rasped. There was a warning in his eyes. Be careful. Mark frowned. Of what? Who? What happened out there? Nolan's expression tightened. He struggled for composure and instead let out a ragged breath. He was provoked, Nolan muttered, as if speaking more to himself than to his son. Mark tilted his head, puzzled. Dad. Nolan took a slow breath. His good eye burned with anguish. That Mark, he wasn't from our world. But, he's dead. And I watched it happen. Right in front of me. Mark's stomach twisted, not quite comprehending, but still concerned all the same. And the villain got away? Nolan grimaced. Villain. That's one word for him, I suppose. He snorted in dark humor. But it's worse than that, Mark. He struggled to rise, then waved a dismissive hand, as if dismissing himself, and sat back down with a wince. I'm fine. Go back to bed. Yet his voice hardened all the same. Listen carefully, son. I won't say this again. Don't end up like him. Mark's eyes widened in confusion. What are you talking about, Dad? I don't. Nolan cut him off with a sharp shake of his head. Never mind, he snarled, like the brief anger flared only to vanish. He forced a bitter smile. It's late. Go. Mark hesitated. Something was wrong. Dad had never been this emotional or this cryptic. But he was also aware. If he pressed Nolan further, it might only serve to break his father all the more. His fists clenched at his sides fists. Remembering the body he had seen earlier on TV, still and silent. Of course Dad was hurting. But Mark also felt something churning within him, a dangerous restlessness. As he turned away, Nolan's voice stopped him. Mark. Mark froze, half turned to listen. Nolan's tone was quiet but urgent. The city doesn't sleep. If you go running out there alone, be careful who you trust. Mark gave a curt nod, forcing a smile to reassure Nolan. I will, Dad, I promise. After a last look into the dark eyes of the father he loved, Mark slipped out the front door into the night. The cool evening air hit him, full of the distant hum of traffic and the quiet whisper of frightened wind through the alley. His father's words reverberated in his mind. Don't end up like him. What had Nolan meant by that? Mark pushed that question aside. There were bigger threats tonight than his father's cryptic warnings. And besides, he needed to clear his head, too. He couldn't do that here. Pivoting, he leapt onto the roof of their house with practiced ease, slipped into his room through an open window, donned his costume, then took off into the sky. Under the stars and fading clouds, he flew low over the city. Something felt off, like a presence on the wind. His senses, honed by training, picked up echoes of tension. He wasn't alone. He heard it, then. An explosion. A block away, a cluster of startled night watchers froze at the sound of a heavy footfall. On street level, a hulking figure moved down the avenue. A man made from rock. Or perhaps rock carved in the shape of a man. He looked like a living mountain striding through the city, breaking pavement with each step. His faceless visage reflected nothing, only a dispassionate visage, even beneath the stone shoulders rippled with muscle within a dark hoodie and tracksuit pants, fists clenched tight at his sides. Who the hell was that? Below, a young caped crusader man in orange and black attire landed between the walking granite and a speeding car about to careen into him. In one smooth motion, he lifted the car skyward and set it aside, dirt and debris scattering like leaves. The man's cape whisked in the wind as he turned to face what Mark could only assume was a villain. You certainly went through a lot to catch my eye. You have no idea. His eyes narrowed as the giant took hold of another car and flung it. The blonde ducked, leaving the metal missile to smash into a lamppost, destroying it. The caped crusader laughed at him. You'll have to do better than that, Titan. Titan raised both hands and spoke in a deep rumble. Look, can we stop? I just wanted to get your attention. I'd really rather not do this. Naruto steadied himself, crouching slightly, eyes blazing as his stance shifted. Bit late for that. Oh, shit. Wasn't that Vanguard? Art had mentioned him at one point when he'd first created his costume. Sorry, can't give you black and orange together, those colors clash. Besides, Vanguard's a selfish bastard. He'd never let me live it down if I let someone steal his drip. Just about everyone on Earth knew who the blonde bastard was. Mark knew him for an entirely different reason. He'd seen him tear his counterpart in half on live television. He'd not told Dad, but he couldn't forget what he'd seen. High above, Mark watched, his own adrenaline racing. The rhythmic beat of his own heart hammered in his ears, filling him with dread. He set a hand on his belt, literally torn between fight and flight. Part of him wanted nothing more than to dive down there to join the fight, but the other half remembered what he'd witnessed. A shiver shook his shoulders. Vanguard finally seemed to notice him hovering a few stories above in the night air then, because his blue eyes narrowed for an instant. Their eyes met. Mark stiffened. Froze. Just as quickly, the blonde dismissed him with a wave of the hand. Back off, newbie. This fight's not your concern. I can handle this weakling. Titan must have taken offense to that pointlessly pithy remark, because he pounced. How's this for weak? Naruto stepped aside just as the stone-clad man slammed his fist into the ground, spraying cracked asphalt upwards. The bemused blonde stepped through it and dealt the larger man a vicious uppercut, catching him in the chin to hurl him away into then through a nearby building. Seems plenty weak to me, he tutted, not even a challenge. Mark gulped and dared to drift closer. Mistakes were made. The moment he did, Naruto Vanguard rounded on him with a thunderous scowl. What did I just say? Scram, wait. He held up a hand to forestall his earlier statement and squinted at him suddenly, scrutinizing him with quiet confusion. That costume of yours looks familiar. Who are you supposed to be, exactly? Well, if you want to know, Mark gulped, but mustered up a bit of bravado, placed both fists on his hips and preened. I'm. Insert title card. Naruto decked him in the schnoz before he could hope to finish, simultaneously stunning him and sending tumbling end over end through the air. It took him the better part of 10 seconds to right himself. By the time he finally did, his nose was bleeding, gushing, really spilling blood down the front of his costume. Dude. Not cool. He clutched his nose with an annoyed noise. You nearly broke my nose, all I did was introduce my. In an instant the blonde bastard's face was mere inches from his whiskered visage wrought with quiet anger. Damn. He hadn't even seen him move. What was it you called yourself? Invincible? Vanguard seized him by the ear and yanked upward, drawing a pained grunt from him. No, 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 He shook his head slowly with each word, denouncing the very concept. You are not invincible. At all. No one is. If anything, you're even weaker than that Mohawk bastard, you know that? He was full of himself too, but he could at least take a punch. Wanna know what happened to him? Something ugly curdled in Mark's gut. You killed him. Huh. The admission seemed to surprise Naruto. Someone managed to record that after all. Damn it, Cecil. What use is he? Can you let me go now? Ow. Vanguard yanked harder in response, drawing a pained growl from him. Whoa, hey, I didn't come here to fight you. Then why are you here? Mark Grayson, son of Nolan Grayson. The mention of his name, his actual identity, stole the wind from his sails. It's no coincidence that looked just like the uppity bastard I killed. Vanguard gave him a shake for emphasis. Did you really think I wouldn't make the connection? I don't want to die. The younger Viltrumite's throat closed for a moment before he managed to master himself and raise both hands to ward him off. Just calm down. Listen to yourself. You're so afraid of me you won't even consider fighting back. You truly know nothing about your heritage, do you? Naruto's gaze blazed into his own. It's sickening. Mark's jaw clenched. Stop. I spent my entire life training from the moment I could walk. A vein began to pound in his forehead. Stop talking. But where did you train, Mark? On a farm. Just shut up. Something snapped deep inside him and he saw red. With a roar of outrage he hauled off and threw everything he had into a singular right hook, decking Naruto across the face in a thunderclap of sound. The older hero didn't even try to dodge. He'd seen his speed. He knew could have blocked him, caught the punch at the very least, but he didn't. Instead he took the punch clean across his cheek and turned his head with an approving grunt. Wait, approval? Now we're getting somewhere. He laughed and let him go, allowing him to drift backward. That's much better. I can actually feel that. There's hope for you yet. Mark balked. Had he been trying to provoke him? Get his measure? If so, why? Hey, a new voice interjected tentatively. I hate to interrupt this touching moment and all, but... Naruto rounded on him. What? Evidently, Titan had emerged from the broken building while they were bickering. And he looked to have seen better days. His outer rocky shell had been chipped away to reveal his face, a chagrined expression, alongside a black eye besides. As they looked on, he raised both hands in surrender. Like I said, I ain't here to fight. I was trying to get your attention, Blondie. Though now that you've got your friend here. Vanguard raised a fist. You have 1 minute to explain yourself. Credit where it was due, the big brawler didn't even need that minute. I was hoppin' the two of you could help me take a real bad bastard off the streets 3 days from now. Goes by the name of Machine Head. Mark blinked. Never heard of him. Better buckle up then, Boy Scout, because you're about to. Meanwhile, high above another city, another figure moved silently through the gloom. In the distant neon glow soared a bronze-on-orange form. Robot. He cut through the sky like a missile, passing rooftop gardens and antennae. Descending onto a deserted rooftop far from Titan's recent path, Robot's sensors locked onto another presence already waiting. Down on the street corner, leaning back against a burnt-out car, stood Conquest. Even wounded from his training earlier, the Viltrumite villain radiated menace. His metal arm caught the streetlights, giving it an unholy shine. His one good eye narrowed on Robot as the hero approached. Fancy meeting you here, Conquest said, voice low and even, concealing annoyance. I figured you wouldn't miss the chance to show off. Robot landed softly a dozen yards away, arms folded. We have business to conduct, Conquest. His tone was formal, but Robot's hidden agenda was clear. Conquest raised an eyebrow. You're interrupting my evening, Conquest replied, stepping forward. What could you possibly want with me? Unless you've considered my offer. I have. Robot held up a hand, exposing a small package strapped to his chassis. I have something for you, for your daughter. Conquest's eyes flashed with something like surprise, or was it suspicion? He made no move to attack. My daughter, Conquest repeated, his voice an alien mix of curiosity and disdain. I don't have a daughter. Lies, of course. His sensors detected such. Amanda might not be Conquest's by blood, but he'd taken a personal interest in her well-being. We both know that is untrue, Robot said, his voice almost sympathetic. But I suppose you have another name for her. He stepped forward slowly. As you requested, I looked into the nature of her curse and built something that might help. Conquest scowled. Already? Clever little bug. Spare me the insults. Robot unclipped the device on his belt with one hand and held it out. It was a slim leather strap, with delicate circuitry woven through it. It's a restraint belt, he explained quietly. Or rather, a regulator. When strapped on, it will allow her to heal and continue aging normally, undoing the permanent mutation her cells are stuck in. For a moment, Conquest was silent. He stared at the small gadget as if he could not believe Robot was giving it freely. Not bad, he finally declared, voice rising. How'd I know this isn't a trick? Robot pressed a metal finger to his helmet's mouthplate. I have nothing to gain and everything to lose by provoking your wrath, he stated calmly. Consider it a gift. She deserves a chance at a normal life. You gave her a purpose, Conquest. At least let her grow up into the woman she is at heart. Conquest's face twisted. Part of him bristled at the kindness. Another part seemed almost eager to accept such a gift. He shifted his weight, towering over the metal man. Don't think this makes us friends. Yet, almost tenderly, he unbuckled the device from Robot and turned it over in his strong hand. Robot watched from a distance. Be careful with that. Don't let anyone else have it. It's tailored to her physiology. Conquest nodded slowly. He regarded the belt as if seeing it for the first time. The night wind ruffled his hair as his one eye reflected the device's faint glow. After a pause, he lifted his voice. I will put it to use, he said. And Amanda will know I tried. Robot allowed himself a small nod. That's all any of us can ask, and in return. Here. Conquest reached into his utility belt and withdrew a fresh vial of his blood. This should be more than enough Viltrumite DNA get you started on a proper Viltrumite body. Robot accepted it reverently and stored the vial securely within his chassis. You have my thanks. He turned as if to leave but paused. Does your progeny know you're here? Conquest followed Robot's gaze to the dim skyline, quietly fond. He knows. This concludes our business for now. He slung the belt over one shoulder, then climbed onto the hood of a wrecked car. Go on, then. Be off. Find those Mahler twins of yours. I expect results, and I expect them soon. I won't disappoint you. As Robot took to the air again, Conquest glanced after him, jaw tense. The returning hum of the hero's flight faded into the distance. He stood alone under the streetlights. In his hand, he flexed the belt, considering it. Amanda, trapped in a monster's body, his son's little friend, in that moment, he felt a tiny spark of something unfamiliar, a whisper of warmth at the thought that Amanda might one day walk in the sun as herself again. The faint shimmer of a teleportation device his reverie, causing him to clench the false fingers of his metal fist. Persistent little ant. He chuckled darkly to himself. Was wondering when you'd finally track me down. Cecil Stedman stepped up behind him, face writ in a scowl. We need to talk. Someone was following him. Naruto might have found that funny under any other circumstances if he weren't so annoyed. In hindsight, the reason for it was obvious. He recalled his parting words to Mark, to that slip of a boy brimming with equal parts pain and potential. Naruto crossed both arms before his chest and stared him down. I'll only say this once. Don't end up like the other Mark. Mark had found himself blinking. What are you talking about? Naive child. He really didn't understand, did he? He supposed that was natural. He couldn't be more different from his counterpart, Mohawk Mark. Younger, less experienced. Softer. There was none of that malice, megalomania, or malevolent arrogance his alternate self. If anything, he was green. Painfully so. But he also had potential, both for good and for evil. He'd known it the moment Mark selflessly volunteered to help Titan after hearing the villain's sob story. He'd agreed to accompany him as well, if only to keep an eye on Nolan's pup. He might have a quarrel with the boy's old man, but the sins of the father were not those of the son. If they were, he'd be just as much a monster as Conquest. Gah. Now there was a convoluted argument he really couldn't get into. Can't or won't? Sounds like the latter. Shut up, fox. Naruto grimaced and redoubled his flight, leaving the moon behind as the sun rose at his back. Not so his pursuer. They were gaining on him, much to his annoyance, and while he wasn't truly trying, he didn't particularly feel like going all out, either. Still, they were determined if nothing else. All the more reason to lead the away from civilization. He'd caused enough collateral damage during his brief bout with Titan already, and he wasn't keen to cause any more today. He waited until he passed by Cloud Bank over the Atlantic. Changing course, he dove into it. Sure enough, they followed. Gotcha. He was waiting for them as they emerged, hovering in the air, arms crossed before his chest. He half expected it to be Mark. The boy's face flashed in his mind. This was certainly not Mark. His pursuer burst through the cloud cover, shattering it in her wake. For this was most certainly a young woman. Behind her, the cloud cover faded, framing her in the light of the rising sun as she came to a sudden stop before him. Long dark hair flowed like a waterfall down her back as she hovered a few feet above him with calm grace, as though she weighed nothing. Narrow dark eyes like storm clouds swept over him, drinking in every inch of him. Her lithe form was wrapped up in a familiar Viltrumite uniform, contoured to her flowing curves. Even from this distance, the aura of Viltrum power was unmistakable. She gave off a fierce, almost otherworldly energy. He bristled despite himself, both perplexed and intrigued by the intensity of her stare. It was as if she were trying to undress him with her very eyes. Truth be told, he couldn't remember the last time someone looked at him like that. Wasn't sure if he liked it or not. The young woman studied him a moment more before something in her gaze suddenly shifted. She smiled as recognition dawned upon her lovely visage. Figured me out, have you, Vanguard? When she spoke, her voice was soft yet crisp like a blade yet to be drawn. I should expect no less from a son of Conquest. You're a difficult man to track. I've heard all manner of rumors. Well, she certainly seemed to know who he was. You flatter me, and you are. Rather than retort, the young woman floated down gracefully until they were eye level with one another. Closer now, less than a stone's throw. Closer still, until she was well within arm's reach. From there she laid a palm upon his chest, fingers slowly stroking the V emblazoned across his upper torso with quiet curiosity. Her fingers lingered longer than they should have, practically caressing the skin beneath his sigil. Curious choice of emblem, she remarked almost to herself. It's almost ironic, really. Enough of this pointless prattle. Naruto batted her hand aside. She flinched back as if stung, eyes widening. For a moment, her composure cracked, then her features hardened again. He tilted his head, regarding this raving beauty hovering before him. I won't ask again. Who are you? The woman smiled sensually and batted her long lashes his way. Interested is what I am. He scowled at her. I'd prefer a name. Her grin grew. Anissa. Oh. A-N. If you know, you know. Let's get ready to rumble. To clarify, yes, Anissa's been growing her hair out since Conquest kicked her butt. There's a reason for that. We'll get into it next chapter. In many ways, this particular chapter was meant to be I don't want to call it an interlude per se, but it was very much meant to set the scene for what's to come. Hope you enjoyed. Would you like this to remain a story? Yes? No? Maybe so? Make yourselves heard? Once more, we're sticking with the Embers rule for this particular story, and others. I'm working 2 jobs, might need a third soon. So I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up, your voice matters. Make yourself heard, as ever, reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them, I cannot write. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would you kindly? Warning, warning, warning. Spoilers ahead. Beware. Previews. Anissa jolted as Vanguard reappeared behind her. She hadn't even seen him move, and then there was pain. Ex-Warwoman was glaring at him. I don't get why you're pissed. You've never trusted me, not completely, not since the beginning. She paused in undoing her braid and winged her helmet at him. He caught it. What's this now? Ex-Green Ghost squirmed under his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Alana. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. She had something in her hand. He blinked at it. And that is? Her eyes flitted up to meet his behind her glasses. You don't know what this is? I do not. She started laughing helplessly. It wasn't long before she broke down into a sob. Naruto panicked. Why are ya crying? Naruto didn't understand why she wanted him here for her physical therapy. Eve wouldn't let go of his arm while they walked. I'm not going anywhere, ya know. Her grip tightened. Samantha tilted her head. Right, okay, another me. This is all kinds of weird. Edit. Several lines here from the now infamous SCP-096 vs Battle Beast fan animation on YouTube. Go watch it, I own nothing. Pathetic insects. There is no honor in killing them. Enough. He drew himself up and stepped over the fallen fighters, regarding his attackers and the man behind the desk with keen intent. I don't want to hear any more speeches from you chumps. He shucked his ruined shirt, baring his chest. Not one word. You can breathe, you can blink, you can cry. Hell, you're all gonna be doing that in a second, but no more words. Lightning crackled across his skin as one struck. His fist snapped up, backhanding the zapper clear out the building without a second glance. Battle Beast licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Naruto felt something shift in his eyes then, blue snapping into feral red. What did I just say? Machine Head swore. Battle Beast lunged forward. Naruto met him halfway. All hell broke loose. What have we here? Impressive. Charging at me without hesitation. That's what I like. He was a talker. Ordinarily he'd have a clever quip. But right now? Rage. It was bleeding into his brain, staining his thoughts red, dyeing everything scarlet. He tossed him into a building. Let go. Just let go. Let go of everything. He refused. He was many things, but a berserker wasn't one of them. A fist found his face through the smoke as his opponent pounced. His head snapped back in a shower of blood. He retaliated with a bruising headbutt, forcing a flinch from his foe. Good. Battle Beast wiped blood from his snout. That's what I like to see. Despite his bloodlust, he was calm. Calculated. His footwork was good, each punch thrown with all of his body. Ordinarily he would have called this fun. Now? It was just so much blood. Battle Beast was certainly enjoying himself. Of all my opponents, you're the only one to last this long. That's it. More. I want more. Give me more.